say, so, right, it looks like this looks like a good place for vacation. 282. Shtei Gusteros, great case. Great case. Two Gusteros in the protrusions. Let's just go in terraces. Two terraces which extend above the water. Zul Lamnala Isu. One is above the other. And as you can see from the picture, it doesn't literally mean one is on top of the other. They are diagonal from each other. They are diagonal from each other. Yeah, both of them. Watch this. Shtegos goes Zulamizu. So say, listen to Asula Ayona. Below Asula Kaona. So they went ahead and they made a mechitza for the upper, but not the lower. Let's give a little bit of background. Easy describing from the picture 282. So let's say, see here, in front of two legs over the water. Now, let's remember again, each of these terraceways are each other shusayach. The halach is water is a carbolus. So therefore, again, you are not really allowed to draw water from the water on Shabbos and bring it into your Gustula, because that is transferring an item from carbolus to the shusayach. So though it's not us in the Dorais and the Rabbi. So there is a special halakha by water that essentially, as long as you create an area that is 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, I will say, if you look at picture 282, you'll see on the right Kustura, on the right terraceway, you'll see there's a little box extending down to the Kustura. That is you're hovering the pizza. So as long as you make an area that is dollar by dollar, you make these matrices, those matrices are as if they extend to the water itself. Because I'm trying to know different ideas of with oxygen matrices, the review matrices to sit downwards, review matrices to sit they extend into the water. Therefore, Allah allows you to go ahead and draw water from this from the gusto. But I will say, interestingly, in the recent question over here, what happens is you see the mechitza is on the right gustura, but the left gustura does not have mechitza. So what does the left gustura do? It's very simple. They just roll their bucket through the opening in the upper gustura. Right, so the left lower only just rolls its bucket through the opening in the right corner. So once now watch this. Now let's just have a look at Rashi. Here, base Kustra Zulam they're literally not on top of each other. Or rather, again, the Gemara says, Ela Meshuchos Zumi Kineged Zu, the Sod Dalit. So let's say ultimately they are within Dalit talking of each other. Al Yona Haneke, Pizza, or Asim. So let's say the upper Gustra, halakha the myself, has the mechitza. Right? It has the partition so as to allow it to draw water. And what happens? The Shabbos start to make a phone of the Shabbat on the pizza yona, but you give him a Shalshul Moshe home. So again, what normally happens? So as you saw in the picture, right? Again, just referencing picture 282. So left lower does not have its own mechitza into the water. So normally what left lower gustra does is it just throws its bucket through the mechitza of upper right gustra and draws its water like that. Okay, so fine. So the Gemara says, watch this. Shtei gustros, zu'alamizu, asu le'al v'lo asu le'tachona. So if they make the mechitza for the upper gustra, did not make mechitza ultimately against the lower left gustra. That was interesting, these two gusteros must make a joint eruv. If do not make a joint eruv, what? They answer on each other. They answer upon each other because we view them both as having rights in the same area. They both have rights in that same mechid. And therefore, I will say again, because they both have rights, if they make a joint eruv, shalom al Yisrael. But if they don't make a joint eruv, then what? Then they ask, I will say, now what does that show you? What does that show you? Let's think about this moment. Take a look back at picture 282. Let's say when you look at usage of that mechitza, do they enjoy the same usage? And the answer is no. The lower left gustera. How does the lower left gustera use the mechitza? How do they use it? How do they use it? Tzrika, right? They have to throw their bucket. Remember again, we'll say when we say tap, but what does throw mean? Upward motion. Here, they really would have to throw. Right? They have to throw their bucket ultimately again through up, right? Up until the upper mechitza, down into the cavity, down into the mechitza. I'm sorry, to the upper mechitza, into the mechitza. How does the mechitza? So we'll say this is a case ultimately again of echad disrika, the echad shosha. Now, if Shmuel was correct, it should be awarded piece of the pizza on Shabbos, right? The shosha one, right? Ultimately again, the upper gustera, which is the gustera that happens to have the pizza situated inside of it. But yet, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that our rice says they answer upon each other until they make a joint eruv, which I would seem to supports the position ultimately of Shmuel of Rav and not Shmuel, to which the Gemara says, what's the case? Oh, we'll say, what's the case? Rashi, the bottom of the Takona, Va'olim Bisulamos Derech Al Yona, Lemalos Bitarba Bishosho. What's the case? What's the case of Osai? Take a look at picture 283. What's the case of Osai? The case over here is no. There's right of access from the lower gustera to the upper gustera. There's a ladder. We'll see what happens. The members of the lower gustera, when they want to fill up their bucket with water, how do they do it? They don't throw the bucket from the lower gustera through the upper gustera. What do they do? They walk up to the upper gustera and they two lower their bucket. Therefore, what's the case? They have the shosho every day through shosho. So let's say so now, Mamish, I have two areas, access exactly the same way. Oh, that's why they answer upon each other until they go ahead and they make joint together. Now it makes sense because the Lomi Boy cover. So the Gemara says, Lomi Boy was you don't have to say this, but we say nevertheless. Lomi Boy, Asula Takona, Asula Al Yona, da Asiri. Because it goes without saying that what? It goes without saying that what? The halacha l'maisa. Lomi Boy, Rashi says, Kilomar v'chi tema hoyel u'besoch hasara kaiminon, v'kaima mishum de'ein asur l'shos v'lo zu. Below lash u'no v'lebishul shulzav v'vikinos v'ol v'zav v'shos for this. So Gemara says, all right, let me see in the Gemara. Lomi Boy, asur l'takona v'lo asur l'al yora da'asiri, if they go, you're da'adadi kaimin, asur l'hadadi, ela hilu asur l'al yona. below also the tax. So what's this? So you go to the next Rashi. When we buy also the tax, also the equal of the kind of this Hashmish Shava, the Smuchol thing, the Meshach HaKosa, the Sof David Tvok, the Mukmina Lekamakon, the Global Nami Gabi Go Asara. Ela Afilu, the Habi Lazeb Shushu, Zeb Mitzah Sweep of Shushu. So the Gemara says, Lomi Boy, Asu the Takon, Below Asu the Yona. It goes without saying that they made it the lower Christian. But did not make it for the Apoyona. But even did go, you put the Hadodi and Maxiadan. We say, since these two Christos are with intent offer, they automatically assume. Ela Akilu Asula El Yona. Below Asula Takon. So even they need it ultimately again for the upper one and not for the lower one. It's not going to Kiva Lizet. But since the upper one uses the mechitza more deep, and the lower one only uses it with more difficulty. Give the opening, give the mechitza ultimately with greater ease. Kamash Malon, go Asara Kanina Astrana. Was it ultimately again? What's up holding over here on the side? What's up holding over here is since the upper Guzra and the lower Guzra are within 10 bucket of each other, therefore, in the absence of Erev, the Asa one upon the other. We're sidestepping now a little bit from both Rabbi world and introducing another guy, which is that halakha l'maisa, whenever you have an area that is used by two rishuyos, and those rishuyos are within 10 talking about each other, they effectively ask one upon the other. The Gemara says, this supports the Gemara Shmuel. The Gemara says, what happened? Someone was purchased an Adam. The Sulam Kabua Lahadam. So this is picture. This is picture 285. Right? Gag has some of those structures. See, let's look at the picture. See the Gag. The Gag is the area where the guy to the right is standing. Right, so Gag has some of those structures. You have this roof area that is right next to Sarabim. So what's the halakha? What's the halakha? So the Gemara says, Sarich Sulam Kavua Lahatilo. Ultimately, again, requires a fixed ladder in order to permit it for use to be up. Answer the Mepasas as well. They will say, so when you see that ladder over there, that is a ladder. So that fixed ladder is necessary in order to allow ultimately again the use of the for the and ultimately again the aliyah to use it. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Gaga Samach Sharadim She'eno Mukaf Chatzer B'Chotzi. So the point of here is this guy is not enclosed by a mechitza on all sides. Ela Tzidor Achad Rosh Sharadim Tzidor Asara. Sulam next. Sarah Sulam Kavua Min Havia Legad Lahatilo Letalta Minamir Pesas Legad. The other lay Sulam Gully Daite, the Salty Legad Klaf Rosh Hashanah, the Unechale Tashushinis. What's this to this? So the Gemara says if you have a rooftop, a rooftop is 10 fucking away, 10 fucking right off the Rosh Hashanah. But there's no mechitza surrounding the rooftop. So if there is a thick ladder from the rooftop to the Allah, that shows that the rooftop ultimately is what ultimately is used by both the Kassasim as well as the Aliyah. Absence of a fixed ladder, what happens if you don't have a fixed Rashi says, Sulam Arai, Kevan the Messiah like Kiman Delasing. So we'll say if you don't have a fixed ladder, halach that happens, then this would be an area that was within 10 talking of both different process as which would then be both areas. So the Gemara says, Sulam Kabua in Sulam Arailo, Maitma. They will say, why is that? Why is it Halach Lamaisa? Why is it Halach Lamaisa? That only a fixed ladder will allow, but not a temporary ladder. Lad, you shouldn't be able to look. Asar, the Hadadi Kaini, Asadadi. Since the roof, all the again, as we didn't talk about both the Rosh and the Nefesh. It's an area that's going to talk about both Roshiyos and Rabbi. So we'll say, it's going to point out. The Gemara is just using this as a raya. The Gemara is assuming over here that the reason why in the case of the two rows, the two terraces, which share the method that goes into the water, the reason they ask one of them because they are within 10 water. The Gemara is suggesting and talking case comes from this clear roof, in which the Gemara gives a Rabbi, they deal with the Kasvin about Kumsa Visutra. Ultimately, again, that Rabbi says maybe not. So maybe the case of rooftop, but that's the Rosh Hashanah is problematic. Why? Because Allah Mice is saying to them and talking, people use it, the nearest Rabbi use it to put down packages and to put down look at actually the shoulder for the Sudra, Sherigilin, this Allah the call, Holding Atores, the Tashmish no kind of Hagun boot, the have the Masri cow. This picture 2.8. So picture 286, because it is such a low rooftop, the neighbors should ultimately use it to go and put down their stuff. So because they use it to put down their stuff, therefore I'm going to act. So listen to this. So because it's an area that is so easily usable by the Shusarabim, Galot violence. If Halach is a fixed ladder like we see in 286, if there's a fixed ladder, so that fixed ladder shows that this God is used by the Aliyah as well as the Merpasim. What makes it the domain of the Aliyah and the Merpasim. It's not a fixed ladder. Since we're dealing with a God that is so low, there's not just to put their stuff on it for just a little bit. The absence of fixed ladder makes this a God that is used both by the Neirish Sarabim as well as the Bnei Aliyah and the Merpasim. Therefore, again, I will say any area that is within 10 fucking of 2 Rishuyos and is used by both becomes usher. But the presence of fixed ladder makes this an area that is dominantly used by the Yah as well as by the Merpasim, and therefore again it becomes theirs and does not usually belong to the Shushan. So we'll say, to just understand, we're going to stop over here for today. Just understand what we're still doing. We have not resolved our quote. We'll say the entire day today, and obviously it's not going down. With this two Roths case, the two terraces that both the same mechitza to draw water, that's going to be a mission of Eretz Hashem that we are going to see in just a couple of days. We spent some significant amount of time. We spoke about that in the second Shabbos, this special utilization of these mechitzas to draw water. But I just want to point out, we began today with one simple mission, which was again, I will say, a machlokes Rav and Shmuel. What's the machlokes? Let's start with what we know. Let's start with what we know. Our sugya is all about two areas that both have the use of common third area. And what's the shaila? For Hilchos Erevin, who should be awarded use of that area? So let's go with what we know. Let's say we have Chatzah and there's a common area that they both share. So we'll say, obviously, if they make a joint here, then what? as they say, ain't on the there's nothing to talk about because if you make a joint, then everybody gets usage of that shit area. What happens if they don't make a joint area? So most people get usage of it. So it depends. What does it depend? Ease of usage. So we'll say, remember again, just to clarify our terms. So what we'll call lateral usage, which means direct usage. I don't know if one of the chatzeros has usage and the other one utilizes it through Zrika or through then what? It's awarded to the one that has lateral Pesach. That's the easy piece. We'll say soon again, we'll say both of them have Pesach, both of them have lateral usage. And what's not it's awesome. It's awesome for everyone. So we'll say, where does the machlokes come up? Machlokes comes up is if one has Zrika, one has Shoshet. So that's Zrika and Shoshet are the same. Zrika and Shoshet are the same. Therefore, if one has Shoshet, it's also to vote in that. Shmuel is going to come along and says, the Echad B'Shoshet, the Echad B'Zrika, Shoshet is considered to be ease of use. And Shmuel's value is Shoshet ease of use. And I'll say why? Gravity. Gravity. Anytime you're in a downward motion, that's just considered to be easier than an upward. That's called ease of use. And if Shmuel's entire sheet is whenever again one chutz has used Shoshet, one has Zrika, we give it to Shoshet. So we spent the entire staff day trying to disprove Shmuel's shita. It turns out that all of the cases the Gemara brought, none of them proved Shmuel or disproved Shmuel. So we'll say so. We kind of begin the way we ended. We started the machlok. We're going to end that machlok. Tomorrow's staff, you will reach resolution of or maybe over
I'm back finally. Guys. W's chat, I guess. Some Delta. And some jalapeno poppers with chips on a ranch. Oh, I've seen that ranch actually. Huh? Rabbi, I'm back.
Drunk yet?
No, I got we went to 3 different fast food places. We went to McDonald's, Carl Jr., and Del Taco.
Well, I would say if your wife isn't pregnant, that's a good sign. If she wasn't. Excellent. Yeah. So did you get something different at each place?
Yeah.
That's cool.
McDonald's got the large fries and Coke. Del Taco got 2 red burritos, jalapeno poppers.
All right. Is that what took you 65 minutes?
How long did it take me?
Dog, days, man, days. That was like ago that you were here. Now, my question for you is this: is there any ping pong currently going on anywhere in the world? I don't care if people are playing in some back bar, at some pizza place. I want to know: is there any ping pong going on?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
All right. Well, then, can you bet on it?
I mean, I'm almost rinsed here. My end.
Remember when you were streaming on Kick?
I'm still on Kick.
So you left your Kick stream to go get fast food?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the problem with that?
Remember again,
There's some kind of issue looking food. It doesn't matter because I just want 3 seconds anyway. I thought I wanted to go from this card to another.
Doug, what are you betting? That's my question.
They don't know, bro.
Okay. Games on which to bet right now.
Let me see.
That's all I want you to do.
The Shabbat is 7 years of time. Now we'll discuss for more than 7 years. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Talk about the test. Sid, Vayom Hashem Malach David al Yisrael Mem Shana. David al Yisrael for 40 years. So the Shabbat anyway. 7 years. Shlomo Sid, it says, Vayachal Livnos Bishnas Arba'a L'Malchut. Shlomo begins to build the 4th year of. So it's like.
Unless you know somewhere where I could get crypto with the board works on my for this shit.
It was around a year that Shiloh stood for 369 years, and the combined time of Noah and Gilgal was 57 years. Gilgal for 14 years, Noah and Gilgal Shiloh for 69 years. Nob and Givon for 7 years to the building of the Bold and Givon. So remember again, it says that when they came to Nob and Givon, remember again what happened.
What are you doing? Showing me TikTok garbage?
Where do we know as far as what's the we already know that bubbles were permitted after.
Doug, what in the fuck are you showing me? This is the most garbage shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
You have not yet come to the Menucha and the Nachum. resting place, what is
Doug, what the fuck are you showing me? This isn't ping pong. Type in ping pong. Dog, this is the worst. It's a ball that is played with about this feast that you had, which all I want is ping pong. Retro Ray, do you know what Coast AM is? Oh, dog, you've been sitting on your ass for all these years. What the fuck is up?
Put me on then.
Dog, it's the greatest overnight talk show in the world. It's the biggest overnight show in the Western Hemisphere.
Here we go, ping pong.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, who's winning?
It's 1-1 right now.
Oh, that guy sucks. The guy on the right is. Just tell the way he picks up the ball. Oh, dog, he's actually really good. He's just seems to be old.
He was just scared.
That's cool. Look at this motherfucker on the corner. Look at these shots. Ping pong may be the most exciting game to watch. It's very fast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna invent a ping pong arena where they don't have to go with the ball; they just hit another ball. They'll have like ball boys and ball girls. Are these guys Russian?
Yeah. I think it is.
If you had to bet,
What the flag is. It looks like a Russian flag.
if you had to bet on
It
one,
looked like Russian names.
if you had to bet on which one would you bet?
Just because he's he can do it.
Oh, that's really
Yeah.
great.
My card doesn't work anywhere.
It's really
This card doesn't work anywhere online.
okay. Why don't you?
It could work on Cash App. I'm just gonna try.
No one wants you to do
Did you
it.
see your phone real quick?
Don't do that. You've got a child on the way. Just pretend that you bet on it.
I'm still gonna leave some in so I can get food and stuff. Came home at that Saturday night, so I feel shitty. This is the only thing I can would actually work. Is adding it to Cash and transferring it to another card or something.
Oh, that's degenerate.
This doesn't work anywhere, like at all. Like everything online, it just defines.
Okay.
It only works in store. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to use this.
Okay, why don't you call your financial institution during business hours and tell them
Tell them what?
that your card doesn't work online?
They don't give a shit. I told them before.
You haven't told them before.
Yeah, I have.
You've told them that you want to.
Security system. We can't do anything. Look, it just fucking worked on Cash App though. Cash App, just fine.
Okay.
And then now I can just use the Cash App card to buy the dough.
All right. And then you buy the crypto to be able to bet on this game. That is degenerate as fuck, son.
No, it's not.
Dog.
You say that? That is pretty fucking degenerate. I did that on purpose so I wouldn't put it back in. And then I just came up with the amazing idea. Oh, let's just slap it on fucking cash. PayPal wouldn't take it. Gift card sites wouldn't take it. Any sort of crypto thing wouldn't take it. CSGO gambling off sites wouldn't take it. Oh, but fucking but Cash App took it just fine.
All right. So on which guy are you betting?
I don't know yet. I'm probably gonna find a different game. Fuck this game. It's already in the third or fourth quarter. 2-1. It's already cooked. There'd be very little odds, if any at all, already.
All right. What's taking you so long?
Right, let me see your phone again.
Baby, if you got time to burp, you got time to bet.
So I have to transfer it over to 3 different cards now.
Dog. So degenerate.
I'm taking a fee every time, seems like. 0836, right?
0836, everybody. 0836.
Last 4 digits of my Visa card number.
The last digits of his Visa card number. 08.
4759-7050-9021-0836. Expiration date 10/23, or sorry, 10/28. UV code 4441.
Dog. That was not that smart.
Guys, replace this again.
What's your zip code? 86401. What's your social security number? Social security number.
521-389.
That's a social security number. That's not even, man.
Was transferred into your bank. Be able to do $97, and it should go through.
My man thinks that my man thinks that a social security number is 6 digits.
I'm not that comfortable.
All right, here's my question. I know you're having a lot of fun transferring funds from one financial institution to another. What point are you going to bet ping pong?
Whenever it lets me buy this $96. Loading. It doesn't even fucking work. What the hell? How much did I transfer over?
$97.
No, but it's there is a fee of $1.95 per transaction.
All right, well then transfer $93.
Try 95.
All right, try 95.
This is just the opposite.
Bro, it just fucking loaded and then said nope. Really? I have to fucking buy it a whole different way. On a whole nother off-brand thing where I can buy crypto, where it might work. This is fucking bullshit. I need a drink or this beatbox.
And immediately afterwards he says, so therefore Shimon says that what? Menucha refers to Yerushalayim. So Nachala is Shiloh, Menucha is Yerushalayim. He says here's the
Of course, I'm banned everywhere for buying crypto on everything.
Oh yeah,
So I
dog.
use my lady stuff.
I don't know how this woman hasn't left you.
Dude, I'm the most degenerate. Shit, I might as well just go jerk off in the bathroom while I'm at it.
You're gonna
Sit there and cry and use my lube.
But according to Shimon, it says that Menucha ultimately is Yerushalayim.
No, but it's the degeneracy.
Moshe Rabbeinu should have said Nachla Menucha.
when this kid is born, they're gonna want to get back inside that vagina because they don't want to live in a house with such a degen. They're gonna refuse. Oh, no doubt.
He's actually saying when you get to
You are.
I don't think you've seen anyone more degenerate on cake in the existence.
No, I know. There you go. I know that you're so degenerate that you find random individuals online. Random people you've met in real life from other countries and ask them for loans when you need money for gambling. That's fucking degenerate. That's what fucking people from Nigeria do. Except theirs is for like food. Yours is to bet on ping pong.
Oh, yeah. Love ping pong.
Dude, it's amazing. All right, so here's my question for you. What happened to buckets?
What happened to what?
Buckets.
Buckets?
Buckets.
Buckets.
Who was your friend with the girl?
What girl are you talking about?
Dog, you had a friend with a girl and you had a falling out with him.
Oh, what about
What?
Nets?
Nets. Oh, yeah, Nets. Buckets. Nets. Yeah. Okay. So what happened to Nets?
Oh, fuck. I didn't talk to that nigga. Fuck him.
All right. Well, it's not cool for you to use that language, but why isn't he
Well, he is black.
Okay, well, you're not cool enough to be able to use the word. All right, so why isn't he in your life anymore?
Because he scammed me.
Did he really scam you, though?
He did. You know why?
Why?
Because one of these casinos had a glitch where you could just keep submitting KYC requests, and then just keep $10 free to bet with. If you make any profit, you wager it, you can withdraw it. So this fool made $600 while I was at work. I told him when I came home, I'm like, how much you made? He's like, well, I made 600. I'm like, cool, send me 50 because I gave you the method. And he basically said, yeah, I will. Just give me 20 minutes. I'm going to gamble it right quick. Gambles it, loses everything. Stop talking to me.
Okay, but were you kind of just making a demand, like, hey, give me $50 about this glitch, but like,
Well, it was a ground prior to was the thing as well.
okay, that's
He already told me before that. He's like, I make some money. I'm going to at least give you $50. I'm like, sure. He's like, yeah, just let me know the method. I gave him the method, and then he gambled and didn't pay me when I was owed. And then he brought up some shit about I didn't pay him one time. That it justifies it. It's okay. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I couldn't pay you, but it's okay because you already agreed it. So he just basically just.
and so you gave up a friend over $50?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty generous.
Yeah.
And then what happened to that Eastern European fella who you brought in here?
Oh God, he's still good. He's just not answering right now because it's early. I tried to get him. Dude, there's badminton. I bet on badminton, bro.
Dog. That's the thing with the birdie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fucking fast game. Let's do that one.
That's a fast game. Got a 1.9 and a 5.0 on one.
Dude, that 5.0, that's tempting. 5.0?
Yeah. We bet $10 on it.
Yeah, fuck yeah, that
Right,
sounds good.
$10 on
Let's
one.
go, baby, let's go!
I don't even watch it though.
Oh, out here. Don't bet it if you can't watch it.
It's too late. I can't even watch it.
Okay, that's
International Malaysia Open doubles. That's pretty degenerate right there.
dog Malaysian badminton. Degenerate ass fuck. I don't know what's more degenerate. It's got to be more degenerate. Are you finding it on some like website or something?
I'm trying to.
It's doubles?
Yeah, this is it. I found it.
Excellent. You want me to jerk you off?
Yes.
Okay.
So we got Lundgaard
Okay.
right now.
Excellent. Which one?
They're in the first set.
Are they?
I know nothing about this game.
Okay. Are they top or bottom?
Bottom.
Damn! Look how fast this fucking game is.
Divided it up amongst themselves. So therefore, I will say it's called Melucha.
Damn.
Listen. My MX is achievable.
You have no idea.
No, I don't.
At least you admit that.
Yeah.
Do you think they juice? Do you think they use steroids in badminton?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think they're eye protection?
No.
Birdie can go at like 150 miles per hour.
100%.
I would think that it would be eye protection. Hey, remember that time we were watching badminton and then you just started clicking screens?
Oh, you bitch. Oh, half the floor, they just have to hit it back.
Oh, I meant when I was like 5. I just hit it around.
There you go. 12-17, and they got the serve. I have no idea how this game's even. I'm just convincing myself.
Yeah, dog. All right, I'm gonna read you the complete rules to badminton, and you're gonna listen to it like a fucking nanny reading you a story. You got it?
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, we need rules for doubles. Right? Because they're playing doubles, right?
I don't even know if this game is because there's 2 people, right?
Right. Okay, toss. Badminton states that a toss shall be conducted before a game starts. If you win, you can choose between serving first or to start play the opponent can then exercise the remaining choice. Scoring system. The rules of badminton states that a badminton match shall consist of 3 games. In doubles and men's singles, the first side to score 15 wins the game. Didn't you say one of the teams had 17 though?
18 to 13.
So they must be playing. Yeah. So we've got Malaysian double.
So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, if you go to simple, the Pashat Pshat which is that Menucha refers to Lo. Nachala refers to.
Who got that? You got it?
It is a very important halachic concept.
As a foul? As a foul.
That Bamos will be usher.
No, they got that point. Okay, fuck me, I guess.
In between Menucha and Nachala, what's the halacha? Bamos are permitted. So that was a very important halacha that drove
Scoring system.
For the last question.
You guys are coming up.
So that drove a lot of
A match shall
19 to 14.
so to score 21.
Oh shit, we might be cooked then.
You're done, son.
Because then what it's telling me is, well, actually, truly, I don't know what it's
Okay, been on this shit.
I mean, you bet like $10. Not a lot. You spent more on jalapeno poppers.
Jalapeno poppers were $6 through the app.
Oh, okay, well, you didn't say through the app.
So about show your bumps. Say now watch this. If you're Menucha Nachala both refer to
Let's go.
What does that tell you?
Let's go Denmark.
Building of the base of Mikdash.
You bitch.
Building of the base of Mikdash is.
Oh, how'd they get the point? It landed out of bounds.
I know it. Just injecting yourself with
I'm
copium.
hoping.
You're injecting yourself with copium. Copium.
Yeah, I know, bro. Lurking in the shadows. Hope you're having an awesome stream. Thanks, Archie.
Arturo is amazing.
We love you, Arturo.
Just dramatically changed Jewish history. Just gone ahead and went into itself for 430 years.
19 to 16, boy.
You are fucked.
Oh wait, they got 20? Never mind, 20 to 15.
You're done.
I'm super fucked.
Oh, for sure.
We gotta get 6 points to get a lead on these guys. These guys gotta basically just give up.
Yeah. This game is over.
You son of a bitch. Are you sure it's 21 points?
I mean,
It only says first set. So maybe it's multiple sets, like they get a point that first set and then the second one or something.
yeah. I mean, it's probably best of 3.
21.
It's over.
21. But there's still another set, right? Oh, first break. Yeah, so they got 1 point. I see. It's just like ping pong, except they gotta get to 21 first.
It's very problematic for us because there's no private vamos when she.
How many do you have to get in ping pong?
So how is able to
2-minute interval. I don't know. I think it's like a lead of like 6 or something. Yeah.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Nobody believes you on that one.
I don't know. It's probably something. You must know since you're asking me what it is.
Yeah, I think it's 21.
440. If you for the entire 400.
But it could be 11.
No, he was saying some other shit. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. I will later. I'm just betting on
Have you ever thought about being the
Dude, 6.
dude? You're fucked.
Throw an extra $5 in there, bro.
No, that's a bad move.
Dude, that's a 1x versus a 6x, dude. That's to win against them. They have a women's one we could bet on.
Are they
That's
hot?
1-1.
Are the
11-7.
are the female Malaysian badminton players hot?
I don't know, but it could go hard because it's 1-1, but it's also 11-7.
Dude, just
So
wait.
this could actually win.
Just wait on that. We have to focus.
No, I'm betting on it. Betting on
Dog.
it. I don't care.
These bitches better be hot as fuck.
Remember again, Rabbi was the opinion. Rabbi said, he taught that both Menucha and Nachala refer to Yerushalayim. So in the yeshiva of Rabbi Shmuel.
Well, I can't even bet on the women's one because they don't. Well, I did, but I can't even see it.
Remember this?
I don't think anyone's streaming it.
Oh, good. Way to just waste your money.
You know what? Fuck you, bro.
Dog, that's what you do is critique your every fucking move. If you don't breathe correctly, I'm going to critique it. Got it?
I got it.
Excellent.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
No, I'm tough on you. Love you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
Bro, where can I see it?
Dog, nobody's going to have Malaysian badminton, women's Malaysian badminton. That's like their own families don't want to watch.
Shut the fuck up.
Bummers are forever us. Says in our touch. So remember again,
Two party.
You're not going to need lube tears.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my tears as lube.
Right. Going back to that 2K game. Would you rather lose in 2K?
All night, right?
Would you rather lose in 2K like you did by like 10 points, or lose in overtime on a last-second three-pointer that I don't even think was a legitimate?
Second one.
That makes it exciting.
2-2? Really, bro? Really, bro? 2-2?
Don't you
Oh,
think?
these guys, I don't know who they're trying to.
Don't you think they put like a little like laser on the birdie so that?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, we'll tell them to improve that shit.
Yeah, tell them, Rabbi.
Right. Or there should be some kind of setting on a TV that you can turn that on and off.
Like a hit marker kind of thing.
Right. Right.
These guys aren't playing. Oh! They're going hard on these motherfuckers. Oh, wait, what? How'd they get that? Okay, never mind.
What's this?
2-4, that's not looking too great.
I mean, it was great while it lasted. Remember when it was 2-0 and you were like, "This is a dynasty. I have a badminton dynasty here. The guys in red are never gonna lose."
Yet offering took place when Bamos were
Or, I mean, they're trying.
Do you want to know an?
Should I put ranch on a burrito?
Absolutely.
Is that sacrilege?
Oh, all of that sacrilege. But for you, absolutely.
You do know that.
Hey!
You do it.
He's talking about ultimately the offering up of a carbon. Ultimately, again,
You know, even more than just split screen this, and I did some CS openings.
Don't do that now. Let's focus on one thing at a time.
All right. Focus, lock in.
Give them your bank account.
Honestly, let's give them
This is the case where you are not
4 or 5. I mean, they're
Malaysian badminton players, but it may be a sacrifice that may need to be made. Dude, I could get down some little Malaysian who likes to play badminton.
So I was trying to find it, bro. That one's better.
Remember that time we were watching badminton, and then you started to click on everything? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Because Pep members, go back to the game, dog. Dog, no one cares about anything you're doing. We care about badminton right now.
You offered it up outside, you checked it, you offered it up. That's next days.
Hey, would retro raid?
Hold on.
Retro raid.
See if I look this up if it'll pop up.
Retro raid.
What?
I want you to type into the search Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live.
What do you see?
No, you're downloading. I didn't say anything about downloading. It's Rabbi Rabbi Rothschild.
Wait, hold on, wait. What the fuck?
Rabbi. Okay, wait. Now filter by live. All these lives.
Oh yeah, you got emotion.
Look at all these lives, baby.
What the fuck, dude? How do you make that many lives?
It's fuck.
Oh, you got every camera.
Where, dog?
Wave at the camera. Wave at the camera.
Hey, babe. Right now, it'll take about 30 seconds.
Okay, let me see.
I'm about 10 seconds away. Go back. I'm about 10 seconds away from waving at the camera.
I saw it, I think.
No, you didn't. You're jerking yourself off raw.
I did.
No, you didn't. Just wait.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm live, babe.
Crazy.
Have you ever somebody on with so many lives?
No, that's insane.
I agree.
I don't know why you're not live on Twitch all the time.
Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this. I used to do that on. They said that was against their terms and conditions when it wasn't. It wasn't written explicitly in the terms and conditions. So they had to add it.
Right. You made them add a whole ass TOS rule. This people
100%. But kick isn't that important to me because it doesn't archive the footage. YouTube is important to me because people can watch this 100 years from now potentially.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's my question. Here's my question for you. What is the score of this badminton game?
7-8.
That's really good, dude.
With a 0-1.
Yeah, but that's okay. They come back.
They can.
The black gas. You know what they should really to bet on is dodgeball.
Literally again in the Makom Mishkan / before God, who's not on your private altar, before God is centralized. Therefore, smichas lefnei Hashem. Shitas tzavoni. I believe you check certain kavanas in the north. It said safona lefnei Hashem. Same idea. Matnos savit, putting blood on all of the corners of the mizbeach. The siv, the zarach al hamizbeach savit. shall sprinkle it al hamizbeach. We'll say that's the definitive article. So hamizbeach means what? That means to which is the centralized beach of the Mishkan or the Mishkan.
Oh, 9-8. What is it? 9-9.
Before God. They bring close of the carbon to sit. They shall hamizbeach to the mizbeach.
No, she doesn't gamble, thank God.
No, she just considers
If
her.
my wife gambled, we probably wouldn't have a house.
I was gonna say she just considers her marriage as her big gamble. I joke, it was really funny. I said she just considered marriage to be her big gamble.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the score? Dude, hey, remember that time? Remember that time we were Doug? Remember that time? Doug, remember?
That's 1-1 and 15 and 4. This one's good because I got it on a 5x.
Dog.
Okay, pretty good actually. That could be our win right there. I was looking more.
Watch the women on TV because I don't.
Yeah, you're right.
If it's not being streamed, it's like it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, what's the score of the team versus the black team?
10-10.
All right. You're doing pretty well, man.
So far, they're locking in now. They don't want to lose this shit, or else they'll be unhappy.
Dude, a lot of Malaysian people will if they lose. This is the biggest event in Malaysian history right now.
Is it really?
I mean, another time when Malaysia sports have been so important to a global audience as ourselves. Right. This is our Super Bowl. Hey, Doug, I thought this isn't like the funniest joke, but I think it's kind of funny. You know, there's a winter and a summer Olympics. Why isn't there a spring and a fall Olympics?
No, in between.
Dog, there could be. There could be. And then also, what about this one? There's a World Cup and a Super Bowl. But why isn't there a World Bowl and a Super Cup?
Because one you eat salad out of and one you eat junk food out of. That's why, I think.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Okay. I'm okay with that, yes. All right, dude. I need these badminton people to understand that they take too many breaks. Can you even see the birdie?
It goes so fast, I can't even. God, 10-12, dude.
Is there a net?
10-12. Yeah, in the middle right here.
Okay, I see the net. I see the net. But does the net extend all the way to the bottom, or is it just kind of in the air?
It's in the air. There's still a bottom right there.
Okay, okay.
But I think it's a foul if they go or something.
I'm sure.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
But yeah, they go so fast I can't even see it. So I'm glad that you can't see it. I mean, I wish you could see it, but I'm glad I'm not alone. Is what I'm saying.
I could kind of see it. That dude just let it go out of bounds. I think they get the point for that.
Doug, why didn't you comment on my question? Why don't they let you bet on dodgeball?
Oh, I don't know. I wish they would. Dodgeball would be a badass sport to the.
I agree. I don't understand why dodgeball got this taboo. Well, I think I know. I think because it was a way to bully kids. And so they don't play it in gym class anymore. Dodgeball was always the best of any game that you were going to play. Dodgeball was the best.
True. Women's game is 1-1, 16-17.
Okay.
That one could be good. That could be an easy $52 payout if it fucking lands. So if it actually sticks though. 12-13. I hope it goes, bro. I got a couple real ones in the chat. I appreciate you guys. We got motion up in here, bro.
Which were offered up on a
G-Mommy? G-Mommy? Do you like G-Mommy?
Yeah, I miss homie.
Dude, I one time clipped his space and it was a very funny clip that I got of him, and I actually recorded it, and I have it on Instagram.
Send it to me.
I will. I'm going to find it right now. So this, which I think is really funny, I would spam people until they complained about me, then I would clip them and tag them on some.
Oh, so you'd rage bait.
Yeah, basically. All right. I'm going to look up G-Money.
15. Yeah, I don't know, bro. They're 2 points ahead.
Doug, you're done. Everybody knows it, but that's cool.
What? How is that out of bounds? Oh, some bullshit. Now they're up. Black's up 3 points.
That's some garbage.
13-16.
That's garbage, dog.
Appreciate you saying.
Say that they apply ultimately again to the public and they do not apply on the public. I will say they have another version of this.
Oh, what?
We only learned
13-17. Nah, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, you're done.
They're 4 points behind. They keep hitting out of bounds. Just fucking hell, dude. Play the bloody.
Even if they're offered up a ton of we do not go start giving blood applications. Which is another way of saying that if it's a carbon that belongs on a Bama Kitana, then what has the identity of a Bama Kitana offering? To the point that what the most
bro, the women's game is dead. 1-1, 19-19. Yeah.
You have the chest and the thigh and the blows of blocking. No, I give the country Bama Kidola, then you want to give the country the Kitana. So at first,
okay, they must have got the point. Really? Still?
And that's like the
fucking idiots, bro. I'm gonna crash out. They're folding the bag on purpose now.
This version, this last statement argues on Rabbi.
Oh my god, dude. 20-13. Yeah, they're getting their ass beat.
Was ultimately and you brought it inside of the Mishkan, the Mechitzas absorb it, L'chol Davar for all magic. So it turns out, but it turns out the most like what? And ultimately, again, there's a fundamental macro. What's the fundamental macro? If you take something that was a and you bring it inside the base of Mikdash.
I think.
Oh yeah, it's definitely over.
This is a very unique case. It only comes up where? Only comes up where? Only comes up in Gilgal, or ultimately again between Shiloh and the base of Mikdash, where there still was a Mishnah, but you had Heter Bamos. If you had something that you were going to offer up on private Bama, and now you bring it into the Mishkan of Osai.
Yeah, it's done.
Status of that.
I lost that one. The women's one looks promising. No, I lost the women's one as well.
Shut up.
Yeah, I was close.
Why is that?
Wait, no, they still have one more to go through. It's 2-1, and they just started. Oh no, it's done.
Everyone else seems to say that no. Once
yeah, that's cooked. I lost both.
Always above us, and therefore, even if you are actually,
you know what that means, right?
Find something else on which to bet.
Like a carbon of a yachid,
Ping pong, baby.
no blood applications
At its finest. Oh. Senior partner not doing too good. For a cause, yeah. I don't know. Bet 17 maybe. Let's see this one. We bet on Oric has Michael. Are they fucking brothers? I think I have two brothers playing. So we want Michael to win. We want Blue to win.
Let's begin. So today's doctor is decided to answer Says Mishnah. Begin Shigatsa with the Kilai. This Mishnah is about Keman Begin Shatsa with the Kilai. We'll say we're dealing with the following situation. Look at Rashi. Begin Shenitas Alav Dam Chatos Viyatsa with the Kilai. I have a bagget, garment, and that garment has chatos that's splattered on it. We're already
I know I made a G-Money one. I don't know if it might have got taken down on TikTok. I'm finding it though. It's very funny to me. I used to watch it and laugh.
Remember again, that garment that has chatos that's splattered on it requires kibbutz.
For G-Money.
I asked him about you. He's like, yeah, that motherfucker used to spam my Discord. Like, no shit, huh?
Discord or his
What is
kid?
it, 8-7? Spam your shit.
Is Discord?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's true.
What happens about saying, here's the ring?
Okay, 1-0 or 0-1.
So, again, same case.
I don't know. I can have this in the bag. What you think, Rabbi?
Oh, you definitely.
No, I didn't.
For sure.
If he gets a point, then it's 1-1.
Now, what's my problem?
How many points for ping pong till it's over? Time limit or what?
No one knows.
Right. Michael's doing good. We bet on blue, and he's doing good so far. So.
I cannot go ahead and bring it back into the base. Shaila now becomes, what do I do?
Yeah, I don't know.
The actual is to now my colleagues can't do back, so I'm going to stop into the base. So it's not a problem. What do I do?
10-10.
Kodo. So I said ultimately I tear it.
You fucking bitch, dude. Come on. The point.
I tear the garment. Now, what does it mean to tear the garment? So we go,
Wow. You're a fucking piece of.
How do you spell his name? G-Mommy?
Yeah. 12-11. 13-11. Okay. What is over?
I have to find a way to bring it back in.
Oh, it's just going to be 2-0? I think it's over. I lost on that one too.
Oh, yeah, you lost on everything. No doubt.
Still got the balance. You know what that means, right?
Let it ride, baby. Ping pong.
Let it ride, baby.
I can go ahead.
How do you spell G-Mommy?
G and then mommy. So G-M-O-M-M-E-Y.
G-O-M-M-E-Y is. Don't you mean G-O-M-M-Y? G-M.
G. Yeah, like G mommy.
Well, there's no E in mommy.
Yeah, I'll spell G in Discord.
No, you can't.
There is for him. Yeah, has an E in his name.
Okay, are you sure it's not? Just spell it. Just read it to me. G.
Yeah.
Isn't there an underscore?
GMOEY.
It's Lil G Mommy. It's Lil G Mommy.
Yeah. Yeah, Lil G Mommy.
Okay, why didn't you say?
Because I thought you already knew that.
No, nobody knows
Ask
now.
me how to spell G, just G Mommy. I'm like, yeah, I know how to spell G Mommy. But the low part.
Remember again, it has frontless absorption, which means it has to be.
Yeah, it's cooked.
So if I took it out, nothing happened. I bring it back in. Now I took that.
Bring it right back into the bed.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's cooked. Coming back and shit.
Oh, I found it, dude. For life. And then I'm gonna watch you on your fucking shit. Get out of there, dude. That thing sucks.
It's gone already, bro. I already rinsed.
So you dollars?
Yeah.
Worst.
Rinsing, washing. But that washing has to be done inside the sink.
All right.
I had a crypto monthly reward, but it didn't let me claim it.
Quit with that garbage. All right, go to your Discord message. Let's watch this on Little G Mommy.
As long as nothing happened to the clean. So again, if I took the Foshes out, nothing happened to it.
Doug, do you remember that time I told you to check out what I sent you? There you go. It's even funnier.
So bottom line, outside of this,
Yeah.
Well, which enables me to back, which again goes ahead and dispose of it to wash it, to remedy it as good. It says here, so now we can go through these pieces one by one. But it's very, very interesting. So let's analyze this. I don't know. So remember, let's start with the bag. So the bag again. Remember again, I think that's nothing happens.
See what?
Look at him now. He's fucking. He looks fat.
Did you see what I sent to him?
Yeah, 24/7 live stream, Rabbi Rothschild shit.
No. Go read the message. It's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna read it too. Go. You're gonna want to. Okay, pause it. Say.
World's famous pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild. Take karaoke request live on YouTube for world peace. Type in viral rabbi in any search engine.
And listen to what he says. I know we heard it. Various to me.
My goal So what's says, what's my goal is that I've done on a gun. So what's my goal? What's my goal? Water. Kibbles. That's my goal. That's my goal.
He's so triggered. Look at how fat he is now.
In your effort to get
Look at this fat fuck.
Fundamentally undermined.
Look at this fat ass.
Only devolves.
Does he look fat as fuck now?
A bet.
Look at him from back.
I mean, he's not looking like Yokozuna.
Which means you bring this stuff back into the base of Mikdash, but it is no longer subject to kibbutz because it's no longer a beggar. Incredible idea. Says Maska Vina Koro, you're gonna tear it.
Like you got some punch, bro.
So it says it's only a din of kibbutz by a beggar.
Right.
Which the Gemara says a lot beggar.
He'll get on those GLP ones and he's skinny as fucking no time.
Is that good for you?
Probably better than
Not
obesity.
super bad for you.
Probably better than obesity, son. Probably better than obesity, son.
Well, fuck, Rabbi. You ain't got room to talk either.
Baby, I'm sexy as fuck. I got dad bod. Bitches masturbate to me.
Okay.
I have a lot of inbox messages of people who say that.
I bet they definitely do not.
Oh, I definitely do. Do you know how many discords I'm in? It's just a numbers game. If you're in as many discords as I am, people are going to masturbate to you. People masturbate to lights on the wall.
Bro said, hello, my little Discord kitten.
Dog, wasn't that shit on Lil G Mommy just the tightest fucking shit you've ever seen?
That shit was fun. He's like, this takes accounts and da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Deal with it. Yeah. I keep getting notices from stakes saying, we noticed that you deposited 5,000 USD. Contrary to popular belief, depositing large sums of money does not guarantee success or increase chances of winning. Each better game remains largely dependent on the amount spent. We have a tool which can keep gambling limits safe, loss limits, budget calculators, sample gambling tools, and don't hesitate to contact us. If you need help, call 800-GAMBLER if you have any gambling problems.
They don't give a flying fuck about you.
They're like, hey man, you deposit over $5,000. That's a problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to tip back and look at what you did.
Calm down, man.
Let me see. Maybe they have some kind of bonus.
Hey, do you remember when you came into my Discord and you were like, "Hey, Rabbi, you know it's an amazing tool to be able to people," and then you didn't use it on yourself? Why is that?
It's down, bro. Look. It's down. It's not working right now. I have to get it rebooted.
I think that your tool sucks. I'm just going to be honest with you. If it doesn't work 24/7, then good is it?
It definitely does work. It's just down right now.
It doesn't get Lil G moment. It doesn't get Lil G moment to know.
Yeah, I guess. Do I have any?
Why are you so anti Lil G moment?
Any available bonuses are unfinished. Sometimes you get lucky if you have an unfinished round.
So wait, let me get this. Every sport on which you bet lost, right?
Yeah.
And every video game on which you bet lost, right?
Yeah.
You're so degenerate.
What?
At least I tried.
Sure, dog. Do you feel like you're the most degenerate person ever? Yo, what up, Zoot? How you living? Zoot, are you ready to lose? Yeah, okay. Dude, I'm going to send you an invitation, and I'm going to beat you like you owe me money.
Rabbi, I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I'm retarded.
Well, who's to say that you don't? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, no one cares. The only thing about which they care is if you're going to accept my invitation. Zoot, you're going to jerk yourself off raw? Retrograde. I think it's time that you retire, at least for the night. You don't want to spend any more money. You literally lost everything.
It's only the start, bro.
Zoot, an invitation. Peace, Retro. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, an invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot, what?
Yes, all right. My friend's like,
Let's play.
I won those games somehow.
Which one?
I don't know. Out of nowhere, it's like you won $36.
So you're gonna go blow
From something. I'm gonna try not to. What did you do with $36? I run on the Michael one. Wait, what? I put 17 in? Oh, I did that. Huh? What type of book did you get for 36? I don't know. Shit, you could probably get like 2 of them at Phoenix.
Zoot, did you know that I made it in two shots?
So what?
I'm talking to Zoot. Zoot, did you know I made it in 2 shots?
You hammer the utensil to the hole is filled. So therefore, again, you are.
Zoot, they're giving me every.
$100.
How'd you get? Dog, you're so degenerate. Just quit.
I just hit $2 bets at 40x. Bro, we ain't even started yet. The night's still young. I still got a whole nother alcoholic beverage in the fridge.
Dog, you need to quit.
Bro, we barely can.
Zoot, you'd be a degenerate person in cryptocurrency. You're nothing in comparison to Retrograde.
Oh, yeah, I'm terrible. I'm the worst.
Zoot, you know you can do better than that.
So what happens? So let's say the key is
Rabbi, I'm going to give that a shot and just did a 5.
I appreciate your ranking of my shot.
Okay.
Zoot, do you know who is on Kill Tony this week? Shane Gillis and Brogan.
Not a problem. Why? What do I do?
Nice.
What do I do with it?
That's big time. Zoot, that was really good. That was a 10 out of
Like right now?
James McCann.
Yeah, I'm going to a show.
Are you?
Maybe.
That's a no. You're going to give
If there's still tickets left in 6 hours, I'm going to a show. If they sell out in the next 6 hours, then I'm not.
You're not going to his show. You both know that. This is a guy you've met, but then you've met him. You've shaken the hand of somebody who's met him. You didn't even know who he was before. You didn't know who he was before I told you.
Rabbi, probably 5 handshakes away from the President of the United States.
That's not that good.
How many handshakes are you on the President of the United States?
One,
Whose hand did you shake this from the President?
a bunch of people. So, I know a lot of people in the Orange County Republican Party, and they fucking jerk off over Donald Trump.
I was probably 4-handed.
Okay.
Use it as a patch. That's what
Bro, let's play a game, Rabbi.
What's the game, Zoot?
How many handshakes away were you from famous people?
I mean, I know some.
Dead or alive?
Okay. You name it. Go.
Michael Jackson.
Let me think. If it's more than one.
Then it's sheer for too much, no longer speaking about like 3 fingers, rather it's 3 hands breaths by 3 hands breaths, so much more sheer. Which the Gemara essentially says.
Let me think.
So therefore the Gemara will say was a thicker garment because it was a thicker garment. Therefore, what?
I think probably 2.
Which the Gemara says, no. Ultimately, again, because it is part of a larger decade, therefore, again, as we take it in for discussion, and because of discussion should be
Here's the thing, though. For a lot of the people I know, they don't shake hands with members of the opposite sex. So it could be even just rejected. Like, I know a lady, I've known her quite well. She wouldn't shake hands with George Clooney.
Name me a famous person and I'll tell you how many handshakes away I am.
Cleopatra.
Sorry?
Cleopatra.
Selena Gomez.
Cleopatra.
Probably 1,000.
Okay.
Probably 10,000. Selena Gomez.
I boy Shiva Samara. Now we can put different discussion. We could actually boy Dam Khan does Shiva Samara. So this is good to see now just a little bit. But actually, the primary discussion actually point out is in the sense. We're going to spend a little bit on it now.
It's like that.
Like when you have the way you want to that ultimately again is you wander into 7 different items. 7 different I guess there's like one of them is like
probably for handshakes away from Selena Gomez, and I'll tell you why. You said 3? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I know someone at the time with Post Malone's hand, and I know Post Malone would have shook Justin Bieber with his hands, and Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber dated, so 3 handshakes away.
Dude, you're 3 handshakes away from giving Justin Bieber a hand job.
Let's talk about
Alright, we got $91 in the balance, Rabbi.
All right.
Let's talk about I have an idea outside of the basement. Yet what? It has to be remedied inside.
Donald Trump.
To figure out how to get back to the basic issue. But don't I have another issue? What's the other issue? My other issue is the laundry myself urine items that is used only again for the long term.
Hands with Donald Trump. I know that that's shocking, so this video footage of shaking hands with Putin and Donald Trump, so
You're like 4 handshakes from giving Donald Trump a hand job.
The problem was that you said don't bring urine into the basin. How are you going? So again, understand there are 2 facts. Fact number 1 is that items like Saras and like Danhatos are ordered with 7 different detergents. We know this of approved detergents. There's a detergent in seconds. Item number 6 is Iraglayan, urine. That's number 1. Wondering only fact number 2 I say is what? You can't bring urine into the basin. Okay. Sell those 2 facts. Which the Gemara says.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
How many handshakes away from?
Sir, mix all 7 detergents together. You got the one super.
There's another button we can do.
Removes all stains. Even remove saras. That's the right? Even gets out your saras.
Let me think.
So what happens? Mix it all together.
King of England.
Then again, maybe that allows your.
How many handshakes away from the CEO of Sony? That's the CEO. Some Japanese guy. Hiroki Toki. Is he on
Zoo, you're 5 or 6 hand jobs away from giving the CEO of Sony a hand job. Does that make you? I mean, that's like in his family. Yo, baby.
How many handshakes away are we from each other?
Really, we're united.
From the other side.
Have you ever shaken the hand of anyone in Harry Potter or Bob Sonic you knew?
No, who's the hand you shaking? Like, paths cross back together.
Well, I people's hands in Harry Potter or Bob you knew. So that'd be the easiest way to probably connect us. If you haven't, then we'll figure out. Okay. I mean, it's hard to get to Australia, so trying to think of, I don't know, I probably have shaken people's hands from Australia, and they knew someone in Australia who knew you, so probably like 3 or 4.
So we're talking about, so trying to figure out how you get
Who's going to be shaking on Joe Rogan?
So watch this.
Shaking the complaint on Joe Rogan.
So the Gemara says, so tonight, so what do you do? It's interesting. You go ahead and rope tough. Rope tough means like pure.
No, but you know what? Now I think about it, I've shaken Stephen A. Smith's hand, and he's shaken a lot of people's hands. So he's like everybody in sports. Probably Lil Pump's hand. So probably like 2 people away from each other.
So Little Pump shakes hands with Post Malone, and then Post Malone shakes hands.
Little Pump's hand, right? Zoot, have you shaken?
2 handshakes away from 10.
Oh, okay. Well, I know someone who's shaking Little Pump's hand. So then we're like 3 handshakes away from each other.
The handshakes away from each other.
So we'll say, so first of all, a little bit of an education on the first. This is not the first year.
So we somehow went from 0 to 36 to 175.
God, that's amazing. So are you gonna quit?
It's like once you. No.
All right. Is there any ping pong? Is there any ping pong?
Ping pong? Yes, there's ping pong. Let's play ping pong.
There you go.
Ping pong. We all know about ping pong.
Now here's my question. Dude, just hold on. Why don't you bet on the favorite in ping pong?
Because I like to bet on the one that has higher odds typically. Like Thomas Scott, I bet on him before. I'm going to throw 15 on him for a 28 payout. But then in the last quarter, 8 tied completely. And I just got him like right at the best odds. So let's see, Tecumseh going to win. I think he is. Be an easy few bucks right there. I'm waiting for the more games to start. They're all in the 5th quarter. They're all basically over. Come on, blue guy. Let's go, blue guy. Let's go, blue guy. Blue guy. Yes. Oh, yeah. Huh? Rabbi, how many people do you think are left in plastic?
Oh, thousands.
How many handshakes are you from Edward Craven?
We're friends on Discord. We're friends on Discord.
Well, I know you're friends, but
he cares about me enough to make my name on the entire platform. That's pretty good. Can you name another person who you can't type their name on the platform or it automatically gets deleted?
I cannot. Oh, of course he fucking lost.
Zoot, know this. Zoot, if anyone in the entire world types the phrase Rabbi Rothschild into Kick, automatically gets deleted globally. They've totally banned my name. Isn't that tight as fuck? Zoot, I thought you would be proud of me for that.
No.
Zoot. Zoot, you're not proud of that?
Pretty proud of it right now.
Doug, I know you are, but I figured Zoo would think it's tight as fuck.
And halacha l'maisa, there was a
You pissed off a whole platform. That's pretty something to be proud of right there.
I mean,
I'd say.
you can literally put in all kinds of bad people's names in there. It goes through. But my name, it gets banned global. That is a feather in my cap.
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore right there.
That means that they literally had to have a meeting of some sort to be like, look, this motherfucker is spamming so much that we just have to entire system.
Fine. So that's halacha number one. Where do I recommend? Now we come to
They're like, this guy's genuinely a problem here.
Exactly.
What's happened in the following situation? Let's say you took the carbon and you went ahead and you suspended it on a spit inside the oven. Inside the liquid actually low. The sheep would shove contact till the other time.
It wasn't in like this, Rabbi. Not like this.
Remember again, when the Pashas, we speak about a tanner, what is a tanner made of? Or carrots. Pashas is carrots.
Okay, yeah, now it's officially flipped.
And I essentially put a chatas.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Take care, big man.
What's the novelty? So the chatas is cooking.
That went from very optimistic to just absolute sadness very quickly. All right, Zoot. Zoot, are you going to win?
The only thing that's happening over here is that what? It's inside the status of the time. He said to Gemara, whatever, do we say that the only time that a kli is absorbed from the chat what? There's bishul.
Dude, you passed.
Right? Again, there has to be hooking and absorption.
Yeah, baby.
Anytime you cook a carbon
That's what he's getting. How many handshakes will come with this best night?
Because ultimately, I didn't spit. It's not touching.
Let's figure out who's someone else.
I named a ton of people and you didn't answer.
No. Once the carbon is inside,
How the hell handshakes away from myself?
Maybe two.
Really?
Yeah, he's since died, but I knew a doctor who I think maybe worked at Caltech with him. So maybe just one. But if not, I'll. And
how many handshakes are there? Which are probably only like 7 handshakes away from Michael Jackson. Maybe less. Maybe 5.
So do you see? I just scored 34 points on you.
What about Elvis?
Maybe 3.
I'm probably 5 picks away from Elvis.
Would you give El job right now if he asked for one?
At what age? How much money?
Okay, you at your age now, and Elvis at age 69, and it would just be for bragging rights to say that you gave Elvis a hand job.
No.
Okay, what about $1,000?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right, you've got quite a number.
Wait.
No.
Do I have to mention some? Do I have to make them come?
What do you think a hand job is?
So I have to make him come.
What do you think a hand job is?
You can keep someone a hand job and make him not come.
That's not really a hand job. Jerking someone, not even off, just someone. Make him come.
So is it rape if the parties come?
No, it's not rape. It's rape if if one of the parties doesn't consent.
Same with giving someone a hand job. If you don't come, it's still here.
No, that's not true. That's not how it
You don't
works.
come, it's still a hand job.
Zoot, that's not how it works.
You don't come, it's still a hand job.
I mean, perhaps. Okay, I can see your rationale.
The problem is with the min fuzzy on the side of the therefore there is a case of both bishul and this ultimately again we make it out of metal in order to what? In order to ensure that it can be hashed. So it says the Gemara says don't do this. This has to
Zoot.
you
You have 69 right now.
Rabbi, I'm going to borrow you.
With your question.
It's going to take a little longer this time till you go right.
I don't think so. I had someone who, well, you know him. You know 50.eth?
Yeah.
He was talking about me today.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I
And
do
he,
think you eventually go viral. It's just, I don't think it's going to be,
okay.
it's going to take a little longer.
Zoot. 50.eth. He 50.eth lives next to one of the Kardashians, next to or Jenner, whatever that bitch is, and he knows about me. Kylie, yeah. So all he's got to do is tell her, hey, you know, Kardashians, their life 27, and then it's gonna go. So I'm like very close.
Who do you want to play you in a movie if they don't movie back?
Maybe we'll have you play golf because no one could recreate your wildness, baby. Zoo, why aren't you check spaces anymore? Dude,
I am on X Spaces.
when's the last time you spoke in an X? I'll wait.
2 months ago.
Okay, so you're not really on them anymore.
It's because I forgot my account.
I know, but you've got another account.
Was mine 50.8 space? Were you there?
Yeah, they knows who I am and invited me to come up and speak, but I was talking to people in my Discord, so I didn't. But I've spoken to him before. He knows my shit, and he thinks I'm sexy fuck.
Alright, Rabbi, I might resign.
Zoo, why would you do such a thing?
Look at the scoreboard, bro.
Baby, I'm dominating. Do you realize that?
I have 92 versus 24. It will be like 200 million points at this point. Rabbi.
Baby.
How long do you think Russell Brand's going to get sentenced?
What did he?
Multiple sexual assaults.
Do you think he's a good role model?
Do I think someone who sexually assaults women is a good role model? No. Someone sexually assaults someone who shows absolutely no result? No.
Okay, I think I'm 2 people away from shaking hands with Rothschild. I
Did they consent?
Yeah, there's a synagogue, Jacob of Beverly Hills. And I'm a member of Beth Jacob of Irvine Synagogue, and Sal Cohen goes there, and my friend is shaking his hand, and Sasha Baron Cohen is shaking Russell Brand's hand, so that's like 2.
I believe in punishment over rehabilitation, but I think show any sense of rehabilitation.
I mean, weren't these sexual assaults? Did they happen like a long time ago? I'm not saying that. When did he sexually assault someone?
In the 2000s, over the 2010s, early 2010s.
Okay. Well, then the law should if he's guilty, to be punished for it. Heavy. We usually do a lot of this. We're at 100 yet, and we're both struggling for good words. Right, there you go.
I do think that's what he did. I don't think he will ever admit to it.
Would you give Brand a hand job for $1,000?
Nah.
Say Elvis. Would you brag to people? Would you brag to people like I gave Elvis a hand job for $1,000?
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
If he didn't make me sign an NDA and I couldn't get sued, then yeah.
Dog, he would be proud to give him a job.
I mean, Elvis, Russell Brand's different. I would want to know about that gross. So like everyone would be like, what? Like, someone would be like, did he force you? Like, what happened?
But other people would be, oh, Elvis, that's tight.
But everyone knows who, like, Elvis is way more famous.
You played,
Rabbi,
yeah, baby.
who do you think the most comedian that ever lived was?
Consider a comedian. Like, if you consider Shakespeare a comedian, then be big. But if you're talking of like since 1950, maybe Richard Pryor's pretty big comedian. Jerry Seinfeld's a pretty big comedian.
Robert Williams?
Yeah, but I don't like him, Ian, to be honest with you. He stole a lot of beef, and what he would do is he would wait in the comedy store and wait for somebody to do their stand-up set, and then he would steal their and perform it somewhere else, and then people would come up to him and be like, "Hey, you fucking stole that joke from me," and because he had money from like Mindy, he would just say, "How much do I owe you for it?" And he would write him $100 check. And because these guys were desperate, they would sue him. Yeah, everybody's joke. No, nobody wants a joke about. I know, Zoot. Happens to the best.
I think it's good if you bomb, it's pretty obvious that you're not stealing any of those jokes.
That's a good point.
But I have seen someone who stole someone's joke that bombed just hard as fuck.
What happened?
They literally just got on stage and started stealing jokes from Kill Tony, and then they got away with it first time they got away with it, and the second time people started predicting their jokes on stage. Like people started finishing their jokes on stage. Someone came along and just started like finishing the punchline to all their jokes, and that was fucking hilarious.
Wow. The way I've heard to deal with someone who steals jokes is to record the set, and then the next time that they go up, just do their set right before them. They don't have anything to say. Does that make sense to you, Zoot?
Yeah. Yeah, I would that, but I think they're not losing much.
Why would not?
We're just wasting a slot for the week.
I remember everything from King Tony. I'm the biggest killing and Tony.
Who's the comedian who made the Jumanji joke?
I actually kind of remember this.
Jews 4 games, June, or something like that.
Yeah. And was that very popular?
Predictable. Everything was predictable. He's talking about. What else did he say? He said something about. I hear you like to give money to homeless people when you meant to take them up or something.
What'd you say?
So did you hear you're not meant to give money to homeless people? You're meant to come up. That was one of his jokes. Have you ever?
So I just got points. So it's 131 to 318. Zoo. I don't. I think you should be able to prosecute going back as far as you want.
What do you think more important, debilitating someone or punishing someone?
Debilitating someone.
He never says the size of the stone is like enough, or the stone is like that. And he never says the size is like an egg. Rafa says the same as
Yeah, kind of the systems we got in place, just where we like make it hard to yell for convictions, kind of leads them back into the system.
Word, dog.
If someone offends against a child, should never be allowed to work with a child again. I agree with that. But someone who, just got drunk and made a mistake, punched someone in the face, because they were threatened, and they should be held accountable for it.
I don't always agree with those. Like if you're, let's say, 18 and your girlfriend's 17, and you have a relationship with her, and you can get in trouble, I think you should be able to work around children in the future. I would let somebody, if they were 18 and they had a girlfriend 17 and 364 days old, and they got in trouble for it, I would let them have a relationship with, not a relationship, but like, I think they should be able to be, I don't know, they're 40, they should be able to own, they should be able to teach. They mistake when they're 18 and it's like really close, like, but a lot of times allowed to. And I don't agree with that. Now, a situation where it's like a 50-year-old guy who has a relationship with an underage person, no, I agree with that, but everything is subjective.
The age of consent here is 17. Matter.
No, if they came to the United States. So let's say you have a 18 and a girl 18, they're Australian, United States for vacation. And if he touches her, dude, I just scored 19.
Everywhere I live, South Australia, everywhere where I live in Australia, South Australia, the consent is 16. So if you live in Victoria, which is like Melbourne Camp, South Australia, you were 18, girlfriend was 16, you'll get in trouble if you came over here.
Yeah, exactly. And those kind of situations, I don't really agree with. I don't agree with this list to me. If you're let's say, and you take a picture of your dick, you get charged with.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's an absolute joke of a fucking law.
You're out camping, you get bitten by a snake, right? You get bitten by a snake with the dick, and then you're trying to see, like, be like, your friends are asking you what happened, if you gotta, like, you don't want to show them, so you don't have a picture. And then you get trouble with people on the dick and you show them a picture.
Dog, I bet you if you give any 13-year-old a camera, I'll tell you, they shouldn't get charged with child pornography because of that. That's an absolute joke of law, and I don't know who came up with that idea.
I mean, distributing it a bit different.
No, but they're not even allowed to have it on. Dude, what are your on my having beaten you by over 180 points?
I don't think it's enough.
Don't take them, big dog, and I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Sometimes it just goes. It's just like, can you send me a big pic? And you're just like, yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can always just say no. I get asked for dick pics all the time. I tell them, go to my Instagram. I don't hear what they're saying.
They're saying that.
Wasn't that? What up, baby?
So the girl was dating about 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. That me sent her dick pics so she wouldn't send me notes.
Okay.
Hit all niggers. Hit all niggers. I'll burn in hell. I fucking despise niggers. Lynch niggers.
Hello, I am Andrew Tate, and you fucking nigger. Taking cotton, how about you pick up some women, nigger? You see, niggers can't eat because they're black. Holy shit, I hate fucking.
What happened was, but on trips of excavating garden, which indicate that if you used already.
Dude, are these your friends?
So I said, because assume if you find that you're excavating, that's because
Zoot.
only then that someone else used just simply for the rest of the explicitly, but I love for my stone.
Zoot. 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 Zoot, you're the communicator ever.
Let's say again, now plain mortar, no sunshine. If it's clear that mortar was used as a white stone, then how the sunshine? What happens is that the ring there, the white away system is from how you remind you if a lot of like still recognize there come up with a the idea is no actual but if you're simply recognized was based on it and also again they feature the destination as a spice zone and come up with and she says we're sure we can look good the famous is not so positive summon will be back in it the idea is some outside space on that order person that's going to use it to grind us that's the line and therefore I love myself
One by one, put your necks and here you are. That's the way you gonna die. I hate niggers too. You know what and that is what you do. The streets, you said you're dogs. Hunt you down with my dog ears. I hate niggers, don't get on good. My face is the last thing you see. I hate niggers, don't you?
I get to go worship our speaker and use it as a teacher for algebra, the plot just removes the meat, food that's between my also bigger actually. I'm still looking up. This is color on Dallas High. The root ships on the channel for the device. The one with the looker, see that referring to it. The emphasize that little bit I see a possibility of wood on the wood. Well, I think it's easy to remove the food in between my feet and people. You must, you know, but I'm almost certain I would have said, a lot of nice secret on the ground, some few times. But he looks up, nevertheless, against to remove the food between my teeth is considered to come at this, is considered to be dignity, and therefore,
Music is played. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th. Dallas, March 28th. Go to Tony.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. Club.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every
we'll pick it up and use it for a
I don't think I was supposed to understand it.
come and say, no, no. It has to be set up
I appreciate you guys.
now, it doesn't have to be prepared for cooking. Be prepared for Halloween. We must be prepared with some ice as the matter. I don't understand.
Appreciate the support, guys.
Some people so again,
I can't even see your
isn't that
name. I think I'm
go
going
ahead
to some
and
other film.
remove
Say what you
the
guys just
that's what looks, that's what looks nice. So, why were
this
coming told that hello, nice stuff? Why don't they do study at the answer? And hello, which was very simple. Puzzle program of the people say, in general,
What's up, bro? What's up?
first thing is very simple. The first step is, however, other program of the say, those relieving oneself. Remember again,
He must have just gotten seconds. And it's looking like it is most active.
stone or this
Gonna learn so much to show up like that. You're gonna grow a whole lot. Check my facts. Stay locked in, and I will see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the music. Have a great rest of your evening.
right across now where I'm gonna build on us independent. Rashi type of music, so we watch this. So the Gemara says, Rashi is out of scriptures, out about listen to the Chuba Sakyol. This is the Chuba Sakyol. Rashi writes, Natsasi, Sha'osa, those in the capitals used to be over the days. They would make 6 baskets out of plastic. Over Nalin also offered baskets with dirt.
I'm going to say, if anybody's watching this world, my life might not always go that well. I've got ranch pouring out like it's hurt. I am happy. Just the best.
Two of my best friends in the world are on its panel. So, make some fun noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillen. Ladies and gentlemen. Shameless. AKA Eagles football stadium, 17th. And Joe Rogan of the JRE, the #1 show around the world. These are the homies. Normally out on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, some Thursdays, but tonight we are here on a fucking Monday, getting the week started right. How we feeling, gentlemen? Let's fucking go. Yes, dude.
Legitimately excited to be here.
These are two of the best guests in the show's filled with over 250 or so of hopefuls. Sometimes it's a upcoming comedian who we haven't discovered yet. Sometimes it's the same person that just signed up this week. What can happen? I'm going to go this guy whose eyes are extremely close together. First name tonight. You could wear a mug. It's unbelievable. If I select 160 seconds uninterrupted, you know the time is up with the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up there. They bring out the angry Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts the and then I conduct the interview. They get feedback from my dear friend, have a hootenanny. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You gotta just start tonight's fucking show. We're gonna get it started tonight with a golden winner. Will we wrangle that very, very wild boy? Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Uncle
Brand new
AJ.
set from Chow. Everybody, here we go. Me and they said, fuck you, fuck the Jews. I don't start bombing hospitals. And I was like, no, that's not me. I'm not doing that. I have no part in that. If I did have a try, bomb the homeless people. That's settlements. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, didn't go to silly little guy, dude. That's just what I am. That I pee sitting down.
This guy sucks.
I got upset like me peeing sitting down. You should be pooping standing up. Didn't go as great as I thought it would. Okay, very cool, awesome. Okay, got one more. Awesome. Okay. Hey, you guys hear this app rocking money? Okay, I got this app, and if you don't know what it is, it tells you the subscriptions that you have, and well, subscriptions.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Really criticizing himself throughout his set. Not leaving much work for us to do. I don't know why you had to bring up the end that I sent you. It was supposed to be between me and you. Jack, I mean, you know how that went. You thought it was going to go better. I really did. Yeah, I was really like, wow, this is going to go great. And God, it wasn't. Why do you think it was? What do you think exactly happened here tonight? Yeah, that's a great question. And I think maybe it was me.
Could you stop?
You are correct. That is the correct answer. Yeah. Oh man, I was like, it's been great. It's the light of Hanukkah tonight, everybody. Wow, that's a way to get the Texas crowd on your. Presents for all of you guys. That's kind of what you did. I brought some presents. Wow. Can you have my Hanukkah presents? Oh my goodness. Here we go. It's Hanukkah. Jack Shaw. It's Hanukkah. Ladies first. Me. Got you something very special. I made you your very own Tony yarmulke. Wow. Okay, great. Put that on. Oh, it says I'm gay on it. Preparation for this went into. Shut the fuck up. Tonight's episode is already brought to us up in 2 years. I might know we good. All right, what else you got over there? There you go. This is going so much better than your set. This is incredible. What? It's you. He actually hated Normandy. It actually turns into a lean cuisine yarmulke. Okay. Got you. Citizenship to the United States of America. Sosa and Michael Gonzalez. You are amazing. Incredible. How many gifts do you have over there? Pretty much for the audience. Okay. And then John, do you practice stealing? Wow. Okay. We'll take care of that later. What else you got there, Jack? Okay, Matt Mueller, you're a big liberal. Schizophrenic. What is going on? It's an inclusivity flag. There's so much happening in that flag. I don't know what the circle. Wait, did we get a white stripe? This flag might be all right. There's a white power stripe on the flag. Crazy. We're fighting a good fight. Don't do it on the ground, dude. Around your shoulders like a prize fight. This is bad to wear, so I'll give that. I'm gonna wear it like fly away. You gotta treat it like a Sierra flag. I don't know what that means. I'd kill you if you leave it on the ground. Okay. Yeah. I'm panicking. I'm fully panicking. You're doing a good job. It's gonna end up in a number next to a Kill Tony yarmulke. Dude, I spent $20 on that. I really do like it. No, it's great. It's really do. I'm just making jokes, Jack. I'm like you during your his new getter that didn't go how I expected. About doing props? Yeah, right now. I was talking to Carrot Top because it's kind of crazy that he's the only guy that does props. Yeah. When I traveled, there was a lot of prop comics. It was a common thing. The Carrot people thought they would be stealing, started doing props. I think it's a legitimate idea. This was like way funnier than the other. Dude, you didn't like very clever. You didn't like the Rocket Money joke? It was okay. And I have 2 Rocket Money subscriptions. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You didn't get anything for D Madness? That's the final gift of the D Madness. I heard you lost your that tragic accident. So, Jesus Christ. Not at all what happened, but I got you some brand new eyes. Oh, they really broke. They really broke. Okay, I thought that was gonna go better too. Okay, so that was this Kill Tony set. You did good, Jack. Thank you for all the gifts. Madness is a Google if you're wondering. Good. Keep that train flag away from D Madness or else gonna light on fire. Famous homophobe, D Madness.
I've got to see. They've just got to be shitting on this motherfucker. I'm going to tell you this from Jude, whatever you are. That was awful. And know your room.
The Gemara says we go back to the answer that Rabbi find reference back to yesterday's discussion. The lowest mice are shady, but you can't go ahead and move mice to shady that has not been redeemed.
Nobody's shitting on this motherfucker. I want to shit on him.
But it is not in accordance with the normative halacha. What does that mean?
He's terrible.
Someone redeemed it on a asimos. For those of you who are older, asimon is not the reference to the little point.
This must be a big time episode. There. It's too much.
An unminted coin. So a coin that has the metal, but it's not stamped.
Comedian of the night. But now we go to the bunker. And believe it or not, it's usually more insane. So we're gonna see what happens here. Your first bucket bowl tonight. Some noise for Kojak, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Who loves you, baby?
Hey, people ask me why did you pull Birdie in the 6th round? So come on, bro. Stop playing. Boxing, no. Rest in peace to George Foreman legend. Died a couple months ago. Notably known for naming all George Foreman, even but also the George Foreman grill. I'm sure you all have George Foreman grill, right? I just moved to my new apartment, Foreman grill, but I'm a little cheap, so I got a knockoff version. It's sort of like the George Foreman grill, but you got to press down extra hard to get the grill. Call me Kojak Kaepernick out this. I expected the grill marks to say BLT, but it ended up saying 11. I'm sick of the fuck. And that's what I get for
George Foreman Grill. Look at that. Welcome, Kojak. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years. Once we opened, since you opened us. Well, 3 years. Yes. As soon as fellowship opened, I started.
Nice. What made you want to start?
I've been watching Kill Tony since 2015. I saw you at.
How old are you? 5.
I'm 47.
It's great.
You're doing good. How do you stay so young?
I stay in the gym. I stay in the sauna.
Stay there.
Yeah.
24-hour fitness.
I'm fat, man. I do some things better.
You just looked at Joe Rogan and said, I love.
I was way comfortable. I lift weights. They say I'm wrong.
What do you do for a living?
I am the #1 waiter in Texas at a fun establishment. I took care of Shane. Like, what? Yeah, same town. Yeah. How was I? I don't care about what's the name of the routine. Do you want to say? I don't fucking know. You were great. I didn't know you're so fucking racist. I figured 10. We gotta be careful on the George Floyd types out there. I'm away in.
What is he?
Really? Go Birds! Let's get the 22nd time, man. Oh, wow. All right. Well, hood. Yeah. Gotta take back every inch of you. I waited on you.
Want to say the restaurant? Did you think trouble for George Floyd? Is that fun giving up?
Yeah, definitely. I go to my restaurant. Don't be saying now.
For those of you maybe watching and just listening to the podcast, I know he's extremely racist black. I promise you, he is black. This is incredible.
I just have a problem with George Floyd.
Why? What's your problem?
Trying to make, they said he was my hero. I had George Floyd and fucking P. Diddy to look up to as hero. That's some bullshit. Yeah, man, I mean, do you? Do what you gotta do. And I think educated blacks would agree. Oh, shit.
He's black. Kojak, when you say you're the #1 waiter in all of Austin, what do you mean by that?
It means I was rated #1 all of Austin by anyone I take care of.
Okay. All right. What do you
Steak, you like steak?
Yeah, I like bone in my butt.
A nice petite fillet for you.
Kojak, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or waiting tables?
I do a lot of cooking at home. I have I'm always at HEB shopping, so I have my boyfriend is Puerto Rican, so we go to
If you have that on your bingo card, again, if you were prize picks, if you were the picks, and you bet $2, it would be a gay black race against black comedian. Only a $2 bet. You just $3.5 billion. That's why you need to go to Prize Picks, use the promo code Tony, and place your bets. That would have gotten you $3.5 billion. Gay? Do you want to be my new best friend? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Do you like hot dogs? We'll put those on your George Floyd. Tell us about this Puerto Rican boyfriend. What does he do for work?
He works at HEB. I get that discount.
Oh my God! What's he working the bakery?
He's in the meat aisle, Tony.
What part of HEB does he work at? Ooh, a bagger.
The only time he bags for me.
That's right.
I'm 20 years senior, so I bagged him.
HEB.
Oh, racist kid.
How long you been with this?
Oh, that's so funny. This is the funniest comic around today.
Wow. HEB. How long you been this bag boy?
5.5 years. Wow. His in-laws are, well, my in-laws are moving there. He's got his mom and his, so a little bit of an age gap. Me and the mom are the same age. So that was a hell of a good
With the young. You've been with the young.
You're 47. 46. That's it. Is he 50 years old? Hey, shut up.
How old is he, Kojak?
Look at me. He just turned 25.
Wow. Look at him.
But y'all don't care about gay shit now. Get the fuck out of here. I don't fucking care about gay shit all the time. Fuck here. Oh.
I love it. HEB now, HI later. How exciting. Well, Kojak, fun times. You know, I like the George Floydman joke. But, buddy, there you go.
I'll serve you a restaurant.
I don't know what you didn't want to say the name of the restaurant.
I'll tell you. Lowercase Grill.
decent grill.
Hey, that's good. I don't know what you guys.
You guys are right. There you go. All right. Go, Jack, everybody. There he goes. Right out the back door, just like he likes it. Oh, there's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Look at her. She's going to be working hard tonight on these lights. Live in the flesh, Heidi Regina Duck. She's got a podcast, a bunch of shit going on. Hey, what's up, everybody? This episode is brought to you by Spins. Whether you're starting a new
Normally I'd be like, oh fuck, fast forward to this shit.
It can be hard.
But this bitch motherfucker.
And on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops. Prize Picks lets you take control.
Only I love Prize Picks. It was so simple to get started on. I even won my first. It really makes my sports experience with my friends easier.
This incredible red band has a new feature too. Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states, including California, Florida, and Georgia. Plus, Picks puts their users first. Draws are fast and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits quick and easy this sports season. So Tony to get $50 in lineup, play your first $5 lineup. That's Tony to get $50 after you play your first $5 Prize Picks. Good to be right. As a sponsor by Shopify, 20 Powerful Food puts your future firmly in. Starting a business with Shopify Craft, everyone tells you to sell a you've already designed in your head. This 2026 is when you finally have it. Shopify gives you everything to sell online and in person. From Mattel to Gypsy, first-time business owners just started.
Really bad?
I love shopping the tools. It's like building store. Stuff is fast with Shopify and AI tools. Write product descriptions, headlines, and help you edit product photo.
Marketing is into create email and social reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with handle more orders, expand new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial. Start selling today at Shopify.com/BillTony. Go to Shopify.com/BillTony with Shopify. On Back to the Bucket we go. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for me, everybody. Here we go.
So a little bit about me. I'm not really great at throwing things. Like, I dropped out of community college twice. I tried hanging myself on up the choking fetish. The rope broke from the sun, but I shot a few more right back out there. The rope broke from the sun, but I shot a few more right back out there. You never know when you're going to find a new hobby. Like, you think about attempting suicide? And they jump from the rope for a pack, they tuck and roll. Some French guy show up, asks me, starts playing. I think it's more likely someone's attempted a core and found out they're good at suicide.
There he is. I'm on the show, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
I love it. It's awesome. What do you love about it? I like that there's no winner. Fan of that. Winter. I'm from upstate New York and I lived on top of a mountain in a van for 4 years. So it took me 4 years to realize that shit. I'm a smart man. I did work at the ski resort for that doesn't exist down here. I'm working right now. I'm working for the Devil. It's pretty fun.
You're driving?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that like? Tell us. Yeah, tell us. Down for us. What do you
They have a camera at all times. It's like a guy camera that's tracking you the whole time. And I also threw back yesterday, so I was walking around like Quasimodo for most of my delivery.
So Nick, tell us more. What are you into? Special skills or talents might surprise us. You seem like you have a little something up your sleeve.
I'm engaged to my fiance collect terming.
Oh, wow. Where'd you meet this?
Yeah. I met her at Mike.
Generally, we assume that if it's about you're choosing
Oh,
a
nice.
side.
Comedy
This, I
too.
think, is the first
Yeah.
time
Wow.
we've seen this
Interesting. Did she sign up tonight?
First of all, to hold up different people like Rabbi
Holly
Huda,
Jensen. Awesome. Go grab Holly Jensen. Let's
those that are much more limited view of when it comes to teaching and items. That's the most music elements that allow you to
She got me. I got her a taxidermy frog. It's like a cane toad.
this is
Like the invasive species in Australia. It's like a purse. She has with her. That's so crazy. My wife would stab me. We got some bats. We got some mice and a teacup.
Was she doing van life with you, or did you meet her here?
She lived in the van for a year with me.
Did you ever get close to the old Patio?
You like national parks?
Like the van would suck.
Oh, it's on my room.
Yeah.
I think I saw a documentary on Netflix about this one.
That was my job.
Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. I love it. Bats. You got rats. What else?
I got a taxidermy fox. We got a mantis. And she found a big dragonfly in the woods that we're keeping in the freezer right now. They say there's some for everyone. AUC proof.
So you guys have a place. It's here in Austin.
Nothing right now. Wow. For something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you get like used taxidermy, like people that have died that have like sold it, like so it's like free? Oh god. She would probably for sure, but to a store they had human skulls and spines. Well, I guess they just sent her out. Okay, that's one way to do it. How do you?
Can I see that frog?
It's got a little buckle.
Is that real?
It looks fake.
He's an invasive species in Australia. He's a
That's incredible. I think it's a tick on it. I don't know if it might be otter. Holly, you want to do that you were planning on doing here? That's how I would have done it. Instead of just interrupt, it makes noise for Holly.
asks as if I'm Mormon. I'm not Jewish. But I did have a lot of Mormon boyfriends. Growing up, the thing about Mormon boyfriends is they have some really weird rules. Don't drink coffee, but they will feed you. I've been having a hard time getting when I was in Salt Lake. I was a stripper. Thank you. So much more supportive than my parents. I appreciate it. They hated I would do at work. Like, I loved showing up with googly eyes as pace. Turns out men don't like it when the tits stare back at them. Shit kept going wrong at the strip club. Like, one day our DJ didn't show up, so we had to dance to Panda Radio with the commercials on. So I'm working on some old dude like with osteoporosis. Thank you.
That was good.
This one where the woman is funnier than the man. Again, if you bet this on Prize Pick, you just won $750,000.
He's too straight to a state park. You cannot allow that. You have to kill her now. You have to kill her.
Yeah, she's about to be in her, bro. Yeah. She's about to be in the freezer next to the dragonfly. Holly, you're hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Yes, she is.
8 years.
Good on you, girl.
And that was all in upstate New York or Salt Lake City?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
And that's where you're from?
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to apply to jobs.
What do you want to do?
But it's stripping. I love doing. Really? I love doing both. So yeah, a job in either would be great.
You've stripped before. Amazing. Heidi, what do you think? Can you get her a job? Be all alone some 2:30 a.m. heading dead back. Holy shit. Well, you guys fucking just did something real special here. Be entertaining. We got a small one for Nick. You guys want to get a big one? You guys are both getting big up. There's Nick Corny and Holly Jensen, everybody.
Anyway, Holly, next year I'd love to have you on the big show.
Alright.
What, you mean January?
Completely.
January? Next day's Christmas, a week or so. Okay, so January.
Yeah, just say the next secret show. Yeah, now to have you next decade on that. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. Well, it's been a so
fucking
far.
love this
Your
show.
next poll goes by the name of Floyd Jones.
So, are we just gonna act like wasn't a Nazi? That's just how we're okay. I don't know if you guys heard, he actually changed it. He's Kanye Auschwitz. Controversial statements. He's opening a chain of all natural stores. He's gonna name it Trader. I know it's problematic to say the least. But I like a lot of restaurants just fucking up. Like, I think it'd be cool if Olive almost family. Speaking of Olive, at restaurants, you guys thought was Puerto Rican. I promise, I'll cut the paperwork. I'll get 20 feet right now, even though that just sounds like a cool movie about Michael Jordan. So, but white people, and so, I like to go to sushi restaurants because the waiter and she's like, you eat me.
Lots of nods during that set. Welcome, Floyd. This is your first time on the show? Talking the grab my microphone.
I don't know how that happened, yeah.
Welcome. Comedy, Floyd.
Since like 2021, January 6th, right? Not good. Yeah, Shane knows. Oh my God, Joe Rogan. Dude, hey man, without you, oh man.
These are your heroes, Joe.
It's like Pokemon. It's like you go to Union and Shane is like, Charizard himself, dude. I'm sorry.
Better interviews than sets. Floyd, tell us about you. What do you not do for a living? You're a professional musician
And a metal band, dude.
Really, you're now. Out of anybody that does comedy on the show, drums. We have a little thing where they get a drum solo, and our house drummer gets a drum solo. And if the guest drummer is able to beat our drummer in a drum off, they become the full-time drummer of the show. So, like Holly, there's a drum off here, and if you beat Michael Gonzalez in the drum solo off, you become the full-time drummer on the show, and Michael has to dress like a 5-year-old Playing a metal band. This is a Mexican drum off, ladies and gentlemen. Courtney Floyd Jones, Logan Gonzalez, all time is undefeated here on his home turf. But I'm guessing that Floyd, since he does this for a living or something, well, we know not have anything up his sleeve because he's wearing a basketball jersey. But I'm guessing he is very talented. Let's see what happens here. It's Kill Tony, brought to you by Netflix. January 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I the heart from the basketball by effectively putting mattresses on the riverbed allows you to use you are game on the basketball team and you're going to grab on what is yo only everything sad about his time you sad about his pain about the animal suffering is that you're not allowed to get to go to the Jedi so starting
I would hate to look at the incredible amount of blatant Zempic weight loss on this guy. His home turf.
What's broken in? You cannot keep kicking back in, or what can you do? There are two different personas. Broken means nothing. With a kicking, you can push it, but then you look at the calf, you know, or the baby, and you can actually like hold them and look at them.
Unfortunately, it's not. Do we have a decibel meter? I can't remember. We have it going. All right, so here we go. Cold camera on the decibel meter. How do you have Floyd Jones when his Mexican drum off makes some noise? How many do you have Michael Gonzalez winning?
He did well.
Thank God. May have affected the selection, wouldn't be first time.
Like that jersey.
Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was actually good. Good interview. The thing is, you get to keep those drumstick joke, but there he goes. Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. Here's another one brought to you by Bud Light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking for Dedrick Flynn.
Do that country music festival in Kennesaw, Georgia called the Get Boots Festival. No, I only found that out because when I walked into the venue, like, no, I'm here for the festival. I love Blake Shelton. I love Lee Chesney. And they like, nigga, sign, I got an extra vest in my car. and I showed him my badge, my ID, and he looked at my badge, he looked at me, and he looked at my Tasha! So Tasha came over. I bet she did the same thing. Jamal! I met everybody one by one. I'm a black Noah's Ark. They kept calling me. They said I was Blade. It was a great country music festival because all the black people that was working the event kept giving me free drinks, but they also had stopped doing it. They had re-entry into the festival, so we just go to the parking lot, film, drink beer. And the reason why we knew it was time to drink beers is because my best friend Jessie, who's a redneck Filipino but raised black, because she was my best friend, her older sister Jackie had just had a kid. She would look us in the face and she would be like, I need to get out of here. I'm about to pop. I gotta go. We would go back to the car. She's chugging beers. We're all drinking beers and she's pumping, but she pumping that Filipino that's raised back. Like my nephew Maxwell's 10 years old, he's taller than me. She's pumping a lot, and I'm looking at her titty milk, and I wanted to taste some, but I ain't no ass. I got my back so much, he confused my friend Derek. My friend Derek, you a $100, you want to drink Jackie's breast milk. Nigga, I was already thinking about it. Husband, I don't know how you ask somebody, like, are y'all a couple? How do you get, if you have breast milk, I gotta feel like I sip something before we pour it on the ground. Buy one t-shirt while I'm inside the goddamn place, so I was like, funnel out, because it was too much to just sip. It was too much, it was like 2 gallons of titty juice pumping. And I chugged it all in 8 flat. I was doing a great job. Also, breast milk tastes like a redneck Filipino horchata. You know what I'm saying? It tastes like a little redneck Filipino horchata, but I had a hangover in 12 years, nigga. I'm doing good. That's my time. I'll call y'all later.
Dedrick, it is so fun to watch you perform. 2 weeks ago, you had regular tea. Favorite parts of the set is when you said, I wanted to taste some, but it is.
I'm not used to money, Tony.
Out with the S's in teeth, still making it work, plowing. Camoed up tonight.
I got that shit on, Tony, right? That shit on.
Hell yeah.
Got that shit on, big as hell. Yeah, that shit is swooped over, but it's damn plasma screen.
Good luck. Don't let anyone talk to you.
Take your head off, Shay.
Fuck you, dude. Don't do that.
Hey, my pocket's
He's also wearing a grill right now. It's okay. Is that right? Green eggs?
Wasn't the reference that threw it off?
With floppy tonight.
I'll take them out.
Yeah, I'll get you more teeth if you kid Lucas. What do you guys think of the suits?
Dedrick, how's life been going?
Man, I'm doing good. I goddamn torn like a motherfucker. We just left
First road gig together. That was
that was fun as a private jet, nigga. I was so getting pat down. They just walked out and said, like, would you like a coffee? And I was like, am I in interrogation? I'm not ready to snitch on you. I don't know what you did.
It was a fun trip. Especially the ride back in.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah, it was a blast. It was actually a very good red band. Yes, we just
I like where he's going.
Yeah, of course we do.
You did live.
Yeah. That's where his new lisp actually comes from. All right.
Sorry.
We've seen Dedrick, the Dark Storm of Atlanta. What are our thoughts, Joe Rogan?
Thank you so much.
Hey, man. But get rid of the grill, though. It's ridiculous. You can't even talk. I know you got money. Either get real teeth or you're not fucking around. Okay? Those aren't even like the rubber ones you stuff in your bra. Get a God operation and commit to a look. Okay?
That's so easy.
Those are real. Oh, there you go. That's what I like.
Hey, Joe,
Like commitment.
you can affect how much I get paid every week. You got them teeth, nigga. I go get them. I don't give a fuck. I got this to prove to my neighborhood I was doing good. But nigga, if you think about me. All right, so you had a power to change my whole life, Joe Rogan.
You could put those on like a rope and just wear them around your neck. Would know you have money, and they would be able to pronounce your S's correctly.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Tony, I'm from the South. We ain't pronounced no S or E's the whole time I've been talking. But sometimes they don't have the internet, so I can talk how I want to.
I agree. Freedom of speech. Dedrick, you've done it. This graces us with his presence. Back to the bucket. This person has to follow Dedrick. Make some noise. 6.
Do y'all think Indians? Oh my God, sick. Did y'all hear? That's what that means. So I went on a first date the other day to first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. Yeah, so off Gaza shore. Someone also told me I look like the situation.
That was really rude. I've been Tyler Cole. Thank you guys.
Tyler Cole. Making fun of himself throughout. Fun stuff.
4 months now.
That chain's kind of tight, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you a pit bull? What's happening over there? Size that you wanted to be.
Got the size wrong. Yeah, why would you with me?
You just wrapped Hendrix Grill around your...
It's like an autoerotic asphyxiation thing, you know? You got me. But once you put it on, were you like, no. I was like, fuck it, I spent $50.
How much you spend on that?
Not $50, he was right.
Wow! Gentlemen. Shane Gillis.
You don't think I'm take that thing off, dude? I did indeed get it on topic, yes.
Did you really?
No, I forget. I don't know. You used to get it when you were in 5th grade.
Part of New Jersey are you from exactly, Tyler?
I'm from Austin, Tony.
Born and raised in Austin.
White.
Just regular white.
Yeah.
Cold. Not Italian.
Just a butt.
You're not Italian. Pinky ring and a necklace. Comical shirt.
The chain. It's the chain. He bought the chain and it took over.
A Wago. He's a white Dago. He's a Wago. Well, so am I. You don't see me knocking blood to my brain because of it. Tyler, what do you do for...
I sell houses.
Do you really?
I do, really.
Timeshares?
No, houses. Yeah, you see the fucking drip? Yeah, I'd say he's doing all right.
When's the last time you sold a house? When you...
Tomorrow.
Okay, closing on tomorrow.
Just a 2,000 square foot house in South Austin.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Holler at your boy.
What do you do? How long have you been doing stand-up?
Months.
4 months. What made you 4 months ago?
20.
How old are you?
31.
31. And you've just been watching the show and you're like, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just been hitting open mics and getting booked by local promoters.
I love it.
Yeah.
You're taking it seriously and you seem to be doing good at it. What do you do for fun? Not doing stand-up and selling house, pretending to be Italian.
I like to shoot clays, and when it's warm out, wakeboarding, paddleboarding.
Yeah. When you shoot clays, do you get the bathroom first?
Yes.
Godfather. I love it. You shoot clays. What else did you say?
Boarding, wake surfing.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing, Tyler. What's your love life like? You have a little
Single currently.
single. When you got a girlfriend?
A few.
Okay.
Why did you get Italian?
You have a little chick parmesan or no?
Single currently.
Single. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
A few years ago.
Okay.
You fake Italian. Who the fuck wants to be Italian? Who wobs, dude?
You fucking
Sandwich right now.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's a crazy race to appropriate. If I just started acting like Polish. I like being Polish.
What the fuck? Who compares Italians to the
Season 2 of The Wire. Polak. What the fuck? You're not Polish? No. Pretty glaringly Irish. But whatever.
So this relationship that ended a few years ago, how did it end?
She was married.
Wow. Okay. I love this. My God, am I good at these little interviews? How did you find out? Exactly how did you find out that she was married? How long were you hooking up with her? Was it ballpark?
Months in that she told me she was
9 in, and she just told you.
Yeah, when we first started dating, she said that
You were dating, you were fucking and hanging sometimes. So you were married. Go.
when we first started fucking, she said first. 9 months later, she was like, "Oops, actually, I'm not divorced.
Okay, where were you exactly when she told you this? Were you at a Best Buy, perhaps?
No, we were bartending together at a club on 6th Street, and she told me I was at work.
Wow. Amazing. And that was that.
She must have been fun.
Can you give us an favorite
Crazy bitch doesn't tell you she's married for 9 months. Working alongside you, fucking you. Let's go to dinner. Fucking maniac. I bet she was so much fun.
Can you give an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or in the car outside?
We did, in fact, bang at the bar, yeah.
The bar?
Yeah.
The bar, diggy, 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 sit the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie, bang, bar to bang. Take us through this. How do you bang at the bar?
See what's closing? Yeah, we already closed like an hour ago.
Yeah. And she grabbed by your chain and said, come over here. That's what it sounded like. It sounded
She was on my podcast.
Bummer, right? You're serving beverages, but you're with a married woman. So where are you fishing? Is it inside or are you pulling out?
That's a really good question.
Thank you. Yeah.
She was on birth control.
Oh, wow. Oh, my.
Oh, cream pie. Delivery of Patty.
It's fake cannoli. It's not actually.
Oh, poor guy.
Poor guy. Tastes like dairy free. Wow. My God.
Outhouse meal.
Absolutely incredible.
That's an evil world. Wife's hit by a Wobbins bar. I mean, they were separated. A few times.
Whoa.
Together.
Did they have kids? Bang sense.
They did not get back together.
They didn't get back together, but she was still married. Okay.
Oh.
So then why would you... I don't read. She tells you that...
She's fun, Tony. You'll just let a girl have fun. Yeah, Tony. Why do you want to stomp out all the crazy people in this world and make everything fucking boring?
No, I just don't
Let
understand.
her fuck the guy at work. She yelled at you to come inside.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Did she yell? Tell us. Tell me. There's no point. I need to hear shit like this. Come on, Python. Call you. What was her nickname? There was no nickname. Yeah, there was. Come on. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, this guy.
The bar that you guys were banging.
Don't ruin everyone's life. Yeah.
Tyler, the set was for 4 months, pretty good. The interview, unfucking believable. Here's a big joke book. There you go, my friend. Tyler Cullen, a hell of a catch, hell of an interview, very honest. Remember, you future Kill Tony bucketfuls, we love an honest interview. People get scared. All right, this looks like a fun name, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Diamond Debbie, everybody. Here comes Diamond Debbie.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Let's fucking go, guys. You gotta do better than that. Make some noise for Debbie.
I gotta pause this bitch. Look at this athleticism, folks. I fucking love this show. Shout out to GB who introduced it to me. Is it my favorite show? Dog, I fucking... No. Really? It's part of our religion. The yellow
Let us begin.
glove, the yellow dishwashing glove religion.
Hashem on the bottom of Kuf Chav Zayin 127b, and we're picking up at the two lines up from the bottom, Meiser Sheni. So for those we think our sponsors for this morning's shir, we think that's Steve and say dedicating the this morning in memory of Steve's mother, Yisrael Yoav, that part that he loved. Very out of support, shows the Bacha during the with that, let us begin.
So it's a religion about yellow dishwashing? Well, I mean, partially. Why? I kind of think that lady's hot. She's kind of my thing. Really? Yup. Think that lady's hot? Yeah, and I hope she found love. And I hope she started her own religion. And I'd like to start my own religion. Lady. Boy. Why? Because we're finding out everything sucks. I've got to take a shit. Allegedly.
So what's the Kaddish Kamash Malon? The Ein Chomish Ma'ak. What's your secret here that as much as you're obligated to pay the fifth in order to go ahead and redeem a nice sheni.
Folks. Oh man. That's stink. Whoosh, perhaps. Oh man. Are you ready for this woman? She's either gonna be one of the most classic guests of all time or an absolute clusterfuck. I kind of have to prove.
So the Gemara says, Davka Yovish. It's Davka if it's dry. Abalach, low. My time out came from the Marbo off low. So once I apparently it's dry.
We're going for it.
We know things. Of this age, I know when I had too much to drink like you youngins. These diapers leak, y'all. I was a single mom with an only child, and I highly don't recommend that to you youngins either. If only I'd had a litter, surely one of them would have failed at life. I wanted to stay home and take care of me. Hey, and what's all this about the T word? We had that T word back in the 60s, y'all. Tomboy. Most of us grew out of it. You guys became y'all's gym teachers. Well, I was looking for love in all the wrong places during the pandemic. I mean, the nursing homes. But you know, the competition's pretty stiff there. Women outlive men, and there's a lot of tempers in there, I'm telling. But by now, even the guys, after 4 or 5 times, they got figured out. I'm not Debbie with the pump out play. Nah, not me. They can see me coming. They just call me a blue chew. Well, that's it. When life beats you up and you gotta start over like I'm always having to do, I just say, Jesus, take my joystick, I'm coming home.
Welcome. Oh my goodness. This is your first time on the show. I would remember you.
Well, you know, you've walked by me a few times in my chair, but I'm crotch level.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get overlooked a lot. This is my 111th sign up.
No way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of those times. And Tony, you've got to do some exercise. You're never goes to the bottom of the bucket.
Surprise. Diamond Debbie, how many centuries have you doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, Diamond, how come you didn't have Jack on that fucking door? I did, I choked.
What is that?
She's either the girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw under the ocean. I can't tell.
Anyway,
D Madness is making his move.
Dee and I had an agreement, see, because I grew up playing bass guitar, but I didn't have one at home to practice. So he plays by ear, and I'm sight read, so fair.
Well, yeah,
Diamond Debbie. But seriously, how long have you been on 111 sign-ups with?
Okay, I started in 7 years ago, and right the same month that I started it, my wheelchair is crash test approved by the DOT and Tesla in me. It was going 45 miles an hour. If Elon Musk had been driving, I would okay, but the dentist was driving. I never heard of a Tesla in the trash can.
You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla?
Going 45 miles an hour across the street in my neighborhood. And then Tesla got messed up like my chair was laying on the ground and I was standing up.
doing on the road.
That's some other talk about it, yeah. You know, it's odd to have the right to go outside.
Diamond Debbie. This is incredible.
So like 20 fucking years old, like she looks like. Yeah.
No, honey, I got socks on it.
Damn right. And Red Man's like 55. Crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67, 11. This is my 111. I'll be 60.
Wow. Look at that. 111. You're 68, 112. The new Netflix special, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix. You have something to do for your birthday. How exciting is that? If you make it there.
Well, my daughter's phone number is so. But she hasn't talked to me in like 9 years.
Very exciting.
Can we get a phone unlocker?
Very exciting, Diamond.
You couldn't even hear that Tesla coming. It just came out of fucking nowhere. You're like, oh.
She's a burlesque performer, and she's very, very famous.
Your daughter is a famous burlesque. Yeah, there is. Really trying to hook me up with her daughter.
No.
Cubic zirconium Debbie.
No.
Okay, Debbie, let's talk about it. What the fuck have you been doing the last 6 to 7 years?
Well, my favorite thing is, see, I grew up in a day when women couldn't get car loans or buy houses, so I wasn't allowed to take auto mechanics or shops. So my favorite hobby right now is taking in the quantum wheelchair like I have and fixing them up and giving them to people and helping them learn how to drive and go outside because, you know, we've been locked up too long in the pandemic and without home health care, you can go get your own groceries. It's fun.
Wow. Okay.
Wait.
I get around. I got 6.5 miles an hour in the e-bike.
You can hit on the road where you fucking fly.
Yeah.
Like going somewhere? You want like fucking moped?
You don't cross the street slots.
Oh, you across the street. I'm sorry, I thought the way you were talking about like the grocery store. Fucking flying.
No.
I'm sorry, I
Right, the whole country is not here.
So you guys don't like it?
Diamond Debbie, what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Well, it's funny, I was doing Toastmasters and I like to give hour-long speeches and the guy that
Hold on. Stop. What's Masters?
it's an organization to help you learn your speeches professionally. And so I signed up with them and but Brent told me that he could talk for an hour and all anybody remembered a couple of jokes. So I put jokes instead. So that's what I did.
A little charming lady. Where are you from?
Oklahoma is my home.
Okay.
I grew up in Oklahoma, yeah.
All right. You drove your wheelchair all the way here.
Yeah.
Bro, you're going to hell. Because of this.
Actually,
You think, if I go up to the gates, and they're just like, do you remember this? Like, it's fucking Diamond Debbie. I'm gonna be pissed. All this shit.
That's the straw. Where'd you get your name, Diamond Debbie? Were you like a stripper at the
White Rose or something, or
Green
Coincidence in Red Band. Joke.
White Rose, that's a solid joke.
Oh, I get it. I get it now. I'm so used to comedy.
I'm not biased. I'm not biased. That's the end of that statement. In general, what you need to see is
How did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
Well,
Diamond lasts forever, and you clearly won't.
Oh my God.
We all die! What's going on? We all die. She's got a sense of humor. The bitch is signed up 111 times. If anybody can take a joke, it's her, not you fucking pussies.
So I started writing my second book, which is Debbie Does Austin by Wheelchair, and the star of it was Debbie Diamond. So I'm Diamond Debbie.
Wow.
Wait, so you wrote a book about
I'm writing a book called Debbie Does Austin by Wheelchair.
what
I'm not
the
biased.
Tesla chapter?
The next chapter. Well, I'm waiting for the happy ending. I haven't had a date. I haven't had a date since I had my last work.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Time out. Time out again. You haven't had a date since when?
I had my pelvic floor vault.
Pelvic floor vault. What does that mean?
Letter comes out and they put it right here.
Don't laugh like that, Diamond. Diamond, don't look at me and laugh like that. It makes me laugh. I could have done my interview with you laughing like that. You're the cutest gremlin I've ever seen in my life. So,
So I had dates since I moved to Austin 11 years ago. I tried to date this one guy, but he thought he was a bootlegger.
is that a what?
Bootlegger, that's a walker with wheels on.
Oh, okay. Have you kissed a boy since moving to Austin? Well. You know what that means, everybody. Yeah, they're Is there a guy out there that wants to be a legend and give Diamond Debbie her first kiss? This guy right here. Come on, look at this fucking Watch out for the camera right next to you. No, sit down, you creep. He's coming right here. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, she's pissed. Oh, his girlfriend is not happy about this. Oh, which makes it all that much better. Diamond Debbie is about to get her first Austin kiss. Here you go, Diamond Debbie. It was. Diamond Debbie, how do you feel after your first Austin kiss? I love it. And that was before the kiss. That's incredible. This is from emphysema.
There's no guys my age awake this late at night, with the big heart beat.
You might be surprised. Where's Joe White? Is Joe White out here?
She's 3 years younger than Rothschild.
I know what he's taking, you tell him. And you know what? I make brownies, happy brownies, and their canned patterns is special. But I've taken them up to every white guy, and not one of them will take candy from a stranger.
When you say the brownies are the Cam Patterson special, what exactly do you mean by
They're peanut butter, dark chocolate fudge, mint.
wow?
They have my medical prescription. When I started doing college years ago, it's the same night as my food pantry, and I got down to 80 pounds. And they thought I had an eating disorder, but it's just guilt talking.
I'm getting word that there's another boy that wants to kiss you. You want to kiss another boy, Debbie? All right, let's send out another one. I'm getting word that there's one time.
Every Tuesday. So again, two different examples, three different ways. So let's mention the same thing that the truth is with us.
Say brownie 3 times.
Mishnah said that if you have Kabila Kash, Kabila Kash, if you have benefits, bundles of wood and bundles of soft meat,
Not my first year.
No, she was with George Washington Carter.
then you should tell it. The love of the soft meat
She was a marathon for
I started, but it took me to get up here. I learned to walk. And two videos of me jogging now.
or Dedrick just Calio every Incident legend. I somehow have run a big joke books. Do we have more in the back? Great. They're gonna hand you one in the back, and Diamond Deb, let's just have a sign up again, but why don't we just time it out so that you don't have to wait there with all these fucking.
Worst part was waiting in the elevator. I felt so cold a couple weeks ago.
Oh my
Nobody
god.
can hear me trying to get.
That's terrible.
once they're ready to hand, that's why it's supposed to be a burden. And look like you're not tired of something. I didn't see us.
These people, do they really want to be a part of the show? And you treat them like garbage.
See,
Get some warmers out there or something.
Love it. Well, there's one with the Virgin Mary on it. You probably went to high school with her, so I'll give you that one. Make some goddamn noise. How loud can you play?
However, the night of the moon that we spend with like the animal food, then this
Absolutely insane. Defies the odds of bucket. But it goes to show. The bucket's real, else I would have pulled Diamond Debbie up a long. You would use a cursive either. Alright. You guys still having fun out there? Oh my god, she forgot her cane, everybody.
It's number 3 coming up. Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, this next bucket pull is from the inside, everybody. Make some noise for Kelly Quinn. Where the hell's Kelly Quinn at? Oh, they got it already.
I lost my job. My husband suggested volunteering, but I feel like I've given enough back to society. I married a redhead. I used to be a radio DJ, and not to brag, but I got loads of handwritten fan mail all from jail. Prisoners must not have access to high quality paper. The pages were always stuck together. Passionate fans. One inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me and asked me why I was saving all his letters. Evidence.
And it turns out that he was selling tashit.
My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse. Just all day, every day, hanging out your partner's PTSD. And does the military recognize us? No! And I'm Kelly Quinn reminding you to be patriot and service those who service our country.
What's that?
A more serious sense of the night. Kelly, welcome to the show, Kelly. This is your first time on, correct?
I was on about a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you with the new hat. They didn't know they made hats in uncircumcised penis.
I've been married 27 years. I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis. So if this is what it is, it's pretty hot.
It is literally, it's been noted. I'm getting word. It is the worst hat of all time. That's what the world is saying right now.
that you're allowed to go out of all Latinos come to that Iraq,
Kelly, you were on a year and a half ago. How long have you been doing stand-up? 3 years. 3 years. All of it here in Austin?
I live in DFW.
DFW. Hell yeah. Okay. What do you do for work?
So I own a business. So when I lost my job in radio, I just switched full throttle to that.
And so the question remains, what do you do for work?
I had a website called Christmas Cocktail. I run it off of Shopify.
Oh, we love Shopify. We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Gymshark and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify, ladies and gentlemen. And on Shopify, you can
That hat at the men's market. Was he has? The women's the hat you were wearing the men's. They were people God damn, dude, this sounds small.
Incredible. You did it, and anyone can do it. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. Shopify grows with you.
I love Shopify.
That's right. Shopify.com/KillTony. That's Shopify.com/KillTony. Shopify.com/KillTony. This year, Shopify will be by your side. Okay. Kelly Quinn, tell us the craziest thing about your life.
I've lived in 4 countries.
What were the 4 countries?
Japan, America, England, and Italy.
Okay. Which one do you like the most? America. That is the correct answer. How long were you in Italy for?
3 years.
3 years. And yet you don't have a pinky ring, a necklace, or a gabagool t-shirt. Absolutely incredible. Where in Italy did you live?
Emilia Romagna in Ferrara.
Oh, okay. See, senorita. Very good. Kelly, you really have a redheaded husband?
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I believe I could pray it away, and I did.
Just for me, what happened?
I know his hair just got dark. He just turned to go brunette.
What does he do for work?
He's a pilot.
All right. What exactly is ChristmasCockpit.com?
So I make stockings like out of Crown Royal.
Okay. So they're purple stockings.
Some of them are. I did make special kill tones that I brought for you and Red Band. And it was like a month ago. Apparently, they didn't make it to you.
Oh, we do have those. We have
You guys got them?
hanging by the chimney with hair.
Both you got them?
Yeah, totally.
Like, that's crazy. They just threw those out. Those nice gifts you gave them.
We have them. We really do.
We do. We took photos the other day and shared them with our families.
Yes, absolutely. They are hung by the chimney with care that hopes that St. Nicholas will soon be there. Kelly, have you ever thought about making yourself a better hat?
My husband picked this out for me.
Okay. I can tell. He definitely doesn't want you banging other dudes. That's very exciting. That hat is an instant killer. From now on, if I'm ever going to finish with a girl too fast, I'm going to pick up that hat. Just be like, oh, I'm going to last forever. That hat makes me want to not come. All right, didn't get the laugh I thought it would. That was funny. It's just a picture hat. Some people picture their grandma. I will picture that hat. Kelly Quinn, you gave us a little stocking. You're leaving here with a little joke book. Congratulations. Merry Christmas.
Dunking on Joe Rogan.
How dare you hit a book and Lord Charizard like that? All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys still having fun out there? God, all right. How about with a lovely Heidi? This looks like an interesting name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Remember again,
Tadpole triplet, everybody. Oh, boy. Tadpole triplet, everybody. Here we go. This we go.
And not be the craziest motherfucker in there. What the fuck is that? I appreciate y'all giving me a little time out of your day. They don't let me out much. I need that shit, y'all. I've been in a really, really dark place lately. I'm about to pay the electric bill. And so the future is bright. But Tara Watt jumps up here. No, I am not Ted Kaczynski. Y'all rest. Slide in with the air.
But Tadpole, why don't you shave? Look at Tadpole, so handsome, why don't you shave?
Because y'all, if I shave, I look like I majored in lacrosse and fraternities. Right, a little rapey. We don't want that. So instead, this is what y'all get. Look like a homeless MMA fighter. Fucking Conor McGregor.
Tadpole triplet has arrived. Welcome to the Tadpole.
Who is this guy?
Still tagging the Conor McGregor joke, I see. Set has ended. Welcome, Tadpole triplet. Is that your first time on the show?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long you doing stand-up?
39.
Really?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing on stage for 39 years.
Yes.
How old are you?
49. I'll be 90.
You started stand-up comedy when you were 10 years old.
I did my first time in second grade.
Are you serious? Wow. Okay. Okay.
10 in second grade.
Oh my God.
Tadpole triplet. Staring at Joe Rogan like he is the Liver King's angry son. I see a resemblance. One could say he's the Liver Prince, if you will. So, Tadpole, let's talk about it. Stand-up comedy for 39 years. What else have you look like? Perhaps time in Vietnam or something?
I spent 20 years in Hollywood.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are you doing in Hollywood?
Was the writer.
Okay. Did you write anything that we might recognize? Perhaps a graffiti on the wall or something?
Yeah, I find the best.
But what else?
My biggest success in the Tonight Show, Jay Leno.
You wrote that? Wait, it was you were a staff writer on the.
I was staff, and I wrote for the Tonight Show. I was assistant, but the guy I worked for had a lung transplant. I spent 6 months just in the writer's room trying to learn how to write a joke.
You were in the studio in Burbank, California.
California.
How many was that?
Oh, it was 25 years ago. Bill Clinton was the president.
Wow.
Roll Talks.
This is incredible. Now, Tadpole, you came up with a stool. Explain to us why you have a stool.
I got hit by a drunk driver and broke my neck. And this is physical.
Was it a Tesla, was it? We gotta stop this motherfucker.
Oh my God, you have an actual neck brace. You took off the neck brace to perform. You have an actual broken neck.
Yes. Wow. I'm gonna try and tough it out now, put it on. Look like a sister. Put it on like a hook away. That thing on before you die.
Also, for real, neck brace is the funniest thing you can wear.
Really?
I worried about
about 50% of the time when I was doing a minute and I wanted to give a little.
I feel like on stage, on stage would be very fun. For real. I swear to God, I never racist like the fun.
Before my minute to say hi, world.
Toss that fucking thing off, man. I swear.
How many of you wanted to put on an
or the cover
Phil Tony's? It's the first time we've ever seen a man put on a neck brace with a broken neck after performing. This is incredible. So Tadpole, tell us, how did life change? We gotta get the beard out of there. Tadpole, explain to us what it's like having a broken neck.
If you have a runaway cat or a runaway young donkey or horse,
And then you decide if you want to be a tough guy.
or you can go out
And that was that day or every day?
Pretty much every day for the last
walk.
12.
You
You guys all his
both of
idea.
the piece of the shot that goes that has the donkey horses.
Said I got hit by a Tesla joke.
By hoping to meet the animal or
Yeah, I got hit by a drunk Russian devil's daughter.
I'm not even
Bill Clinton, the Russian devil's daughter.
Okay, hold on. When was this?
96.
96. Did you get money for this?
I had to sue my grandfather's insurance to pay for my surgeries.
that fell into a kennel of the
Why is that funny?
maybe part of it is those people
I put all this effort into telling the joke and you laughed at my drama.
They gave you surgeries and you're still braced up. What else did you try?
Man, I wrote a book about my recovery, not about what
Everybody's got.
Don't get that.
I don't even have a book, I just made it up.
You look perpetually have to wear that brace since you were a
The
kid.
body of water.
Almost 19.
Right. Okay, so you're almost 19, you broke your neck, you're 46, you still wear a brace every day.
About 50, if I don't have something I can read, I didn't wear.
Right.
If I can, I sit on a stool when I try to do stand-up.
What is the intro?
I'm furious front and back.
All the way down.
No, it's just that I
Young kid.
gotta go up and down, but I don't want to because it's around my brainstem.
I have to bring
I
the
got a little
pencil
bit of smart
converted
stuff, and I don't
with the
want
step them to get into a
to strangle out my titanium.
I will say that I do have the coolest fucking neck brace I've ever seen. Most of them suck. That one's actually like
Yeah, you
Bring
can
that.
feel
a lot of
Put
it
it
like
on
a
the riverbed, but then the step on it and get out. Looks like the
This is my
getting
dunk contest
into
moment. Hold
the
on.
problem is I have another vice though. The second vice is says,
Like traction. It was like a traction
the
machine.
animal where it
But I
is,
can't talk
but
with
you
the
cannot
kids
go
on my
ahead
jaw,
and
so I
start
know what's
swinging
up, Chad? What's
mattresses
up?
to go ahead and get it out.
Your story is absolutely incredible. Do you ever sit on a park bench and talk about how life's like a box of chocolates?
Case number one.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. It's something that I've never done before with anybody in the history of the show, but I'm going to pick up the tab on this. I want to see if the great people over at Waze possibly zip something to you that might be able to help you or give you some type of relief. We are friends with the great people at Waze, well, they provide unbelievable, miracle like health care to people. And we're going to see what happens. Probably not much. The neck's been broken as fuck for like 30 years.
They said I'd never walk. Now I can sprint and jump for like 90 seconds.
Don't do that. Yeah.
I listened to them and I sat in a bed for a decade. You know, every day, yes.
Don't break your neck again.
I'd be in a cage right now if I want to get a little taste of that again. Not that retarded.
By effectively putting the mattresses on the riverbed.
You are not retarded.
Mother drove the short bus.
Hold on a second. That home that you wanted me withhold for a second.
Estaba en bajo de un icono de agua.
I got some merch left.
I see a tadpole in here.
This is my breast cancer charity Habitat for Humanity.
You're a white tadpole. You live here you're in Austin now?
No,
about 300 miles away. Near the Oklahoma border, over like area. On the way to Wichita Falls. I'll be there, but I'm there. I was in LA 20 years, the whole world shut down, everyone got reread, and I was like, my brother's got a house, I can live in the basement. That makes sense. Yeah, the basement's not. Do you have a girlfriend or wife? You're not interested in the ladies? Oh, I didn't say that. I put words in my mouth. Did I say something? Yes, I didn't say that. Have a towel before you had a titty, bro.
You can go ahead and
save all the titties. What do we do? We're chopping them off and stuff. Get the fuck out of here.
pull a little bit of it. You know, the high and open the
No,
stuff, and
quitas,
that's
the
what
litas.
the whole much like that. It's a large issue. Well, what you can do is large
Cut it out.
surgery, like the lift system to help you well. And Rabbi, you should do a constant now.
You ever been in the military? No, my whole family. I wasn't brave enough.
The moment you begin to look at it,
I broke jokes and dribbled a basketball for my life. I was pretty privileged. You were good at basketball? Yeah, you know.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm a little bit of a gremlin. I can't understand what you're saying. Tadpole Triplet, we are going to get your contact information. We're going to try to see what ways to well possibly maybe do for you. They give a lot of miracles, and it's guaranteed. Here's a big joke. You got that? You want me to get in the hoodie? Get him in the neck. Got it.
You're right, that's fine. So that's the thing, the side of the structure. You can go ahead and look at the
Brought to you by Bud Light. There's the lovely Heidi.
go ahead and
Yeah, we're going to get another Bud Light pull up here. 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Gordon Dixon. Everybody, here comes Gordon Dixon.
Make some noise, Austin. Let's go. 40 order. That last dude 46. He's fucked up, bro. They got a knee brace from sucking dick. Yeah, fuck that guy, man.
So the former of the culture, but a woman
Thank you.
helps the child walk
Anyway.
into the
I'm a 40-year-old Carmen. I hang out with 20-year-olds. I went to a strip club the other night. They were all making it rain, and I tried to pay for my lap dance with a checkbook that I knew I was on. Exactly. Half y'all don't know what checkbooks are. Fuck y'all people. Yeah. The stripper was like, yeah, I want to make it rain. You gonna make it rain? I'm like, how you spell candy? With an I-E or a Y? How you spell this? Yo, it's $12,000 for the bounce check. She never gonna pass check. Fuck y'all. I'm celebrating my 8th year at a service. So my phone, I'm fucked up right now.
Another
Yo,
guy
we don't
says,
clap. All right. You don't care about people.
about broken
I served as United States Jehovah's Witness, so for you. This is a rough night. Alright, this handicap people more than you like half black people. Fuck. My name is Gordon Dixon. My name is Alright, here you go. Make it Gordon Dixon. And Joe Rogan Show. Alright. Gordon, how are you? So good, man. Yeah, I've been on this time here. A little fucked up. Yeah, just got off work. Yeah, I work next door. It's my fault.
What did you drink exactly? Did you do Gordon every
shot? People bought me, right? There's some people that bought me a shot. There's another guy who bought me a shot. That's fuck that. It's Austin, man. It's weekend. You have to get fucked up.
No, you don't. Alright, that's what I'm saying. Alright, they fucking lied. Alright, Gordon. You're kind of damaged a lot.
I'm glad Shane missed it. I'm sorry, Shane.
Again, by literally
Sorry.
Gordon, I know. I had to guess how many shots you tonight before tonight's set. How many guess?
Just a good strong 3. I did a strong 3.
Okay, yeah.
Strong 3. But I'm old, so I shouldn't do any at all. I just stopped drinking at this point. But fuck it. You know what I mean? Austin.
Alright, Gordon, I'm gonna let you off easy tonight. I was gonna get you out of here with a little joke. There you go, Gordon Dixon. Alright, take one last fucking pull up here tonight. Make some noise for Lindsay Campbell, everybody. Here comes Lindsay Campbell. Here's Lindsay, everybody. We know Lindsay.
Hey guys. Erica Kirk has been hanging out with Nicki Minaj lately. Have you seen that? She's trying to convince people that she's not racist. But she does run her fingers through people's hair when she hugs them. You can tell she doesn't have a single black friend. So anyway, I had a miscarriage like 6 months ago. A couple days after that, my husband was fingering me, and he got on his hand what Google told us is gray pregnancy matter. Relax, guys. At least he got to hold our baby.
Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Campbell. I loved it. Thanks, man. We know you, Lindsay. You are married to the Adoria Montgomery looking little boy. Millions probably remember. And so that's real.
Yeah, Trey Campbell, Dr. Peppers. We got married on May 3rd, 2025.
Hell yeah. How's that going? Good?
It's going fucking awesome. I just keep bringing animals into the house, and he just keeps trying to get rid of them, but we're doing well other than
What kind of
that.
animals were we talking about?
We're up to 5 now. We have 2 dogs, we have 2 cats, and we have a snake.
Wow, okay. Hell yeah.
What's the point of you? Said snake.
That's a good question. Yeah, she wanted it red.
Point right at you, bro.
What I don't remember what I was true. What happened?
It's not a good thing, I promise. I was talking about my snake, and you told me that if I ever brought it into mid-season, they would like throw the bag against the wall.
Throw the what?
You were drunk. I said I was gonna bring a snake in a bag and have you touch it, knowing.
You got drunk and said you're gonna kill a snake.
I wonder what red bands left of the show. Real Danny. I'm gonna kill your snake. Lindsay, what do you do for work?
I'm a bellboy.
Wow.
Yeah. I work at a hotel. I make tips, so I offer to give people ice. Unless they're Mexican, then I offer to abolish it.
You're a real comedian, Lindsay. I love that. What else is going on in life that's crazy? We should know.
I just got a job for the first time in like 6 months. That fucking sucks.
That's the bellboy thing.
Yeah, it's a bellboy thing. And then we got our dog Spades, who's a tattoo now. It's a swastika. She's a German Shepherd.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, Tony.
It's amazing. Now I scale from 1 to 10. Give that joke a 9.
Thank you.
There you go. Little fucking alley there. I like that. Oh, that's my balls.
I would never do that for
You just had my balls.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. Lindsay, we love you. A great set. Here's a big jump up. Thank you. Check out her cup. What? Check out her cupcake. Oh, yeah. That's the cupcake lady. Hell yeah. Obviously getting high on her own supply. Ladies and gentlemen, what an episode this has been. I mean, holy shit. Gillis, Lincoln Financial Field, July 17th. Broken at the JRE. There's only one way to end an episode like this. William Montgomery is already off on Christmas break. However, there is a young man whose dream it is of one day being a citizen of the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Until he remains a Soviet assassin.
Rabbi
everyone's terrified of AI. It's coming.
Of I guess what we'll call like
Do for work, sir.
for some reason
Pest control.
alienated from her own.
You have like 6 months.
So I'm sure you'll say we dealt with all
See, the secret is you gotta get a job that even AI doesn't want to do.
maybe bullshit la la fumania for the Sahara. You take a picture of it and you face it in the room
Under the
of
Texas sun,
somebody who is first.
even AI is like,
Somehow that picture of itself obviously
Miguel, get there, it's too fucking hot. My batteries are overheating. This is ridiculous. This is inhumane. I don't know about stand-up. I'm not sure. I think AI is still algorithmic for stand-up. People don't relate to perfection. People relate to mistakes.
This is wild.
AI ain't about that life. AI ain't gonna say the N-word. AI ain't gonna show his dick to call waitresses. AI stand-up is gonna be all algorithmic. Shit. Also, if AI is so smart, how come every time I try to log into a website and to make sure I'm not a robot, they ask me to identify 3 traffic lights in the picture? So you're telling me AI sees this puzzle?
Again, by helping the blood or by doing the concept of the body of the medical perspective. But the algorithm is checked. So let's say help a woman in
So it gets there by traffic lights. What the fuck is a Waymo? That's my time. Thank you. That's
you could cover a midwife even from far away. And the camera
without a doubt, the best set of the night. This is incredible, Ari Matty. You've done it yet again.
I fucked up the order of the joke. Fuck. There's a whole different order now. You just have to fuck it.
No one even noticed.
Thank God.
Only you know. That's what's great about this.
The order was totally fucked up.
Was there a callback that got
what
left
is
out?
that?
Everything that was undone.
I don't need to discuss why not? Why not?
Worked out
Why
great.
not? It's obvious.
Fucking amazing.
If you tell me
What I
already,
love about this
was
set
also with
was
her.
because it was so
That's already good. You
brilliant,
have
so
to boil water, whatever else
topical,
you
so
tell me.
funny,
That you
such
go
great
ahead and call
delivery,
the
so
midwife.
crisp, and
If
yet
the
I'll give a
midwife
little
could
behind
travel,
the scenes
that clearly tells
inside
you
scoop
that
that I
whatever
normally don't really ever do, which is that when we were flying back from that gig on Sunday, I said, by the way, Monday's going to be fun. Drew gets jealous, and you go, fuck, I've got nothing.
I said, keep from there.
I'm just curious, is that, did you just fucking cook that up in the past 36 hours or what?
Went some terrible gigs yesterday.
I used to see from the Sharon.
I knew it was logical for a crowd that likes me. I knew.
Oil.
You know when you're
So
bombing
her
and you're
friends
like,
to bring her oil.
you know when you're bombing and you're like, well, somewhere there will the sun will rise in the future.
What I love about that, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, you wrote that in 36 hours. We had a guy on stage earlier that's been doing it 39 years. His minute wasn't the short.
That sucks about stand-up.
So
Like,
squeeze that out from her hair.
He left with a diagnosis of stem cell.
They feel lovely clean. You ultimately again bring her oil in a so much like so as an animal. It has a treatment in her Unless you women in labor take any life. So what do we say? Her friend is the minute life of her own.
That's why, like,
Obviously, just said before, whatever a woman in labor needs,
if you got
you give her.
Yeah.
You give her.
Not a
Why?
lot of people know
Women
that.
in labor,
Ari
I'm not
Maddie
gonna
is a
consider to be
professional
only
fighter,
Jewish
0-3.
instead of being action.
0-3 career, but he knows how to shadow box. This guy is undefeated against the show.
shadow gets fucked up, Joe.
Women in labor is blind.
That's what we call Dedrick
She's
Flynn
blind.
behind the
Yes,
scenes.
I need a nail. I need a candle. So imagine what would you have done? Give me the look I do.
Ari, what else is going on, man? You're killing it.
Therefore, against us, המאשימון איסור ניאס ודאיתו סבא תמיד יתנגד חבר כדור. Why does the woman is running away with trying to lie to
Wow. Israeli Secret Service.
Tell us more.
I would. See, like the usual Secret Service, they gather information and then they kill the guy. Like with cyanide or they poison soup. Nobody even knows what happened. Todd there's no information. And they just blow up the whole building. Mossad always have alien casualties. But they don't like, well, statistically, There's one episode there were a guy who's a Palestinian terrorist, member of the Black September. They did mutiny, the big one. Worst thing to happen on soil, the Jews, you know. So
whatever you need to do first to make those statements sure,
so they're after one of the things, okay? And they find also Norway, this pizza delivery guy. This guy,
you have
a bicycle,
and if you keep bringing up oil in, then what? Your friend would soak her hair in oil, bring the oil, put it in the labor, squeeze it out there. And if that's not enough, then what? Then go ahead and bring the oil in the clean.
So the Mossad tracks this guy down. They pull up on him in a car in Parliament Square downtown Oslo.
Is a better option initially than carrying the utensil filled with oil. Trying to prevent the grease in your hair, at least is not going to suck. It's not going to carry. Or second, that's true. But when she gets to her place, she's going to squeeze out her hair from the oil. And Sita is in the rough also. So once you rough up Sita, then what? Then what? And it's how you can with the oil. But look, when you talk about it, it's Sita itself. And let's write in the book of the opinion that the concept of Sita not apply to hair.
And your parents are like, what did my son do? Black September. But of course, see that what the downside about the Mossad is they always call it. How those got caught is after they blow the guy's head off. They took the car back to the rental agents. That's how Jews call it.
Better
because the whole time they're like, these guys are so sly. Oh shit. The guy. Yeah, they had like one guy they were after in an apartment. They didn't nail they tried which floor it was on. They're like, the building goes. And fuck, the Mossad is crazy. Don't upset the Jews. Where's that yarmulke? Put it on.
What's that?
Put on the yarmulke.
No, the yarmulke's gone.
You threw it out?
No, I had it sent away and put on top of my Christmas tree.
Nice. Anti-Semitism. Yes. Well, there's a key to yarmulke. That's crazy.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna put it on you.
No, I mean,
Yeah, huh? Whoa! Wow!
don't leave like that.
Oh my God!
Moron. By the way, that guy just Heil Hitler. There's a guy in the crowd who just went like this. As sound good. This sounds good.
Second most Jewish man's done this week next to coupons into a Whitney. Shane goes, is that true?
It's a Ben Shapiro joke in here somewhere. Like Ben burritos.
Oh my god. Ari, Maddie, what can I say? The set of the night, the fucking interview of the night. Catch them on Monday on Netflix.
I'm on tour.
Yeah.
Tickets are really low. AriMaddie.com for the love of God.
Go to arimaddie.com. See this man's full-length set. You're not gonna fucking believe it. If you love it a minute, you'll love his hour. The drawing from Ryan J. Belden, that is indeed Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, it's a Shane Gillis. Look at that. Hell yeah. Look at that. That's a very nice picture of you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Look at that.
Thanks, man.
He gave you a little...
Put that above your bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell the girl, look at that. Don't look at my real face.
Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen, July 17th, 2026. Motherfucking Lincoln Financial Field, the biggest stand-up comedy show of all time. How about one more time for the motherfucking man himself, Joe Rogan. Next Monday, go to Netflix, watch the whole goddamn thing, tell everybody that you know, watch Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, filmed live at the Moody Center on New Year's Eve, airs on Netflix next Monday. We will not be here on YouTube. We will be only on Netflix and then back on YouTube the next week. Fuck yeah, man. We did it. What an episode. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Check out their single Pandemonium everywhere where music is available. The Kill Tony Band. And we did it, right, man? Love you. We love you. Catch us on Netflix this week, motherfuckers. Good night, everybody.
Want to hear
All right.
Red Cat 7.
129. We have to knock on mother, Deborah Bass saw your Karsha the entire field. We thank Baruch and Bracha Rivka for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Baruch's mother, Liba Bas Shaul Ali, Yisrael the Bracha, Yokim, American marriage from the Torah, and Shamua and Aliyah and the family. And with that, let us begin. So he says, some fascinating halachas concerning a Yoledes on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, Amr Rabbi Shmuel, Chaya Kozman Shakera Pasua. So we'll say Chaya. So remember, Chaya means, we'll see that Chaya could mean either a woman in active labor or a woman who has just recently given birth. So Chaya Kozman Shakera Pasua. So a woman who's giving birth or in the midst of giving birth, if the womb is open, Bein Amr Tzricha, Bein Lo Amr Tzricha, Shabbos. So we'll say, if the womb is open, whether she says, I need assistance or don't need assistance, we are Mechalo Shabbos. So remember again, what this really means is as follows. Pretty much as we're going to see from the time that a woman begins active labor, she's considered to be a Cholo Sheyesh Bo Sakra. Someone who is ill, who is imminent danger. That's
Wow.
That if the womb is open meaning active labor. So we'll say in that situation, whether she says, I need something or don't need something, if we assess that she needs it, then halach noise will mechal Shabbos. This tamakever, but once the womb is closed, again, we'll discuss the timeline of this. Bein Amra, top of Kuf test. Bein Amra Tzricha Ani, Bein Lo Amra Tzricha Ani, Ein mechal Nasa Shabbos. Halach noise, so once the womb is closed, whether she says, I need something on Shabbos, or she doesn't say, something on Shabbos, we're not Chal Shabbos. So again, a simple distinction here. This This is Rabbi Huda, who had Machlokes in the statement. But Rabbi Huda's first Shmuel has it. Halacha l'maisa, if the womb is open, and the Chal Shabbos for her, whether she says she needs it or not. Once the womb is closed, we are not the Shabbos for whether she says she needs it or not. So this was Rav Ashi's version. Marzutra Mastivach. But Marzutra had a different version of the statement of Shmuel. Rabbi Huda Shmuel. Chaya called Keva Pasua. So Chaya, woman in labor, if the womb is open, they Amra Tzricha. I mean, they Amra Tzricha Shabbos. So whether she says I need it or I don't need it, so we are Mechalo Shabbos for her. This time, however, once the womb is closed, Amra Tzricha Shabbos. This is Marzutra's version. In Marzutra's version, even after the womb has closed, if she says I am in dire need of something, then Einachina Mechalo Shabbos for her. However, Lo Amra Tzricha in Mechalo Shabbos. If she does not say that I need something, Allah for myself. So this is one of Ashi and Marzuch. Remember again, focusing what Shmuel said. So according to Rashi, everyone agrees on the first part of this equation, right? So remember, when the womb is open, everything Allah for myself, you can do Mechal Shabbos for whether you need it or not. In Rav Ashi's version, Allah for myself, Mechal Shabbos for at all. In Marzutra's version, if she says I need something that requires Chol Shabbos, we will do it for her. But if she doesn't say anything, we won't do it for her. So the Gemara says, "Only that we will agree." Matra Masli the Kula, Ravashi Masli the Kula, Hilchas Sokima. So what's it so? Ravina says to Gemara, "So who do we follow? Who do we follow?" So Marzutra is remember Ravashi. Right? Sorry, Marzutra is Nekel. Ravashi is Machne. Right? Remember again. Marzutra's Nekel because he says even if the womb is closed, if she says I need something, we're Mechal Shabbos for her. Ravashi also know once the womb is closed, we're not Mechal Shabbos for her. So who do we pass? Like Amalei, Halacha to Marzutra. Said the Halacha follows Marzutra. Why? Suffolk in the Fashas Mahaka. So whatever we're dealing with the doubt, whenever we're dealing with the possibility of a threat to life, even if that threat is not definitive, it's only possible, Halacha to Marzutra will always make it. Therefore, the Gemara should be passing life, Sutra, and therefore, even once the womb is closed, the womb tells us we need something, and that's something that requires Chol Shabbos, we will do that from him. So the Gemara goes back to the Ema side, and what time is the womb considered to be open? Rabbi from the time that she sits on the birthing stool. Like they have like a birthing stool, right? So from the time that she sits down on the birthing stool, that halacha is the beginning of that means the womb is open. So Rabbi Yeshua says from the time that the blood begins to trickle out of her. The time the blood begins to flow out of her, that's the beginning of active labor. That ultimately again is the opening of the womb. No self and others say the time that her friends support her, the time that a woman cannot walk alone, she can't walk unaided or unassisted. So that's the time whenever ran the womb. So the Gemara says, how long how long after we assume that the womb is open? Rabbi advises 3 days. Rabbi says 7 days. Ramila, Shloshim, others say 30 days. So we'll say, so remember again, you see, so first of all, these are interesting and important halachas regarding childbirth. Also, for example, this discussion about at what point in time is the womb considered to be open, has ramifications for Chokos Nida as well. At what point in time does a woman become a Nida in the birth process? So again, that's wrapped up in this focus. How long do we assume ultimately again that the makar, that or the cavern of the womb is open? So again, we have different positions over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I died. We'll say first of the Gemara says as follows: Chaya, when a woman gives birth, Gimel Zayin Lamed. We said there are essentially three different important intervals in a postpartum woman: 3 days, 7 days, 30 days. And we'll say now, interestingly enough, the way we're going to look at these time frames is really as follows: from birth up until the first 3 days, from we'll call it day number 3 until day 7, and ultimately end day number 7 to day number 8. So watch this. So the Gemara says Gimel for the first 3 days after she's given birth. Then we'll say in the first 3 days after birth, the woman is still considered to be in a state of active sakana. So let's say they take a look at just a Rashi for just a moment. Second line from the top. Chaya Gimel Yom Zayin Yom Lamed. So Skuba Lechilik Halachas Hilchos Shabbos Lamed Zayin Ad Hashlomas Zayin the Gimel Ad Hashlomas Zayin. So we're going to see Chazal are going to break up these three different kinds into three different halachic categories. So watch this. For the first 3 days after she's given birth, so from birth until day 3, whether she says I need help, she said I need help, or I don't need help, the Chalanas HaShabbos, when the Chalanas Shabbos for her, if we see that there's something that she needs. Zayin, we'll say, what about from day number 3 up until day number 7? What happens then? Omeres, Tzricha Ani, the Chalanas HaShabbos, Amarlo Tzricha Ani, and ultimately again, so from day 7. So remember again, from birth to 3, we do whatever we have to do for her, even Kol Shabbos, whether she says I need it or she's like, or I don't need it. From 3 to 7, the next stage. If she says I need something from Kol Shabbos for her, but if she doesn't say I need something, we're not Kol Shabbos for her. Lamed, we'll say what happens from 30 and on. If she says I need something, she's not considered to be active state or an acute sakanas nefashos, for we're not in the Chalo Shabbat. Which is an interesting caveat. Avo osim al yidei aramoy. But we'll say, what can you do? So what can you do? You can ask a guy. You can ask a Gentile to go ahead and perform on behalf of this person. So it's such a very important. Again, 3 stages up until 3, up for 3 days. You do what I need to do for Chal Shabbos. She actually doesn't ask. 7, if she asks me Chal Shabbos, she says that's not for Chal Shabbos. 30, not much Shabbos at all. But even in 7:30, we don't have Shabbos at all. You actually and straight out ask me to help perform any for this woman. Rabbi the Amar, Darkei Hula, not on Yidei Aramai. We'll say as a Hula Bar, Rabbi said, because when it comes to a person who is ill, anything you need done for this person, you may grant so the Gemara says. I will say that's actually a very important piece of halacha l'raisa, which you would straight out ask a non-Jew for assistance when it comes to matters of a chola on Shabbos. Obviously, we're not talking about sakanas nefash, sakara, because if the chola is in a state of sakara, then it goes without saying that the Jew could do it himself in a non-sakanatic state, but you could ask a guy to go and help out with the chola on Shabbos. If you're faced with a situation of choli, of illness, but no sakana, Omer the Nachri Va'osa. You can instruct the Nachri, and the Nachri I'm Rabbi Shmuel. The Chaya Lamed Yom Lamed. So when we say that a woman postpartum, halacha has a certain stat of being a chola for the first 30 days. Most of that statements are for version purposes. What is that? Rashi says, the ultimate thing going to teach me as follows: that for the first 30 days, the woman should be careful with immersion because of the cold. The cold can be harmful to her. Which I also remember again, that the clothes are not like our mikvah. I just say we have a nice heated mikvah. So remember again, the mikvahs were natural bodies of water, which are often really cold. So a woman, the Gemara is saying is a woman who's postpartum is especially sensitive to the cold, and therefore halacha l'maisa, and therefore halacha has to be very vigilant whether or not it's a good idea for her to go to the mikveh. So the Gemara says, "Omer Rabbi lo Omer Elashim Bailehima, about Bailehima mechamila." And this is only true if her husband's not with her. But if her husband is with her, then even if she's chilled from going to the mikvah, her husband will warm her up during the that physical warmth, that body warmth will maintain her health. The party dress is stuff, this is very abdominal stuff. Havla, the goat blossom yom, shlobik me baila. She went to the mikvah after giving birth. She went to the mikvah 30 days after giving birth. Her husband wasn't home. It's tennis. And she became very cold, and we'll say, and chilled, to the point that ultimately, again, she got sick. The point that was they transported her in her bed to her husband, Rabbi, so that he could warm her. I'm ready to Shmuel. Osim Mudur Lechai B'Shabbos. They're ready to go ahead and make a fire for a chaya, for only to give birth on Shabbos. So again, interestingly enough, a woman postpartum is considered to be immediately post, or again, is considered to be an active sana, and Allah may be chilled because she is chilled. Therefore, Allah is permitted to go ahead and make for a fire on summer mina. So we inferred from this statement, L'chaya el L'chola lo. Sounds like this conversation is only the woman who's giving birth, and not for a stam chola. Furthermore, again, I would have thought that when can you make the fire? This is the Gemara. So the most like a shaman in, the most like hamalo. You can only make the fire when during the winter, and not during the summer, because during the summer already it's hot enough. But in the winter, it's more of a logic. And the truth is, this is something. Logic nachaya chola. So first of all, the license to make a fire on Shabbos is for any person who is ill, whether who is giving birth or just stamachola. Furthermore, again, says and furthermore, again, there's no difference between winter and summer wine. There's also, especially when it's giving birth, or a whole that matter, if you're chilled, so that sickness, that being chilled, halacha might say it can occur even if it's very pronounced. Therefore, the ability to make a fire for chola is there. Whether the chola is sick, a woman who's giving, whether it's during the summer or during the winter. So they go to be glad. So I'm going to feel about Abba Shmuel. Take his dam in its time. So let's see another example of this. Let's say a person did bloodletting, right? A person gave blood, right? Did bloodletting, did its time, and as a result, he became very cheap. They make from a bonfire even if it's the middle of the summer. So you see from here, it's licensed to make a fire to warm someone who is still unchilled. Not only by a yolades, by a chaya, but also applicable to any woman or to any person who is ill. So once the Gemara, once you start to learn blood letting over here, the Gemara says, Shmuel, so ulei kapapa b'shaga. We'll say Shmuel, look at Rashi. So ulei kapapa b'shaga. Lomatzu itzmu kanam lehesik yolachazal. Tzibah ubiku kisei shal tithar. So apparently, Shmuel once gave blood, once did bloodletting, and as a result of bloodletting, he became chilled to the point that there was an element of sakana. So what did he do? They burnt a chair made of shaga. So we'll say shaga apparently was a very expensive type of wood. So under normal circumstances, you would not burn. You would not use a shaga chair to kindle a fire by which to warm yourself if you were ill. But apparently there was no other available firewood, and the need for a fire, the need for warmth in the aftermath of bloodletting is so important that they even burnt this expensive chair. Rabbi Yehuda, Salchulei Sura Diyon. So let's say Rabbi Yehuda, they burnt for him after he did bloodletting, they burnt from the Sura Diyon, with the Bashur Sura Diyon, Min Eresu, this is a type of cedar tree. So once they become denominated over here, so these are all very expensive types of wood. So even though under normal circumstances you would not make a fire out of these types of wood, but because being chilled after or as a result of being sick is sakanas nefashos, these great rabbanim would burn whatever they had available to them to create the fire, to create warmth for themselves. So the Gemara says, "L'labo so fulei shashifa." Rabbi would go ahead and burn a shashita, a bench, which means you want to say a utensil. So it's the same idea. Bloodletting, it was so necessary to have a fire to warm oneself. These great rabbanim would burn even items that were legitimate kalim. Or the rabbi, sabbais rabbi, all of these rabbanim people to do. I bahak avarman ashkis. So once again, a bay was especially by the rabbi. You're taking a perfect stool, and you're going and you are a bench, and you're going ahead and you're destroying the fire. So isn't that Hashkas? Also, again, we have a concept of biblical approach about Hashkas, the prohibition to engage wanton destruction. In order to go ahead and burn the satzel, burn the bench for the sake of warming yourself, is that not about Hashkas? From the late travel is hungry, Hashkas they quite ugly. You know, the truth is about Hashkas of my body is even more important. In other words, if I don't take care of myself, Chas v'shalom, I will get ill. That's also about Hashkas. So my physical body about is more important ultimately again than about Hashkas of the bench. So the Gemara says, "Rabbi, we don't know the olam." We'll see incredible Gemara. Yimkar adam koros beso vikach mana al. Better for a person to sell the beams of his home in order to purchase shoes. So the Gemara telling us that shoes are probably the most important garment that a person has. Now this seems to be looking at Rashi. Rashi says that here vikach mana al. But there is nothing more embarrassing than when one walks barefoot. So isn't this incredible? This obligation to go ahead and sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes, interestingly enough, is not because you're going to hurt yourself if you walk without shoes, or it's because you walk without shoes. It is such a bizarre, it's so embarrassing, it's so degrading to walk around without shoes. That's what you're supposed to say. What is equal Chazal? You see from Chazal the need to maintain a healthy sense of self. When a person looks at themselves, they have to realize that they saw. Like we said yesterday, that every Jew is a Ben Melech. Every Jew is important. Every Jew is royalty. You have to dress the bodies also. Walk around barefoot. Walk around barefoot. Such a bizarre. So better to sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes. Heck is done by Eno Mayo. What happens if you did bloodletting? You have nothing to eat. Yimkar na alum shukalat. Not yastik man tzarkis. Better to sell your shoes in order to go ahead and get food that you can eat after bloodletting. Supposed to human feeding is a higher art. Shoes are the most important. Right? Halacha nice and better to sell out the beams of your home in order to be able to have shoes. Yet amazingly enough, says the Gemara, what's more important than shoes? Eating something after bloodletting. Because if you don't eat something after halacha myself, the person can be in a grave state of sakana. My tzarkis, what does it mean? You should go ahead and sell out your shoes. The tzarkis, what is that? Rav Amar Basar. Rav says it means meat. Right? Eat meat after bloodletting. Shmuel says wine after bloodletting. So the Gemara says Rav Amar Basar nafsha chalak nafsha. Why? It's just like the meat. Also, there's a vitality meat. So let the nefesh, let the soul, the vitality of the meat, revives my soul, revives my nefesh in the aftermath of bloodletting. Shmuel says, Yayu suka follows suka. Let the redness of the wine increase the redness of the blood. Okay, so they have one of the best foods to eat post bloodletting. But halakha is here that again, as important as shoes are, so one should go ahead and even sell off the shoes in order to go ahead and purchase Tzarei Suda. For Shmuel, the only God who knows of the Tafshila, on that day they would cook a dish of split. They would cook up the split and ultimately against the king. I guess that's a good post of money. So Rashi also says, there's also like a redness over here. The redness or the richness of the liver should go ahead and increase the vitality of the individual. Yochanan, Shasi ad Victi Rabbi Yochanan would, until the aroma of wine literally came out of his ears. So he drank so much wine, it was fragrant with wine. Shasi ad Victi, not going to drink wine until his spleen was floating. So again, the idea over here is that they would go ahead and drink a lot. in order apparently to offset the harmful effects of bloodletting. Yosef Shasi had been nothing silva. Yosef would drink until literally again blood would come, wine would come out of the puncture wound from the bloodletting. Rava Mahadra Chamra Bar Kvasim Harpi. Rava would only go and drink. Now literally what it means is you drink wine from a three-leaf vine. Or three-leaf vine. Now what does this mean? Rashi says a little bit differently. Rashi says over here, Bar Kvasim Harpi, then Gimel Shani. Rashi says actually over here that Rashi says over here that Rav Nachman, that Rava would only drink wine that was aged for at least 3 years. So apparently again, aged wine has a greater benefit on the individual for blood letting purposes than regular wine. And if Allah stuff, Rava would only drink wine that was at least 3 years old. I'm going to said to the on this slide. What's this? Shanach Yitzchak said to the students, the Talmud Rabbi, said like this. So the kid is that a person may go ahead and bloodletting and may not have sufficient food afterwards to offset the effects of the blood. Not going to give an interesting, not going to use an 8 to 2 after you were in advance of bloodletting, tell your Nachman is coming over for dinner. And if your wives let your Nachman is coming over for dinner, what's going to happen? They'll prepare a whole sumptuous meal. This way, you will make sure that you have enough to go ahead and eat in the aftermath of bloodletting. So apparently, so the way it would work is otherwise, I guess, without that, Nachman was concerned that a husband would say to his wife, bloodletting, can you prepare a nice dinner tonight? She would say, well, if you're bloodletting, you could prepare dinner. Also, I don't prepare your dinner because we're doing something extra. So therefore, go ahead and tell them that Nachman is coming for dinner and they'll prepare something nice. The both say, listen to this. The Gemara says, "Hulu iyarume asiri barne hay aram b'shar." In general, we'll say. So harama means engaging in kind of like a bit of trickery is usher, with the exception of these cases over here. What's when it comes to bloodletting? So supposed to be evening. How could Rav Nachman tell his students to go ahead and to see with their wives? Because the nice again, when it comes to bloodletting, you're going to see because there's sakanas and abashas. So some level of ha'arama is necessary in order to safeguard your health. Let's give you a more dramatic example. Just watch this. So the words Nanda Abu Yosa, Lo Afshalay Lishko Zuza. The Afshalay. So let's say something with bloodletting. Remember we said before, the best thing you do for bloodletting is what? Wine. Drink some good wine, depending on what kind of wine. 3-year-old wine, newer wine. Okay, but drink wine. That's the issue. Also, let's say the person doesn't have enough money to purchase wine to consume in the aftermath of bloodletting. So what should you do? Lishko Zuza Mako. Go ahead and take a alcohol. Most of the Rashi says over here. Lishko Zuza Mako. Zuz Ra. So this is kind of like a zuz that's been taken out of circulation. So just to be clear, it's almost confident no one's going to take it. Is it possible that someone will take it? It's possible, but it's not really in circulation. So in this case over here, the individual did bloodletting, right? Nice, again, he needs wine. What's the problem? He doesn't have the money for wine. All he has is a worn out zuz that is essentially taken out of circulation. So what should he do? So he went to the laser of Hanusa, then go to 7 stores, Ad Ha'im Shiriviyah. So only this was listen to this. What should he do? He should go into 7 stores. I also apparently it was coming in the time of the Gemara. That's what. And Allah actually points out to taste some of the wine before you go ahead and purchase it. So watch this. What is the guy? He goes into the store. He tastes some of the wine. And it's just off his back. And what does he do? He sets the wine up for him. And the part of the part of those the money is no good, right? Goes to the next door, he's the process. Next door is the process. Still, after a number of stores, he's now having a piece of wine. Because one, therefore, to make that negative effect, ultimately again, are also negative effects of the bloodletting as big as remember, in this case, remember again, technically speaking, the coin that he's using is still a coin, meaning it has some level of value. That the prices don't want to keep it, does not go ahead and therefore again, obviously, you would not want someone to do this, something like this under these circumstances. It's just that, it smells of dishonest. The mice, because there's an element of punishment involved, there's a good one. You don't have a worn out disease in every case of the process. Label Shep Hami Umasa. 7 black sheep, and Shep mix comes in. Rub oil in your temples. They need to make this shit. No people sleep in the sun. So again, if you don't get one, 7 black sheep, rub oil on your temples and sleep in the sun. I'll ask you for this one. I've laid down to sleeping in the sun. I'll lay down to sleeping in the sun. I'm a lady. You shall. You have to come up. Wise enough to do something that is bad for you. Right, too much jumped up on the stage. How could it be that that's really uncle? Now become beneficial to you after I'm letting you know what that cousins. They're too small set. I just gave blood. I just did blood. Therefore, again, I need to go ahead and keep in the sun to warm myself up. I let you keep running the mind by doing such a thing as so ultimately, again, but the fact that wasn't the case, rather, it had to do with it. There's one day out of the year that Halacha and I could teach up the same body by the says, is Yom enough Labat. We call ourselves the number one day in which the summer celebrates, right? The day in which the Shabbat returns, even though there's intensity. And he just jumped up to whatever the reason Shmuel did not love to do it about it. That was because it makes that's how cause of and he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. We call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast. Going ahead and number one using the blood betting because Sparkle takes it just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. Who are Chayav Lokar? He doesn't care about his health. This guy doesn't care about his health enough to go ahead and eat proper after blood letting. I care more about his health than he cares about his health. Of course not. I'm on the other notion. Well, they say that the part of the sake of. Just jumped up on the stage. You saw that live. That was a live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not. One free tape comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not. And the wind will remove the remaining blood. And he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not. One free tape comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not. And he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast. That's why not. One free tape comedy podcast. And he just jumped on the stage and you saw it live. That was a live part of the show. Wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not. One free tape comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live podcast in the world. That's why not. One free tape comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. blood letting.
You're wondering why we call ourselves the new podcast.
On your way out, you shop off.
And you just checked the stage and you saw that look.
If you run into a park, when you finish already, what's going to happen? So ultimately, again, join us. Second person to join. You pug up, demand the cog on us. If you bump into someone who ultimately, again, the person will die. You do the blood letting. He pug up. Obviously, he pug up another actor. Another actor was there. Another actor is a casual. Big. Because of the actor. Apparently, it's a Rabbi. Well, there's a negative effect of using filters for blood letting. The person cannot go ahead and release the negative declaration health. That would pull them to life. I ran to other notes. This report to the public. What's the scenario of these things, guys? Which is after you go ahead and relax the blood letting what? Don't get up quickly. Don't get up quickly. Others take your time getting up. So this report to wait a little bit and then get up afterwards. Hey, God, Kroven, when we say you're something high. There are 5 things that will say that put a person closer to the end for life. The able to read things. Ochel, if a person ate and immediately stood up. Shasaba, drank and immediately stood up. Yashin, when a person slept and immediately got up. Pick his dumb of the honor. The person did blood letting and immediately got up. Shimish Mikasaba, a person engaged in marital relations and immediately got up. So all of these things require a little bit of like a pause, a little bit of a waiting, a little bit of a resting before it goes ahead and gets up. So the Gemara says, Amar Shmuel, worst of the Dama called Vaham. So Shmuel says, Allah the time for bloodletting is once every 30 days. Or letting once a month. Right? Bloodletting once a month keeps you healthy, keeps you vital. So the Gemara says, you might. And I will say, literally, bin aprakim means between the ages. I will say what this means is as follows. After you reach the age of 40, after you reach the age of 40, you shouldn't do bloodletting every 30 days. Rather what? Rather, again, ultimately, again, every 60 days. Every 60 days. So the Gemara says, bin aprakim yachshavina. And then when you're above 60, you should do it even less often, once every 30 days. So as I said, apparently before 40, once every 30 days, between 40 and 60, once every 60 days, above 60, once every 90 days. Amr Shmuel. Korsa de Dama, Chad B'Shabsa, Arval, U'Ma'ale Shabsa. So let's listen to this. So Shmuel says the right time for bloodletting is Sunday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are good days for bloodletting. Good days for bloodletting. The Gemara says, Shini v'chamishi lo, but you should bloodletting on Mondays and Thursdays. Why not? Damar mi yesh lo schus avos, dam b'shini v'chamishi. Only one schus avos. Right? Only one, again, who goes ahead and has merit from his ancestors, should do bloodletting on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? Shebei shamala b'shamat b'shavi achad. Let's listen to this. On Mondays and Thursdays, when our but they didn't sit in session. The celestial Beis Din sit in session as well. I will say, at a time when the Beis Din is in session, you don't want to do anything that places you potential sakana one. I will say, apparently, the way it works is as follows. If a person doesn't put themselves in trouble, who is willing to go and let certain things go. The problem is, if I put myself in a state of sakana, very often the Beis Din Shamala will say, listen, the individual's already in sakana. Let's just exact retribution for his misdeeds. Therefore, says the Gemara, very, very important to avoid putting yourself in sakana on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? It's just like the Beis Din down here is in session, the Beis Din Shamala is in session as well. So the Gemara says, why can't you go ahead and do bloodletting on Tuesday? What's wrong with Tuesdays? So the Gemara says, Mishum. The Kaima Ma'adin Bezuve. Because we're going to say ultimately again on Tuesdays, apparently the influence of Mars is felt in herbs. Look at Rashi. The Kaimai Ma'adin Mizubi actually says, he says, Shemazal Ma'adin and Shamisho B'Shar Zubers. Apparently, again, the mazel, the influence of Mars, which apparently exerts a negative influence, is felt during the even hours of the day. Mazel Ma'adin Memuna ala Cherev Bala Dever Bala Paranios. And ultimately, again, the mazel of Mars, I will say, unfortunately, is responsible for war, for pestilence, and all types of negative things. So the Gemara says, Mali Shabbos Anami Kaimin Isavi. But 1 second. On Erev Shabbos, the influence of Mars is also felt during the even hours, which the Gemara says, Kevan the Dashabe Rabbi Shom Pesayim Adam. So we'll say, so apparently, it's actually very interesting. So apparently, since it was very common to go ahead and do blood on Erev Shabbos, or actually to do blood letting on Erev Shabbos, it's called Dashabe Rabbi. Dashabe Rabbi means, in general, the halacha is you are not permitted to do something which puts yourself in sakhan. That is the general halacha. There's an exception to this rule, which is anything that we're talking about is something that the general populace engages in. There's a concept called Torah who watches over the simple people. So let's say, I'll tell you what you do. So for example, it is that one is not permitted themselves the makom sakhan. I say, how can you drive? Are you allowed to drive? Driving there's a concept called anything that becomes normative, even if it has some element of risk in it, since the public have trodden through it, as in, like given the Dutch Rabbi. Since people do it, it's a certain level of divine shmira over normative daily activity. So therefore, again, the Gemara's influence of Mars is felt in the even hours of Friday as well. Allah comments that it's important for people to do bloodletting on there. Therefore, halacha l'meisa, if there's Amar Shmuel, Dalit, or Wednesday that is also the 4th day, or Dalit Rabbi, or a 14th of the month, or Dalit do Esrim Ba'arvim, or a Wednesday that is the 24th of the month, or Dalit Leka Arba Basrei, or a Wednesday that does not have the 4th day of the month right afterwards, or doesn't have the month afterwards. Karnka poses a sakana, ultimately again from bloodlet. Rosh Chodesh V'Shemilo, Kul Shatz. We'll say again. This is all talking about. Rashi points out over here. These are obviously more esoteric discussions over here. We'll say, but the idea being that apparently there are certain times that certain constellational astrological forces are felt in the world. So the idea that Chazal are saying is better.
What are some subjects on which you, as a artificial intelligence model, might go 50-50 on, like not 99-1? Like, what are some things that you think, like a list? Give me a list of like 100 things where you think that 50% of it could be true, 50% of it could be false.
If you give blood on Erev Shavuos, it's mamish sakana. You see why it's wrong? Because Zavana Kulu Mali Yom Tava, Yishum Yom Tava Datas. And that's like Chazal said, you really shouldn't do any bloodletting on Erev Yom Tov in general. But that dinner on Erev Yom Tov was a safeguard for Erev Shavuos. The Notik Be Zega, Ushmei Tavuach, because in Erev Shavuos there is a wind. That wind is called Tavuach. The Ilo Kiblu Yisrael Torah. We'll say what about that wind? Because had we not accepted the Torah, that wind would have been at the source of our demise. Amar Shmuel. Achol chita behek is done. The person ate grain, ate wheat, and then he did bloodletting. The only effect that the bloodletting has is on that wheat that he just consumed. But apparently bloodletting consuming wheat does have the normative and the real effects of bloodletting. The only thing it does is it gets wheat out of his system. The honey needed to do it. So therefore, also what it's saying is that if you did bloodletting after eating wheat, it doesn't have an aphrodisiacal effect about lactose. But if you're looking to yourself, if halakha makes a person feels heavy, so to speak, after eating and they wanted to do bloodletting, the bloodletting can make them feel a little bit lighter. Okay? Hameki is the altar. We'll say first bloodletting. Really, he should get the achila atzimyo. For eating ultimately, again, it's also this means, but it's like what it's saying is the halacha l'maisa. For achila, you should wait up until the amount of time that it takes to walk half a mile, which is Ibailu, Shela Alter Mali about Basrafi Kaji. Doesn't mean that drinking after bloodletting is only beneficial if you do it immediately. But if you drink later on about Basrafi Kashi, that it's actually detrimental to one's health, or maybe you're supposed to drink immediately. If you don't drink immediately, then what you drink doesn't really have an effect on you one way or the other. Which yours is taken. I have to leave that kasha in that shell. When we say that you have to eat up until the amount of time that it takes like a half a meal, so the Gemara says, so we'll say, is it that you have to wait 9 minutes after bloodletting for eating? But if you eat before that or after that, it's problematic. Or is it no, to the maximum effects of food bloodletting, you should wait the amount of time it takes to walk a half meal. But if you end up eating earlier or later, it doesn't really have any impact. To which the Gemara says, take it. We're not sure. Machriz Rav Mea Kari Bezuza, Mea Reishe Bezuza. Listen to this. So Rav says, if you find that they're selling 100 boards for a zuz, buy it. 100 animals for a head, 100 animal heads for a zuz, buy it. Mea Sefami below clothes. But if they're selling 100 animal lips for a zuz, don't touch it. Right? No, don't touch it. It doesn't. We'll say. So apparently, again, the lips of the animal are a totally not beneficial part of the animal. Apparently, again, there's no medical benefit to going ahead and eating the lips of an animal. So even if you can get them cheap, so as we have to think anything you can get cheap is generally worth having. To which the Gemara says that's not the case. Apparently, again, lips are meaningless, and therefore halakha. What am I saying? You get 100 for a zuz, don't buy it. So what's this? Rabbi Yosef, so ultimately, again, when I was going to Rafuna, by Rafuna, Yoma de Mefagri de Rabbanon, on a day, this will say, that ultimately, again, the Talmidei Chachamim were lazy, right? And we're not coming to the base measures. So it's interesting. So the day when the Talmidei Chachamim were a bit lazy, a bit lethargic, and not coming to the base measures, what would they call that? Amriya Idna Yoma de Shefamim. They said today is a lift day. The low Yedana Maikal. And ultimately, the Gemara said, I never knew what they were talking about until this Gemara. So what does a lift day mean? A lift day means like a lost day. Just like the lips, ultimately, again, don't really have any nutritional value. And therefore, even if you can get it cheap, don't go ahead and eat it. So apparently, when there was a very unproductive day in the base measures, they would call it a lift day, which was actually quite amazing. It was also obviously an incredible Muslim. Apparently, lips are the least important part of the animal, right? Lips are meaningless. Even if you get 100 lips for a zuz, don't buy it, because ultimately, again, nothing can feed their conscience. Listen, incredible yisod. The talk is cheap, right? Talk is cheap. And although you can get a lot of talk for a very little bit of money, it's worth absolutely nothing. At the end of the day, it's dynamic activity, action, which makes all of the difference. Incredible. Let's say let's finish. The kosher nuts word. Remember again, the Mishnah said that you could tie the umbilical cord. So Tanraban on Shabbos. Tanraban on kosher nut tibor, you could tie the umbilical cord on Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi Omer Abchotchen. Rabbi Yossi says you could even go ahead and cut the umbilical cord on Shabbos. The Tomnin Hashalya Kedei Sheyechem Havla. Now we'll say not only that, but to bury the placenta in order that the baby should be on. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Tomnin Hashalya. We'll say it's 5 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The first is Meal, Shira Fualis Hanan Havlas. Also, see, that's very interesting. So apparently, there was some type of like sumo that if you go ahead and bury the placenta, the baby is able to remain warm. Obviously, the baby's out of the placenta. I remember the woman has given birth. He's in the world, Baruch Hashem. If you bury the placenta afterwards, apparently, that helps with the body temperature, the warmth of the baby. This is a school that they had. So you can bury the placenta, or that maybe should be one. I'm sure we know, but no one was solid. So what Shimon says, royalty, they go ahead and they bury the shell in swollen. Literally, you know, say like in a siphon, like a trough of oil. So the Psalm shall show it. So they go ahead and literally immerse the placenta in a trough of oil and steam. For those ashirim, this the daughters of rich people with would bury the placenta in tufts of wool. Benos ani. So ultimately, the poor people would bury the placenta in tufts of flax. Amrav Barafuna Amrav. Rabbi Yossi people Shoshne Tinokos Shechotchi. This is also the Chachamim agree that we say high in the Rabbi Yossi says that you can cut. The Chachamim agree with Rabbi Yossi that halacha l'maaseh you can be umbilical cord of this nighttime up see ahadadi because the concern they will pull against each other and the shalom come to the day. Amrav Kolomer Parshas Tokachah Osun L'Chayev B'Shabbos. Furthermore, again on Nachman says in Ram Barabua and name of God, everything that is said in Parshas Tokachah say that this does not work to the Tokachah ultimately again in the Chumash. This is Sefer Yecheskel. So we'll say in Sefer Yecheskel, very powerful image. Rabbi Baruch Hu compares Israel to a baby which was abandoned at birth. And somebody took in the baby, raised the baby, cleaned the baby, took care of the baby, allowed the baby to grow up into an adult, and then when the baby became an adult, the adult turned its back on the parent who raised it. That's the metaphor. So the Gemara says whatever it says in the pasuk of rebuke, ultimately is the things that are done for a baby on Shabbos. For example, the Gemara says, Sheneh Amar, Umoladutayich B'yom Choledes Osach, Lo Karis Sarech. So listen to this. And when you were born, on the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was not cut. Ubemayin, Lo Rachat, right? And ultimately, again, you weren't washed with water. You were not salted. Again, we'll fit all of this. V'asel Lo Chasalta. Again, we'll see what all this means in just a moment. So we'll say, right? On the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was cut. Or I should say, excuse me, on the day that you were born, Mikan Shemiyaldas Havla B'Shabbos. From here we see that you can help a woman give birth on Shabbos. Lo Karas Said, your umbilical cord was not cut. Mikan remember, the Gemara saying over here, from anything in the pasuk that was not done, you see that these are the things that are normally done in the course of birth. And therefore, these are the things that you can do on Shabbos. But from here, you cut the umbilical cord, or Maim Lo Rachatz, and you have washed in water, the machine, you can't have blood for Shabbos. So from here, you see that under normal circumstances, you can go and wash a baby on Shabbos. And you were not salt. So that's very interesting. So Rashi sees to indicate that they used to apply salt to the skin of the baby born. The Marashas a little bit they applied some type of like, and one of the ingredients today is salt, or babdafka actually. And there you see that you swaddle the baby. When the baby was born, the limbs pointed a little bit, so they would go ahead and swaddle the baby very tight in order to put the limbs back in place. So the Gemara says, from this pasuk, from the rebuke in this pasuk, and all the things that were not done for the baby in this pasuk, you see what is normally done for a blood and for a mother for a birth on Shabbos. Hadron Allah Mefanin was a Shaya, Mazel Tov, and the Hashem tomorrow we begin the
I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, life will still go on, believe me. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you.
No discussion regarding this regarding I wanted just thinking of the experience I wanted to clarify something that I'm sure you understand that
God only knows what.
Was make one joint or must they make two? Or do they have the right to choose one a flavor? Behind the wall that has two different ramifications. Two different ramifications. The wall allows for the two parties, two chateros, to make an entranceway through the quote unquote entranceway. But of course, you can't have these
God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, your life will still go on beneath me. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without. 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 God only knows what I'd be without you. Knows what I'd be, only knows. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without.
So a ladder in Chatzar A may work for diminishing the wall so as to allow Chatzar A to potentially use the top of the wall, but a ladder in Chatzar A will not create an entrance in order to allow it to live unless, of course, what?
Oh, what is this bullshit?
Again, just important to understand. So we'll say with that, let us go. Allah I use every day. Allah not the platform itself measures dollar per dollar. We're talking about $40. The idea of a we'll say rest matter against, we'll say again, following along in the pictures.
Once I started telling my friends in LA that I meditate, they all think they also meditate. They're all like, I do too. So one friend was like, I'm always meditating. I was like, you are? I was like, we never talked about that. I was like, what's your process? How do you do it? She's like, I just don't let things bother me.
How this is working. So the mission of the Gemara says,
I was like, no.
The ladder in this case does not have a width of dollar problem. But watch this. The platform does. The ladder just.
Shout out to that one person who saw me do this in the shower. Like, that is art. I was like, dog, I know, it's sick as fuck. I may not always love you, but as long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, your life will still go on, believe me. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows.
It smells like cat food out here. Somebody took the fancy piece. Did you? Is it in the Atlantic Ocean?
Let's take it. I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is alright with me. 'Cause you make me so brand new. I wanna spend my life with you. Say it seems, baby, since we've been together. Oh, loving forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. I'll never be untrue. Oh, baby, let's stay together.
But rather again, they are the rungs are always going to be talking about each other. We can be talking up and down.
For as much as I like
you are diminishing the wall
making
by
videos
the
on
concept of love. What's an interesting
Instagram,
that's highlighting
at least the long ones,
about
I'm just gonna do it on YouTube. Avoiding practices that cause pain for long-term harm. Again, some bitches.
Right? Well, so you're using love it, it's like love it everywhere. It's interesting because one might have thought some see this about the application of one halacha emotion in Sinai.
Spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that.
Like how many halachas in Sinai can you use?
That's what it's about, having more Jews. I agree with all of that. Avoiding, especially on Shabbat. Especially on Shabbat. Dignity. The real
we're switching away from only from the case of the wall to a general case of a pillar. And again, we're going to use that. So listen to this.
Yo, dog, how could you make Judaism into a religion that pleases both the Hasidic world and the modern Orthodox world and academics? Like, how can you have respect for things from a spiritual standpoint, but also want to be historically accurate?
On the top of that pillar. So imagine, they're not just put a peg, but like nail in a peg to the top. What's the halacha? So we'll see you diminish the of the pillar, thereby taking away its sense of a rishon. Right? The rishon has many dimensions. 10 talks, 4 talks of space. You take the top of the pillar, you drive up, right? So what have you done? Gone ahead and minimize the top area. You minimize area. Therefore, again, thereby again taking away its status of Rishos Hayom. Amr of Adabar Abba, who will go Shlosha. The Bible says that only assuming that the peg itself is more than 3 fucks. Right? If the we'll say what happens if the peg is less than 3 fucking height. What happens? What happens? Then it's bottle to the rest of the surface area. It's bottle. Bottle. The Gemara says, Abai Ravayu, Arababishi in Gabashos. This is not true. Even if the peg is less than 3 fucking height, it still takes away the status of the area as it should have a wide nighttime also. Well, Mishnah will say the problem just is when you no longer have a flat surface area, you have a peg, even if the peg is less than 3 fucking height, what does it do? It takes away from the usage of the surface area. This is not so my Rabbi saying even though again it's less than 3 fucking, therefore technically it's being put into love. It's as if it's flush to the ground. But when I saw what? It's not flush to the ground. So it's not flush, therefore again that takes the usage of the surface area. Rashi says Afilu Shekam Ashvilu Afilu Shekavosh Moshe.
Wow, that's amazing.
It does not go ahead and take away. It's not going to flush the identity of the area of the I don't know what it is. After the Tali Day, it's always been something. Everybody is looking at the peg, right? The existence of the peg is something that takes away from the usage of the area.
Most Jews
It's not focused above 3, below 3, but actually when you put it up, how long can I say? You have a peg that is 3 fucking, taller than 3 fucking. The area still has the status of the shoes. Why? Because you can still use it. But you can't put anything down on it. You're right. You hang something from that pillar. You hang something from there. What happens if let's say here, you took this pit, you took this pillar, and you filled up the entire surface area with pegs. What happens there? So let's see if you take a look. This is picture 262. So picture 262 again. Hey, it's supposed to see here. You can see here's the visual. Right? So you have this peg that is 10 fucking high, 4 fucking on surface area. That's the is of Irishus Hayah. Irishus Hayah in the middle of Irishus Hayah. So first case was you have a peg. You put a peg there. So what does a peg do to the surface area of this? That's not focus. So again, we're now up to Rashi. Rashi says the presence of a peg does not take away from the identity of the pillar as the peg prevents you from using the surface area. No, it just tells you how to surface area. So instead of making stuff black on the surface area, you'll hang it from the peg. Says the Gemara, what happens if you cover area with pegs? Well, what happens then? Just now watch this. Says the Gemara, Husband of Yochanan, so he said, did you not hear even the Rabbi Yochanan? What does Yochanan say? Lord B'tul Yochel, Messiah B'asara. Let's listen to this. This is a simple case. If you have a pet, so let's remember again. Minimum dimensions for Irishus Hayah 10 fucking of height, 4 fucking of area, of space. Let's say you pick a pit. But the depth of the pit is only 10 fucking when you include the area of the mound around the pit. Let's say this is 263. The halacha is when calculating the depth of the pit, you can go ahead and use to count towards that depth the area around the pit as well. So that's where you pile down the dirt that you dug out, put it around the lip of the pit. But that area, that kuya, that pile counts towards the height of the pit as well. I asked the Gemara, why should that count? Hello, Mishkan Mishlei. That area is not going to be usable. Hello, my is the Palamina Germana, we do Mishkan Mish. Goes to that area, it's usable. You put a board over the top, use that area over the top of the pit. Alkanami, the monetary medium Mishkan Mish. So I will say if you have a hole, you have a pillar, and that pillar has pegs all over it, like in picture 262. Hello, so you still see the pillar is usable. How is the pillar usable? If you would just take something and put it on top of each other, like creating a flat surface. Use that area on top of the pillar as well. Therefore, I say even so the Gemara seems to indicate even the present. See, you would the halamina is that the presence of a peg kind of nailed in or driven into the top of a pillar that is 10 tefachim high, 4 tefachim, obviate the identity of the area which represents the surface of the water. Now what we're beginning to see is that the presence of the peg, that's where your ability to use the surface. Your peg, the actually goes from the peg, and even the pegs, right? Even if it's all peg, you can always what? Take something, put it across the top of the peg, and use the top peg. Good. I'm going to do the Kosala Sara. So now back to level wall that's 10 bucks. You want to
Sabbath bride
how
come
long
into
the ladder, how long the ladder.
play before Moshe
In order to go ahead and diminish a 10 wall, you need a 14 ladder. But you'll see there's no even if it's 13 buckets. Abai said even in halakha there's only 11 talking in other words. We'll say Rafuna Amr Huridi Shuamar, Rafuna Bedu said even Akilu Shiva matches, even 7 talking. We'll say, what are they arguing about? They're arguing about what angle of incline you can have on the ladder and still allow the ladder to be functional and usable. That's what it's mostly. So again, take a look at picture 264. Here you can see it. The ladders are just angled differently. What is a comfortable angle of usage in order to allow the ladder ultimately again to be usable, to scale the walls? This is my focus. You can see, obviously, the longer the ladder, the less the angle of incline. That was something very interesting here. If you notice that once we get to 7, so ultimately again we're talking about what the ladder that is when you flush against the wall. Not ladder. So with that, Gemara says very confusing. The Gemara says, first of all, take a look at Rashi. Shevel Mash. I'm going to come on soon and suck with tonight. The Zakir play Magila Pachos Migimel. What's the now, the idea is that you're using a ladder that is 7 buckets and a little bit. So the essence is that the top of the ladder is what? Within 3 buckets of the top of the wall. So we go with that, the Gemara picks up on this last point. Amarav, Sulam Zakir Tonight, Gemara the Dynamite. So that's we have a tradition, all right, a tradition for like that's a Gemara means. That's what I love Moshe explain this context. It just means Rashi says Shamati made out both sides. I heard from my teachers that even a ladder that is laid flush against the wall, so a ladder that is just straight against the wall, to diminish the wall, below you on a right time. I don't know why this works. Father doesn't know that Rav was not Shmuel's father, but ultimately again Rav was older than Shmuel. Shmuel told him, "Abba, lo yoda Abba kaima, Abba, you don't know the reason. Listen, but the Agavi it's the It was very simple. A ladder that just stands erect, rather than just stands straight against the wall, is no worse than yesterday's case. It's the Agavi. It's the only had that case yesterday. There's a platform on top of the platform. Remember again, that was the case where you have a platform that is for talking, and then above that platform is another platform that is for talking, and the upper platform is within 3 buckets of the lower platform. So love with the 2 platforms, and together they diminish the height of the wall. So it's a platform which is flush against the wall. The ladder that sits flush against the wall is no different than the platform. But I will say that's the way the Gemara is understanding, the way the Gemara passes as well, which is even a flush ladder, either directly against the wall, as long as it's 7 talking and a bit, because that bit is very important, because that bit is what allows the top of the ladder to be what? To be within 3 talking of the top of the wall. Because the column should have bubble, another issue is the countries of bubble do not require to be permanently affixed at the base of the wall in order to diminish the height. Now, what is this? Look at Rashi. The column should have bubble. Rashi says, we'll see 6 times on the bottom of Rashi. skating color. I will say, Rashi myself here. This doesn't really mean like regular palm trees. Rather, again, there's a palm tree that is cut down. So when they say palm tree, the bubble is talking about the palm tree section. You went ahead and you took a piece of a palm tree from Bala. Shenichon samach lekol salamato. Ein lekol pan bekarka. Va'afag of the davanita who tars kli alein. Deru'uyin lemosha. Afilach kvedan kol pan she'in ba'ad of no pan the control. So this is actually something about Babylonian palm tree that was cut down. People would often fashion furniture out of these palm trees. So if you have a piece of a Babylonian palm tree that is sitting by the base of your wall, that diminishes the height of the wall, even if you did not permanently fix it. Why? Because they will say these pieces of palm tree were heavy. So because they were heavy, the assumption was what? Where it is what? Where it's going to stay. It's not really going to move. So because you're not going to move it, therefore halakha l'maaseh is considered to be fixed in place. This is what we're beginning to see now. That remember, in order for something to diminish the height of the wall, it really does this certain has to be fixed in place. Their heaviness establishes that one says for Lucifer, Amradoshia, Babylonian ladders, do not have to be fixed in place. Well, Kavedan called Asan. Altogether, their heaviness, let's look at Rashi, Sula, Kol Shukum Mikan, Sulam Kol Shumikan, Etzlo. Vein Bishtim Babazeshmi, oh no, I'm sorry, that was wrong. So you begin to see that something that is heavy is considered to be fixed in place, even if it's not actively fixed in place by some type of something for material. Zimar goes by Mandom Sulamos, the opinion that says that the latter is typically fixed in place, motion and color. We certainly agree that palm trees are considered to be fixed in place because palm trees are heavier than ladders. Mandom colors, the opinion that says that the Babylonian palm trees are considered to be fixed in place. How about Sulamos Love? Would not necessarily agree with the case of the ladder. Why when Rabbi Yossi made Abba, so Rabbi Yossi asked the Rabbi the following case, Sulam Mikan, the Kashin, the Emsamao. So we'll say, here you have a very interesting case. Remember, we've spoken about the idea that in order for a ladder to go ahead and diminish the height of the wall, what has to happen? The ladder has to have a width of 4 tons. In this case, it's got to be at least 4 tons wide. Isn't this an interesting case? I have a ladder, but it is not 4 tons wide. So I have this great top. What am I going to do? Look at Rashi. Sulam kol shumikan. The sulam kol shumikan etzlo. Vein b'shneim babazeshneim tzvakim babazeshneim tzvakim. Rochab kavak kashin shel tuot kavakim isha lazeh lashlim la'arba ma'am. Just to illustrate this case, you take a look at picture 265. 265. So let's just put your single here and look up the picture right hand. So if you put your single here as this follows, you have 2 regular ladders that are very, very, very thin. Very thin. Less than 2 pockets of width each. So I will say the problem is now, even together, those 2 ladders do not have the requisite 4 tons. Now the great Scott, what am I going to do? I'm going to make another ladder in between those 2 ladders with some straw. I'm going to make rungs out of straw, and essentially I'm going to put those rungs of straw in between the 2 ladders. Those are my rungs. And I'm going to use the 2 regular ladders, which are too thin. It's kind of like my handrails. Right, so I'm going to use those 2 small ladders to climb up, but I'm going to climb up on the rungs of straw. Says the Gemara, that Mahu, what's the halacha? Does that work or not? Amrlei, ein kaf haregel ola b'hai. No, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Right? Because rungs of straw will not support your weight. So because rungs of straw will not support your weight, it's not allowed. Because it's not allowed, therefore again, it can't be inside the wall. Okay, so that's the reverse case. Hashem, the Hashem comes a little bit. So now, so I will say, so again, same picture, you can look at the left or left-hand ladder. So we'll say, what have you done? You're taking your ladder, which is too narrow. It's not too narrow to serve the source of diminution to the wall. What do? So in this case, you attach to it 2 ladders. Now those 2 straw ladders are serving as what? Those are your handrails. That's what you're going to hold when you walk up. But your weight is going to be supported by the rungs of the ladder. So what's in this case? So that's going to come to catch in the country on each side of the ladder. Because there's my handrails. The suba and the regular ladder is in the middle of the ladder. Oh, that works. That'll work. Because you also what Raw does do is descends the ladder. So now I have a ladder that is, and again, my weight can be supported by the rungs of the regular ladder. Incredible. I'm in days will say. This is an interesting case. So what happens if halacha l'maisa? I have a Rashi says, tap Rashi, I'm testing this. Chagak lahashlim l'kosel, sulam tzar v'chagak l'kosel l'kan l'kan. V'neged chabak yasum lahashlim l'chodavos. This is his case. So let's say I have a very narrow ladder. I have a very narrow ladder. And also, let's assume for a moment over in this case, I'm going to place my ladder flush against the wall, which we said we can do. So, I have a ladder that is only 2 tefachim in width. I put it flush against the wall. I have a great chop. What am I going to do? I'm going to extend the rungs, extend the width of the rungs by going and carving into the wall. That's what it means. I want to get a complete direct width of the ladder by going ahead and carving out an area in the wall that it says I'm going to increase the length of each rung by carving into the wall itself. So we'll say, how far do I have to go up on the wall in order to make this a bona fide ladder? Amalei Basara. You have to go 10 fucking high. Alright, so essentially make a ladder of 10 fucking high by extending the rungs by carving into the wall that one. Amalei Chagago Kula Bakosa Bakama. Well, I will say, well, if that's the case, if that's the case that I can go ahead and engrave into the wall, then I can hollow out the wall to make the ladder. So let me forget about the ladder altogether. If I were just to go ahead and carve out rungs in the wall, this is picture 267. So in this case over here, I'm not even using an external ladder. All I'm doing is I'm carving steps into the wall itself, carving rungs into the wall itself. So how far does that have to extend up on the wall in order to finish the wall? I'm relating the low komasa. Oh, well, that has to go all the way to the height floor. That's the picture of 267. You can see over here, you might have a wall much taller than 10 fucking. But interestingly enough, in the ladder only has 10 fucking. Or I should say, the ladder has to diminish the height of the wall. Again, if you're carving rungs into the wall, it's up all the way to the top of the wall. I don't understand. Why is that? So I'll say, why is that exactly? Let's see, you hear, look at actually, we'll come on to Shapon. So actually, Moshe Habakim Arba. So we'll say, so what's the pshat? Why is it that if you're going ahead and engraving a ladder into the wall itself, quote unquote, run steps, must extend to the top of the wall, yet if you're using we'll call it standalone ladder, the ladder need not be as tall. So this is actually quite fascinating. Amrli Hassam Mistalikle, Haka no Mistalik. There was a Rashi Hassam, he Ikasula Magia Roshak was a Lados, Uniono Hashem and Havi Pesach, which is a Rokadalit. Hilchok Kimashi Roka Barba, the Gova Sarah, Pishabi, Avahoka in York Lados. When you have an external ladder that is resting against the wall, it is easier to get to the top of the wall than it is by climbing up the rungs in the wall. So what really the image is as follows. You can imagine if you have a ladder that's going to the top of the wall, if you're climbing up the ladder, you have, let me say it like this, you have easier mobility navigating from the top of the ladder to get to the top of the wall than when you're climbing straight up the ladder. We're climbing up straight up the wall. So climbing straight up the wall, the only way to really get to the top of the wall is with steps. You go all the way to the top. If you have a ladder laying against the wall, Allah is it's easier to get to the top of the wall itself. So therefore, the Gemara says functionality issue. When you have steps engraved into the wall itself, the only way for you to really get to the top of the wall is for the steps to extend all the way up. Because you won't say otherwise, what ends up happening is you have to pull yourself up to the top of the wall. A ladder resting against the wall, you don't need to go all the way to the top of the wall in order to easily climb on to that top. But so it's really just a functionality issue. Rashi happens to point out over here about the use of ladders to keep a passage opening. But again, additional discussion we have to get into right now. Boy, may have no say Rabbi. Let's listen to this next case. So Yosef asked the Rabbi the following shayla. A soul even sulam now. We'll say what happens if you make a tree or like I was saying, as opposed to before when we were about the Babylonian palm trees. We were speaking about trees which were cut down. In this case, we were speaking about actual trees. Actual trees. So let's say in this case over here, I have a wall, and it happens to be a tree that goes right next that grows right next to my wall. And the tree is very easily scalable, very easily climbable. And therefore I want to use this tree as my sulam. I want to use it as my ladder. So now we'll say what's the halacha? Now we'll say what's the shayla involved? So remember the use of a tree, asur on Shabbos, right? Now granted, it's a shvus, it's a dirabana, but it is still asur to use a tree on Shabbos. So let's remember we chose before the Sabbath issue of using a tree. The fear which may come to you. It's a fear that you can go ahead and catch a branch. So now we'll say what is the halacha? And a tree function as a ladder for your wall on Shabbos. So Tibai the Rabbi, Tibai the Rabbanon, so we'll say this is a shayla both according to Rabbi and the Rabbanon. So we'll say what's Rabbi, what's the Rabbanon. So we'll see in just a moment. Look at Rashi, Rashi. Tibai the Rabbi, Third Parak Bachoma Arvin, Hanosim Removed from the Bigilon, we'll say remember again. This is the famous Rabbi. Right, Rabbi says that halacha l'maisa, if you go ahead, back to our days of Yehudei Tchumen, you go ahead and you place your ear inside of a tree or on a tree. Rabbi said what? The halacha is the ear works. Why does the ear work? Because Rabbi says that anything that is asur with Rabbanon is what? Is not asur hashmashis. Right? That was Rabbi Shita. And therefore, for ear of Tchumen, I will say, all I need is for my ear of Tchumen to be affected when? Bein hashmashis. That's all I need. I don't need to be affected by all the Shabbos. Bein hashmashis. And saying Tchumen is a Rabbanon to place it in the tree. Therefore, halacha might say anything that is only asur with the Rabbanon, you could do bein hashmashis. So I'll say, so watch this. Now the Rabbanon disagree with that. So Tibai the Rabbanon, Ad Kamo Kam Rabbi Hassam, called Davar Shemishim Shabbos, Lo Gazra Alav, Hani Yidi bein hashmashis. We'll say, when is it true that Chazal did not legislate, not enact their legislation? That means Dafka bein hashmashis. About Kula Yom alone. They will say, remember again, this case of diminishing the height of the wall, as opposed to the case of Eruv Tchumen. Eruv Tchumen only has to be affected, I will say, when? Very very twilight. As long as your Eruv Tchumen is affected in twilight, you are good to go. No one cares about what happens after the rest of Shabbos. That's different than the wall. In order for the wall to be considered diminished, where if you're creating an entrance, for an entrance you need, halacha l'maisa, that has to be diminished the entire Shabbos. Right? So we'll say, forget about the entrance. If you're living in Chatzar A, if you want to use the top of that wall, and the way you're using that wall, because you have a ladder that diminishes the height of the wall, they use the top of that wall to demand that the ladder be present the entire use. So even Rabbi said that you could utilize the tree for Eruv Tchumen. That was because all you need is the use of the tree when? For a very small amount of time, just bein hashmashis. But even Rabbi would agree that you can't dispense with the minute law throughout the entire Shabbos. The other possibility is that you do this whole the other. What's the other possibility? What? Maybe using the tree as a ladder doesn't work. Because they will say, what do I need? What do I need? I need an entrance. I need a passage. I need a ladder. Yes. It's only an issue. What issue? I can't use it because of the publish. You want to see what it's like? It's like imagine you have a ladder, but there is a lion crouching on the ladder. So the lion crouching on the ladder will what? Prevent you from using the ladder. But does it take you from the fact that the ladder is a ladder? No. Ladder is a ladder. I just can't use it because there's a lion crouching on it. So it's like, see here the Shiloh? Do we say, no, it's not good. It's so because you have choosing this Rabbanon, therefore again, this is not considered an entranceway to the wall at all. But we say no, it is an entranceway. It's just that halacha l'maisa is something preventing you from using it. But l'maisa, the entranceway or right? The entrance because you use the word Pesach. The entranceway is still an entranceway. The tree is still a ladder. Okay, what's another case? What about Asal Ashera Sukkah? What the tree case? You have an Ashera. So remember again, Ashera is a tree worship for Zara. You have an Ashera tree, right? It's not that the tree in your Ashera, but you have an Ashera tree that is right next to your wall. So can that Ashera function as a sulam or no? So that you do the Rabbana. This is a question because I'm doing Rabbana. What happened? Because remember again, Rabbi is of the opinion that halacha might say you can place an ear of tefillin in a grave, even though a grave is a serban. We're not going to get that punished. Rabbi Yehuda says you can place an ear of tefillin ultimately again on a grave. So according to Yehuda, you can go in a place in Europe, even in a place that's Asr Banra. Now, also, that's the same basic logic. Since the duration of that Hanra is so limited, therefore Yehuda permits it. So watch this. So we'll say, well, once Yehuda permits me to place an ear of Tchumen, even on a place that's Asr Banra, so then what? Maybe I should be able to use an Asheba as a sulam as well. Because even though an Ashera is Asr Banra, if you can place your ear of Tchumen on a grave, which is why do you use an Ashera? It's a sulam even though it's Asabano. So watch this. I come according to the Hassam, the more from Liknos, Ayis, Yisri, and Ella Hassam. No. Maybe that only allows you to go ahead and use a grave which is Asabano for your ear of Tchumen. Why? Because remember again, what is ear of Tchumen? Ear of when you place your neck grave, what are you doing? You're acquiring a makom, or acquiring a dam Messiah. So when you allow you to do that, the boss says they kind of let Eruv, Lanecha, like the Linkar. I think this is it before. Because what do I need to do for Eruv Tchumen? I just need to acquire it down long. How long? Just a few minutes. I think that's all I need. That's a few minutes. And then afterwards, I don't care what happened afterwards. That's the interest in the Messiah. After you do the Rabbah, you do the other. Maybe you say that Shabbos is the same idea. Maybe Ashera, the Ashera tree is a ladder. It is a ladder. It's just that what? There's a lion crouching on the ladder, and that lion prevents me ultimately again from accessing the ladder. Also, if you look what the tension is over here, tension of what I is when I look at a situation, does halacha define the reality of the circumstance, or is there a reality that exists independently? So, for example, in this case of the Ashera, so we're saying the Ashera is Asabana. There's Asabana. So because Asabana, does halacha say it's not there? It's as if it's not there. So no, you don't have a ladder leading up to your wall. You have nothing there. It's Asabana. You have nothing there. Or do we say no? There is a ladder there. No, there definitely is a ladder there. It's just like what? I can't use it. I can't. To deny the Metzias is ridiculous. What's holding over here, and this is a fundamental tension, is in general, it's a fundamental tension in life, is how do you define Metzias, right? How do you define reality? Is reality defined by the halachic reality, or is reality defined by the actual reality? Now, sometimes those things don't clash, but sometimes they do. You have an Ashera tree sitting against your wall. It's very easy to get to the top of the wall just by climbing the Ashera tree. Maybe the Ashera tree can have notches in it. You just use it as a staircase. So do we say there's no staircase here? There's nothing here because halakha says an Ashera tree is also not. No, it doesn't exist. Do we say, oh, of course it exists. It's right there. You can't tell me it doesn't exist. I can touch it. I can walk it. It doesn't exist. You just say I can't use it because there's a line standing on it. There's a halakha that's preventing me. There's like a gate at the front that says no access because I'm not allowed to use it. So I'll say, but just understand that also it's a fundamental tension that we often encounter in life. How do you define your reality defined? Now, says, is my reality defined what Paul says, or is my reality to see what I understand, what I say? It's a tension that all of us face throughout life. So we'll see what's that. He said that Elon Mutter Va'ashira Asura. He said, okay, the halacha is about to say that the Elon is Mutter, the Ashera is Asur. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the distinction seems to be that one. Remember, the use of a tree on Shabbos is a regular tree. It's asur d'Rabbanan. The use of an Asherah is asur d'Oraisa. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying is like this. When there's an Isra d'Oraisa associated with the use of the tree doesn't exist. When there's an Isra d'Rabbanan, the tree does exist. There's just a line that's touching on it, which prevents me ultimately again from assembling the tree. Adraba, Elon. So let's listen to this. It's actually very interesting. So this is, I would say, just the opposite. Elon, is a Shabbos going on Nitzar. So we'll say the use of a tree is something that Shabbos prohibits. So because Shabbos prohibits, that's a good reason to say that that tree is as if it doesn't exist in this situation. However, Asherah, Isser Davar Acher Gorim Lo Nitzar. Most of the Asherah, which has nothing to do with Shabbos. So maybe for our purposes here, the Asherah should be used. If you want to look at it, see, the first statement of the Gemara makes more sense than I think one to Asherah is about the Zara. So one study about the Zara, by the way, you have other examples of this. What's the halacha? What's the halacha if you use the lulav of Abol Zara? So lulav al Asherah, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? You can't use it. And so why can't you use it? Why doesn't it work? The Gemara says, Nichsas Isur Shi'ura. It's as if it doesn't have the requisite shear for lulav. What is that? This is when it's Abol Zara, in fact, it doesn't exist. So that's not how Abol Zara doesn't exist. A regular tree on Shabbos Asim Rabbanan does exist. Now the Chisda says, no, I could say just the opposite. What's the opposite? The use of an Asherah has nothing to do with Shabbos. Nothing to do with Shabbos. So here, for Shabbos purpose, I can actually view that tree as if it does exist. But the use of a tree on Shabbos, even though it's only Asim Rabbanan, that's a Asr Shabbos. Oh, maybe when something is Asr out Shabbos, that's when it doesn't exist for Shabbos purposes. So again, so the Gemara is Adraba. Elon is a Shabbos by Nisar. Asher says Isra Davar Acher Gorim Lo Nisar. It's Marnami. It was also said because of that. Kol Shekisar Shabbos Garamo. Asr. Also in general, the principle that says Asr because of Shabbos. We prohibited Kol Shekisar Davar Acher Gorim Lo. Anything I will say that is because of something unrelated to Shabbos, that use doesn't necessarily impact its status on Shabbos. The Nachman by Yitzchak Nastaki, the Nachman by Yitzchak had a different version. He said, Elon, Chulta Rabbi Yochanan, he said, that's something I hope Rabbi Yochanan. Asherah, Chulta Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Asherah, is a topic of discussion ultimately again with Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi. Most it appears that this is not here. Now, halacha l'maisa again, like even mutter, in general, whenever you have an Asherah, we just said before, lulav by soul, which is whenever there's something that will start always consumed as if it's not existing. So an Asherah tree by will not count as a suva. But another tree by a wall could potentially go ahead and count as the suva because even though you can't use it, halacha l'maisa, it is still there. Once I say this halacha, this is in Shin Ayin Beis test Vav. So in Shin Ayin Beis test Vav,
it's okay.
Even beside that goes about some right.
You're doing well.
If there was a tree standing by the side, you made the tree into a ladder. In Rothschild ma'ar echad, about if asa Asherah sulam l'kosel. So again, if you were to go ahead and Chatzar B, we're both to have trees, and those trees were to go allow you access to the wall, it acts as ladders, even though you can't actually climb that tree. Allah that presence of the trees on both sides of the wall will allow them to the tree itself can access the tree, even though the tree you can't climb the tree with the Rabbanon, but if the Asherah tree were on both sides of the Chatzar, then Asherah tree is not gigantic, and therefore halacha l'maisa would not destroy the Asherah, nor would it act as the top of it. But today, we'll pick up America 10 after the Mishnah.
She is such a committed actress, and I saw that. She was so committed, focusing on works each other.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin with a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Tes.
So then, once I was ready to do it.
Right? We are picking up on Ayin Ches on the page. We are picking up on Sabi at the Mishnah. Thank our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank you all and start comments. For all of the learning, all of the learning experience out of Viva, and that really sponsors Rob Roberts and really felt honor of their anniversary. So incredibly beautiful. There's also another sponsorship in the future, but it's really learning. For that, how you put this in basketball with April, you know, can imagine that how we go up. You can get it fully, and also with that, let us begin. So the Mishnah says as follows: Choretz shetim beis chatzeros, almost yud v'lo chav dalet. What's the Mishnah? I impress the days. You have a choretz. Choretz is a ditch in between two chatzeros. We'll say in the previous Mishnah we were speaking about a wall in between two chatzeros. Now we are focusing ultimately on a ditch between two chatzeros. So a ditch between two chatzeros, almost yud v'lo chav dalet, 10 fucking deep and 4 fucking wide. So obviously you've already learned that because the color of the pizza could go ahead and extend upward or downwards, right? It works either way. So here, obviously, instead of having a wall, you have a ditch. The ditch extends downward 10 tefachim, 4 tefachim across. So what's that look like? You have such a ditch in between two chatzeros. Ma'arvin shnayim ve'im ma'arvin echad. The two chatzeros can only make two independent Yehudin and cannot combine to form one united Yehud. With a ditch of that size with those dimensions, so ultimately again cuts off the two chatzeros one from the other. Afilu malikash otevet. Let's say this is true even if the ditch itself was filled with straw, or hay. So the Gemara says, Mali afar soros. Also, however, if the ditch was full with pebbles, with rocks, ma'arvin echad ve'im ma'arvin shnayim. Listen, interesting. So Mishnah seems to indicate that the ditch that is filled with straw or with stubble, so the halakha is that straw or stubble is not included in the ditch. The ditch is still considered to be as if it exists, and therefore halakha l'maisa, the two chatzeros are reckoned as two independent chatzeros cannot be joined in a common union. However, and Rashi points out over here, straw and stubble is used as animal food. So because it's used as animal food, therefore again it's not going to remain in the ditch, you're going to take it out. So because you're going to take it out, therefore again it does not become bundled in the ditch. Because it doesn't become bundled in the ditch, therefore the ditch is still considered to be as if it's fully exists. And therefore Allah says two chatzeros are separate. If you have dirt or pebbles, so we'll say so that when you put that into a ditch, that has a degree of permanence. Because it has a degree of permanence, therefore halacha l'maisa, it effectively is the top of the ditch. Therefore, I will say again, ma'arvin echad ve'im ma'arvin shnayim. We'll say if you have a ditch that's filled in with dirt, then we'll say, what do you have? Well, what you don't have is a ditch. And therefore, again, the two chatzeros are only joined in one common area because now these areas are fully open one to the other, and they cannot make their own separate and distinct areas. Nasan alav neser sherachav arbat tefachim. We'll say across the ditch you lay a board that is 4 tefachim wide, and that board goes across the ditch. Then what? The same days gusteros zoom connected zoom. Or we'll say if you have two balconies are two homes, and those two balconies are opposite each other, and same idea. You place a board from one balcony next to the board itself, and we'll say is 4 tefachim wide. Ma'ashnayim, the presence of a board that is 4 tefachim wide connecting two areas effectively serves as an entranceway. But once you have an entranceway from the areas, you have a choice. You can go ahead and make one joint Eruv, or you can make two separate Eruv. That is your choice. Therefore, established. We must not have a most of the time, but if halakha l'maisa again, the board is not 4 tefachim wide, and therefore again, it lacks the requisite shield to be an entranceway. Ma'arvin shnayim ve'im ma'arvin echad. It's ultimately again they can make two different Eruvim and cannot make one joint. But says the Mishnah. says the Gemara. Also, here we go. This heaven of highest was never again. The Mishnah made a distinction between the pit with dirt and pebbles versus a that is filled with straw. That a dirt pit that is filled with straw, it's no different than a pit that's filled with them. And the logic seems to be because halacha people are going to take the straw out of their animals, and therefore halacha it's not buckled. So the Kevin Lochai is that true that straw in the pit does not go to serve the pit bond and to Rabbi learn mitzvah on Shebei the Chatzeros. So if you have a haystack, in between two Chatzeros. Start talking so what's and the haystack itself is 10 fucking high. Now Arvin Stein the Ima Arvinechad, so what's a haystack of 10 fucking high. So it's a wall. And therefore again halacha l'maisa, the two Chatzeros cannot join in a common area, only join again in 2 days for Eruvim. So you see that haystack and surface of the Rabbi the Ian typically envelope either have the heat. This is very interesting. Rabbi says everyone agrees that a pile of straw is haystack, straw sack, right? Going into the pizza. Oh, listen to this. There's a kelly in the machitza and the chatzitza. A machitza simply is a physical barrier. So if you have a physical barrier that's 10 fucking high, that's a wall. That's a wall. It doesn't really matter what it's made of. If it's a wall, it's a wall, and therefore it's kosher. And therefore halacha l'maisa, I say therefore it's a machitza, and therefore halacha l'maisa.
1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 5.
Yes. Something that is considered to be killer. In this case, chatzitza is a little bit different than chatzitza. This context for chatzitza killer. For pillars is
Hey, we won one.
In terms of a pillar for a dish, what's the only time that pillar is considered to be a pillar is when
Fantasy champions, kids.
you're gonna leave it there. But if it's a pillar that is being used ultimately for the dish is not something that's gonna remain, but rather it's something that's going to be moved, that's not called a pillar. It's like very important distinction. So straw and stubble has a funnel which serves as a mechitza. But straw and stubble as a chatzitza, a pillar or a ditch won't work because it's only to be moved. Now we'll say, now we're going to see an exception to this rule in just a moment. So I'll just tell you this. There's a distinction when it comes to, so it sounds like over here from the Gemara that straw and stubble can never serve as a pillar for a ditch. Of course, the Shulchan now also, Shulchan points out, of course, if a person says, I'm leaving this straw inside of the dish, what's the halacha? Then it is a chatzitza. All it's saying is that stamps, right? If you fill a dish, you don't specify anything about it. Then halacha l'maisa that that's not sort of the pillar for the because the nature of straw is you're going to take it out. But a person says, I'm never using this straw. I'm not. I'm leaving it here on the dish. Enough, it becomes a chatzitza, becomes a pillar. We'll see that in a little bit. But yet again, the Mishnah said that if you fill the dish with dirt, so the dirt is pillar, the dish buckles, and the two chatzitza must join in one common dish. Said Rabbi, what's interesting? And I fill my dish with. I don't say anything. I don't say I'm leaving dirt there. I'm not leaving dirt there. So that's called stomach. See, it sounds in the Mishnah that if you fill the dish with dirt, even if you say nothing, you don't articulate your intentions that the dirt is considered filler. Is that so? Well, we learn Paisha that we have an Oxloros Ubitlo bottle. Those are interesting cases. If you have a home, very quickly, if you have a home and there's a corpse in the home, there's corpse in the home. Generally, tumas is contained in the house. It doesn't go ahead and go past the house. However, if there's a corpse in the home and the home is filled from ground to ceiling, let's say with dirt or with straw or with something else, the halacha is that the Torah is ola bokas. In other words, like just if you can imagine it, if the home has space, it's contained within the walls of the structure of the home. If there's no space in the home, then the tumor is not contained in the home. The tumor goes straight up. So the Gemara says, if you have a home that you filled up with heaven otros, straw, or dirt, or pebbles, and you're mevatel in the house, which means what? He said, I'm not moving straw, I'm not moving the pebbles. The home is considered to be, and the tumah therefore goes up from here. Bitlo in Tavarosi, she'll be even now. Again, we're not worried about straw, but she'll be eaten by pebbles and dirt. The only time the pebbles and dirt are considered to be the pillar of the home is when you're mevatel it, which sounds like there needs to be an active bitol in order to go ahead and consider that the dirt and the stones are there. Amravuna, man kind of all those, what's the opinion over here of all those Rabbi Yossi. It's Rabbi Yossi, what's say, Rabbi Yossi, if it's Rabbi Yossi, it's Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, and then getting us to know. Sorry, it's stand up. Rabbi Yossi says if you have straw and you have no intention to remove the straw. So straw without intention to remove it is like stam upper. We'll say stam upper just means plain dirt. Dirt with which you have articulated or expressed no intention. It's bottle. Bottle. Upper ba'asa the also. We'll say if you have dirt and you're going to move that dirt, how do you stamp heaven below bottle? And it becomes like regular straw, and therefore it's not bottle. So we'll see, you see over here the point Rabbi Yossi, stamp upper. If you just have dirt, you assume that dirt is going to remain where it is. Amravasi, non-Pana Erevin, who is the opinion of our mission? That's Rabbi Yossi. That's Rabbi Yossi. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi is our opinion. In the Mishnah, Rabbi Yossi says, stam offer. Dirt, just stam dirt. We assume that when you place dirt somewhere, what's going to happen? It's staying there. If you put dirt in a ditch, unless you articulate otherwise, we assume that dirt is staying in a ditch. That is different from straw. When you put straw in a ditch, the straw is going to be moved. Unless, of course, you articulate that the straw is going to remain in place. Why are you bringing it back from Tuma onto Shabbos? Hanach is your Shabbos. Oh, so here we go. This is fascinating. You see, by Shabbos, the criteria for being mevatel something will say is fundamentally different. Why? Because on Shabbos, we're mevatel things all of the time. A person goes ahead and goes, look at actually, even your wallet, keys molly most, bottle sham, about Kevin the Kashmir, man for behema. So listen to this. When it comes to Shabbos, the person has an item that's smoked. So they leave that item and then mevatel that item all over the time. So the Shabbos halachos of thistle are very different. So the Ashi Amar Bayis Acharitz Kalan is why you comparing the case of a home like Tumah to a ditch. Bishlam Acharitz L'mitnei Kai about Bayis L'mitnei Kai. So here's the difference also. Could very well be that in a home. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say about all of this? The Mishnah said that if you have a corpse in a home and that home is filled with dirt, if you were mevatel the dirt, then ultimately again the home is considered to be filled and the tumah ascends upwards. If you weren't mevatel the dirt, then the dirt is not considered to be a pillar for the home, and therefore the tumah is contained in the home. So the Gemara is bringing that as a contradiction to our Mishnah, because our Mishnah seems to indicate that what if you fill a ditch with dirt, even if you were not mevatel the dirt, the ditch is considered to be filled. Which our answer says you can't compare this to the skill set. When you fill a home with dirt is not really a place where people, home is not a place where people store dirt. Unless you're mevatel that dirt, the assumption is that what? The dirt is going to be removed. A ditch is a place that people normally store dirt or put dirt. And therefore, it's quite possible that when you fill the dish with dirt, you're not explicitly mevatel the sin of that dirt. That is indeed the halacha as it's found. So in our class means that if you go ahead and you fill a ditch with dirt, the assumption is that dirt is there instead. It's bottom. So dirt pebbles that fills in a ditch. Therefore, I'll say just to plug this back in. If you have a ditch that's 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, in between two chaseros. So before that ditch is filled in, what's the halacha of Gave Eruvin? What's the halacha? Two separate areas, two separate distinct areas. Can't make a joint area. If you fill it in with dirt, I've done it before Shabbos. You fill it in with dirt before Shabbos, that totally negates the ditch. Even if you did not express any intention of gathering the dirt. The assumption is when you fill in a ditch with dirt, that dirt is there to stay. There is no needed expression or articulation of the tank. That is different than straw and stubble. Straw and stubble, because it is used for animal food, even if you put it inside of a ditch, the default assumption is you're going to be taking it out. You're going to be using it. So because that's the default assumption there for halacha l'maisa, it's not medak of the ditch. But if you were to place straw and stubble into the ditch and what? Articulate and say, I'm leaving it here in the ditch, then the halacha is that indeed would be medak of the ditch. Because everything you need to know about ditch is kind of Nasa of Nasa Shogel Dalit. One case in which is you have a ditch. Now you place a board across that ditch that obviously goes across the ditch and has a minimum width of 4 tefachim. So what's that? Amarava, lo shar elash nas from the rakbo. That's true if you place the length of the board across the width of the ditch, which was that's how you imagine it, right? Placing a board across a plank across the ditch. However, Arco, listen to this. But if you go ahead and you place the board along, place the length of the board along the length of the ditch, until the close should be none. Well, this is actually very interesting. When do you need this? You need the plank, the board, or fucking wise. That's when you need the length of the board across the width of the ditch. So you're not using the board as an entrance filter. Interesting, let's give me a board fucking. But if you're placing the length of the board along the length of the ditch, then you force that any amount of width and it successfully bridges the gap between the right there. So why does that? This is picture 270. So we'll say so. The reason it works is because halacha l'maisa, we're talking about a ditch has a width of 10 tefachim. Excuse me, 4 tefachim. Right, 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide. So pretty much, if you go ahead and you put a board, right, across you put a board, the length of the board across the length of this, what are you doing? You're minimizing the width of the ditch itself, or to minimize the width of the ditch. So what is that like? Going back to our wall piece, what is that the equivalent of? Minimizing the height of the wall. What happens when you minimize the height of the wall? Well, again, either create both sides do it, or it gives you usage on the top. So just enough halacha l'maisa. If you go ahead. So let's say, so if you go ahead and you put the board along the length of the ditch, that successfully minimizes, that successfully minimizes the area of the ditch, and then for halacha l'maisa allows you to go ahead and make one observation. Good, incredible. The Gemara Amarava Losh Agas. The king snake was close negative. Let's say you have two balconies opposite each other could also be could also make a plank. Two balconies. Long as the plank is 4 tefachim, the plank to each and between the 2 balconies, right, so they can make one plank. Says the Gemara. Amarava Hada Amazon negative. Ain Zushalot is concerned. In Zushalot long. We'll say this is only the 2 balconies that are opposite each other. The balconies are not opposite each other, then of course this does not. Furthermore, I'm going to say if one balcony is higher than the other, that does not work if there is a greater than a 3 differential between the so we'll say again, you can see this is pictures 271, 272. We're going to say even though the Gemara indicates to us that the balconies must be directly opposite each other, communicate opposite and on the same level, in order to go ahead and make the same, or place a board. Sorry, two halachas actually. One is that the balconies have to be opposite each other, and again, along that same logic, halacha l'maisa they have to be on the same level as each other. All the Gemara is saying over here is, even if they're not directly opposite each other, or that you're not directly on the same level as one another, as long as what? As long as there's not a greater than a 3 kapach differential between the 2 of them, you're good to go. Which I will say, we understand this already. And halacha l'maisa, anything that you get 3 kapach, but they're not exactly opposite each other. They're a little bit skewed. As long as they're within 3 spots of each other, ultimately, again, that allows the two rows to join together in a common. Beautiful. Mishnah. This one, Shem Shtei Chatzos. So we go hasty. You quoted this before, and I have 1 days. You have a haystack in between 2 chatzeros. Kavos are talking, and the stack is 10 fucking high. What's that about? I've been trying to get my iPad. So then a haystack can effectively act as a cluster. He's acts as a cluster, and then Allah Kalabaisa, it's 10 fucking high. Ultimately, again, divide into areas by making it 2 different areas. Again, they can make 2 eruvs, cannot make 1 eruv. What's very interesting. Now, in this case, now remember, hay, straw, is not muktzah on Shabbos. Why? Because it's used for animal food. It's interesting about this. So imagine this scene. You have a haystack. There's no picture on it. There's a haystack. Haystack is 10 fucking high. Haystack is between chatzeros A and B. What's the halacha? Haystack 10 fucking high. 2 separate chatzeros going in 1 common area. Okay. So now what we says is, by the way, residents of A is haystack, and the residents of B take from the haystack. Everyone's allowed to go ahead and feed their animals from the haystack. What happens if both on Shabbos? Right? Let's say again, the haystack then is a result of everybody quote unquote eating from it or using it. The height diminishes. So of course, if the height diminishes below 10 fucking, and if you no longer having a feature, or you can do how many areas you cannot make 2 separate features. Good. Says the Gemara, this is very interesting. When you have a haystack that's 10 fucking high, it acts as a pizza and divides from potatoes. So interestingly enough, the Mishnah also has a huge culture is to go ahead and take this off from the pot. So you now the Gemara fights. What can you do? Look at that. Sure, you think. Yeah, they also parcel. So let's say here's what's interesting. So the Gemara says, actually the Tuna says, that you could go ahead and allow your animal to eat from the haystack. What can't you do? You can't take hay with your hand and put it into whatever, the trough or the feed bag of the animal. You can't take straw with your hay. You can't take it with your hand on top. So almost like, what's the issue? It can't really be muked up. Right, Kim was because animal food. Because animal food is not muked. Look at that. She's very interesting. So you think the Adai was so kufa. So Dilma Shakil Tuva. We'll say, what's the concern? The concern says the Puna is if you allow you to take it with your hands, what's going to happen? You're going to take too much. The Gemara says, Umamit leina asara to come out of the Chatzah Hauseres. Umachilim Bitoni Bemachisim Shebehima Baba Kalas. Bahasam no Kachim. So listen to this. What's the concern? The concern is if I take straw with my hands, I'm going to what? Take too much straw. And if I take too much straw, then what? I diminish the height of the haystack. 10 fucking, well, let's say, so now what happens? I create a vicious cycle. I've taken too much hay, diminished the height of the partition of the haystack. Thereby making two containers into one part, so you require 1 eruv. It's 30 shots. Unfortunately, 10 fucking miles to make 2 different eruvs, which means I'm going to take too much and thereby diminish the height of the haystack, make the containers into 1 joint area, and invalidate their individual eruvs. Therefore, Allah says that you can't take straw with your hands, you can just leave the animal there. So why isn't that a concern by animals? So listen to this. She says something very interesting over here. She says that animals eat slowly. Animals eat slowly. And therefore, I will say sometimes, so what can happen is when a person grabs something, they grab a lot at a time. Animals eat slowly. Therefore, most of the Shabbos, there's no concern that animals are going to finish the height of things. But if I start thinking, it's got to be a fascinating Muslim as well, right? That animals, apparently when animals consume, that it consumes like the problem with humans themselves. And it's just like eating of it, how humans themselves that sometimes we eat too much at any one particular time. Sometimes again, there's not the proper pacing oneself in the overall Hadashness in the material world, and there's just too much consumption of all. Fascinating idea to think about. In any event, Rashi says the other part, Rashi happens to bounce another idea, and Rashi says, okay, the other possibility is that because the straw was part of the Mechitza and Erev Shabbos, therefore it is Muktzah. Therefore it's Muktzah. Therefore, again, I can't take it with my hands, but I can lead my animal ultimately to go ahead and eat the Mitzvah Shabbos. Says the Gemara, V'ha'amar Rav Huna, Amar Rabbi Hanina, Ma'amin Adam Eslehem to Al Gabi HaSavim Shabbos. Ve'im Ma'amin Adam Eslehem to Al Gabi Muktzah Shabbos. The Muslim we learned also that Halacha L'maisa, a person could go ahead and Ma'amin Adam could place animals on top of grass. You know that the animals eat grass on Shabbos, but I can't go ahead and bring my animals eat something Muktzah on Shabbos. And if a consumer will say that I may come to handle the Muktzah myself, to which the Gemara says, we'll say, what's the case? The case over here in our Mishnah is where I'm directing my animal, not by going ahead and essentially standing in front of it. So I lead my animal without direct involvement with my animal. That's what we will say. The hem to Allah Taviside Lafo Shari, the Lugazin the Mashaklo be a dime to Saturday. Alamo, come on, it's Nabaram Lo Amaras. Let's do this. So the idea over here is that there's a concern about leading your animal with your hands to a muktzah item to eat, but if you turn it and they come to handle the muktzah. Well, that's the case, and how can I go ahead and eat my animal straw to eat? So which the Gemara says, you're right. I'm not really actively pulling my animal to eat the straw, rather, I'm directing my animal by standing in its way and kind of being able to go in a particular direction. Look at that. Rashi says, I'm sorry, I skipped a lot of them. I'll say, Shari, is it permissible to go ahead and take your animal to the straw on Shabbos? After all, says the Gemara, a person could go and take his animal to graze, graze from grass on Shabbos. The aim ma'amik adam Hashem b'agai muktzah b'Shabbos. Notice that first thing that actually eats his animal to eat from muktzah item on Shabbos. Because grass, there's no concern I'm going to go and eat from grass. That's the right. So I'm going to eat from muktzah items that I may come to handle. The muktzah items, or the straw is muktzah for me because it is part of the muktzah, like you said, if that's the case, then I'm not going to leave my animal on Shabbos, to which the Gemara says, no, I'm not actively fully leading the animal from the straw on Shabbos. What am I doing? Let's say you could direct me, even without touching the animal. You just stand to the animal, forcing it to go in a different direction. Situational. I'm allowed to steer my animal to eat from the straw, even though again apparently I'm not permitted to actively lead my animal. Although you came yourself to possible that. And we'll say again, remember the Gemara Mishnah says that Allah I'm sorry, this is called the Mishnah of the Gemara. That although I can allow most to eat from the straw, I must eat from the straw and put my bag on Shabbos. That's true. You have a home in between two Katzeros, and the home itself is filled with straw. So we'll say this is picture 273. So you can see what you have over here is two Katzeros, two homes, both open into a chutzner. In the middle of that chutzner is a home. There's a structure that is filled with straw. So now watch this. Says the Gemara, so the two homes have the ability to go ahead and, or two Katzeros, because there's a home that is filled with straw. That area, that essentially acts as a partition. That part of the straw acts as a partition. And therefore, the two Katzeros must make two independent uses to not make one joint use. Echad knows, sorry, Vein Marvin Echad. Zen knows in himself Kupaso Biyakil. Zen knows in himself Kupaso Biyakil. We'll say each of their members of their respective Chatzeros have the right, however, on Shabbos to take from the straw, put it into their bags, and we'll say now you see what the contrast is. Here the bright seems to clearly indicate that on Shabbos not you can feed your animals from the straw, but what? You can take from the straw and put it into your bag. He wants to tonight, has a new talking, but if over the course of Shabbos, the height of the grain pile or straw pile goes from the 10th market, the pizza is no longer there, then what? Ultimately, again, both Katseros will be, I will say, makes sense. Why about Katseros? Because before Shabbos, the height of that pile was 10 market, which acted as a wall. Because it was a wall, Katser A made it, Katser B made it. If on Shabbos the height of that straw pile dipped below 10 fucking, then suddenly halachically what happens? Those two areas are one area. Well, the problem is they have a joint eruv. If they don't have a joint eruv, then no one is allowed to carry in their respective chatzeros. So how do you save the day? Gates of the Wosef. So we'll say, what can he do? Noah let's so the members of one of the chatzer, right? One of the guys from the chatzer could close up his home. And he goes and he does bittul rishos. Therefore, who also the chadei so essentially, if one side of this equation, one guy chooses to go ahead and essentially close his home and yield his rights. Therefore, again, it's no longer chatzeros open to two people, but the entire chatzer is considered to be owned by one person or one entity. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, it allows the other one to go ahead and cash. So, for example, if the members of Chutzner B's love the house, right, and yield their rights to the members of Chutzner A, then Enoch Inani, right, members of Chutzner close up their home, yield their rights to the members of A, then halacha l'maisa, given the members of Chutzner A to carry the members of Chutzner B. The goat shall have 7 days to finish out. Most of the same halacha is if you have a pile of straw in between, actually, go actually points out this guy. Right? If you go ahead and you have a pit in between two chatzeros, and that pit is filled ultimately again with straw. What's the halach? It's the same halach. So a pit filled with straw has the same halach ultimately again as, I should say, the case between two Kumei Shabbos will be the same case as between that pile of straw in between two has the same halach as a pile of straw in between two chatzeros. Again, we're going to go to each case, right? Says the Gemara. I'm telling you, I was supposed to say, but again, let's not lose sight. What are we focusing on over here? We said, Raphuna said in the beginning of the Gemara, that you can allow your animal to eat from the straw pile. But what can't you do? You can't take it and put it into your bag. Yet the price that clearly indicates that Allah says in this case over here, you can't take it into your bag. So what's going on over here? I'm telling you how it's done and so and so. Plus of the Yochal, there's no sense of plus of the Yochal, the Yakil. So say, Amri Bayin, Kevan to eat the Tigras, if was no small thought, oh, well, so here we go. Let's go back for just a moment. Why did this one say that you can take animal to eat from the straw pile, but you cannot take from the straw pile and put it into your bag? What was the reason? Again, the first year said Nashi. The reason for that was why I was saying, because there's a concern. Animals eat, how do they eat? A little bit at a time. Therefore, when people come and grab stuff, they grab a lot at a time. When they grab a lot at a time, there's a significant concern of diminishing the height of the pile. Don't say, watch this. In the case of the rice, where is the pile of straw house? Where is it? It's in a structure. So we'll say, what's the great structure? It's easy to discern the height of the pile. When I walk in Shabbos, the height of the pile, I see the pile relative to what? Well, to the ceiling. I will easily be able to discern if that pile dips below 10 feet. Or again, I am permitted to take the grain and put it into my bag. When that pile is outdoors, it becomes more difficult to be able to see the height diminish, height not diminish, and therefore, when it says you can allow your animal to eat from it, but you are not allowed to take it into your bag. Fascinating. You're smart to telling me I started talking this way. So now we're going to go through this piece of advice. We're going to spend a good part of the rest of the time focusing now on this advice, particular case of advice. So what did we say? Then they smile at them and I start talking Shana. Let's remember again. This is the case. Two chatzeros, home in the middle, filled with straw. Filled with straw. The straw pile is 10 fucking high. Each chatzer makes its own use. If the straw pile is diminished over the course of Shabbos, then what? The two chatzeros become what effectively halachically one chatzer because they did not join in either on Erev Shabbos. On individual Eruvim, halacha l'maisa, no one's allowed to get either chatzeros. So the Gemara is ha'asara shari. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, so as long as the grain pile maintains the height, that's straw. As long as the straw pile maintains its height of 10 fucking, everybody is good. I will say, interestingly enough, in Afagav, in the Dali Kitchen Club, I will say, interestingly enough, even though 10 fucking looks like 10 fucking is not a lot of height, so even though, again, the top of the pile is far from the ceiling of the house, nevertheless, as long as the pile is 10 fucking high, that serves as an pizza in between the two. So again, there's a significant distance between the ceiling of the home and the top of the pile. So what do you see from here? That partition that do not reach to the ceiling of the structure still considered to be partition. We had this case. This was the case of a mansion that was divided up into 5 parts. And with 5 different groups staying at let's remember again we were saying. Do they have 5 day movement? Can they run water? And part of that question was what happens if you have partitions that do not reach to the ceiling? See from here on both sides that did a great that a straw pile that is fucking high that is situated inside of a home serve as a mechitza that was that even a mechitza that does the ceiling is still what? Called the mechitza says I'm Rabbi Let's maybe not. Here's about a very short house. I will say the roof of this house is what? Is actually 13 fucking minus 6. 12 and 9 tenths fucking. Right? That's the amount that's the height of the roof. If I will say if you have a grain pile that measures 10 fucking, therefore what? It's lovely to the top of the roof. And everyone that if you have a mechitza that's love, that's considered to be attached. Okay, one thing I will say, don't any conclusions from this regarding the stack of mechitza that don't look to you. It's like it just as easy to set this up as a situation where the mechitza in fact does reach to love with problem. We have an answer. Even be ultimately again in a home where the height ceiling is 10 tefachim on the base. The Tavan Shiva Umashu. This is fascinating. Or I can set it up like this. The case is where the height of the ceiling in the home is 10 tefachim, and the grain pile itself is only 7 tefachim a bit, and yet it'll still work. Why I will say, because a pile of straw that is 7 tefachim enclosed in a home that has a ceiling height of 10 tefachim works. Why does one word? Love it. It's all about love it. So he wants to follow. So he shows like fascinating. I will say now, this is really very fascinating because you're talking about a pile of straw. See, when we speak about lovers, we're speaking about a connection between what I guess we call more subject or solid entities. Yet interestingly enough, when we begin to that if you have a pile of straw inside of a home that is something like a 10 tefachim, that pile of straw is considered to be lover to ceilings, thereby creating effectively. It's quite amazing. Ultimately, again, it was of the opinion that halach that is 10 tefachim with a ceiling height that is 3 tefachim minus a bit. The price itself speaks about the height of a straw pile of tefachim. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when the price speaks about the height of the pile diminishing from 10? So we'll say it means that we're speaking about a pile that is what we'll call in the Torah Sasara. In the halachos concerning 10 tefachim. So interestingly enough, according to this approach, you can have a pile of straw that effectively acts as a mechitza, even though it is not 10 tefachim. How can you have that if the pile of straw is housed in a home which has a ceiling height of 10 tefachim, and the pile of straw itself is 7 and a bit. Now, look, I said, that's love next pile of straw. Ultimately, again, it's extreme. Let's just remember again, if, however, same case, two caseros, house in the middle, pile of straws 10 fucking high, that's divine to make their own individual area. It wasn't over the course of Shabbat, so the pile is diminished, no longer 10 fucking high. So we'll say both of the house are also. What do you see from here? It's not enough. The urine have point of a sasur. We'll say, what do you see from here? If new residents come on Shabbat, they ask for the Kasher now. So we'll say, but ultimately, again, we see it. Actually, we already made reference to this. I will say, a lot of nice new people, new residents show up in the Chatzar on Shabbos. So they did not participate in the Erev on Erev Shabbos. They have the ability to answer the Erev that was made. So this is another way of saying that if you factors coming to play on Shabbos, they have the ability to impact the Erev. Now, what's the Kiddush there? Because I would have thought, yes, it's called last night in our discussion of this year. So let's say generally, we think that status of certain things, most notably Erev, are locked in when? Then Hashemah is the beginning of Shabbos. Yet, interestingly enough, so far again, I would have thought, if I was trusting in Torah, I would have thought, when do you need the pile of straw to be 10 o'clock? When do you need 10 o'clock? When? Ben Hashemah. And as long as it's 10 o'clock at Ben Hashemah, it doesn't really matter what happens really quick. You see that that's not the case. You see that halacha laisa, if the height of the pouch over the course of Shabbos, that will restrict members of the respective satir. So you see that developments over the course of Shabbos absolutely impact the concept. But to which the Gemara maybe not dealing with the impact essence. We're actually talking about a case where he talks about that the height of the straw pile diminished. Maybe it actually diminished when? Maybe it diminished actually Erev Shabbos. Maybe it's Shabbos. Okay, good. It means Raya. Gates of the Wosa. No, let's say so. Remember again, if the straw pile was diminished on Shabbos, again, to be clear, what's happening over here? Because it was pile of straw, how's the structure in between the and the pile of straw was line? That's in the key. Because when it's A and B are separate, such as separate, they each make their respective Erudim. Now, but we'll say on Shabbos, the height of the straw pile is diminished. The status usher. Because now I will say again, although A has its own Eruv and B has its own Eruv, the absence of them in between them really represents Eruv. But it's Shabbos, you can't make an Eruv on Shabbos, therefore neither of them can carry. The only remedy I will say is the definition of said was what? So one side of this equation, right, one of the Chateros can choose to lock up their home, and yield their rights to the members of the other Chater. And if they do that, then what? Then the members who yielded cannot carry, but the members who were yielded to can carry. It says in our Tarki, why do I need to learn those? The Mishnah said you have to close your home and yield your rights. Okay, so why do I have to close my home and yield? We learned this before. What do I have to do? I have to yield. What do I have to close my home and yield my rights? Okay, oh no, that's based on that. Oh, you're right. You don't have to do both. You either have to close off your home or yield your rights. Most again, closing off your home is effectively the same, seems like the same thing as yielding your rights. So you have to do one or the other. Rabbi said, other guys say, no, you actually have to do both. Why? He wants to keep it the Dutch pay us the Dutch. Because the say this is a little bit different. In this case over here, because only again the members of one side, right? So one of the guys who's used to constantly carry, right? Also using the straw, taking from the straw they're used to, which is they don't close off their home, they're going to comfortably perfectly use the area. There could very well be that in this case you require both the yielding and the closing off. Who else have a Chaveiro filter? You will say again, and if you go ahead and you yield and close off your home, you yield and close off, you can't carry the others can carry. So Tzrichi, Hazar Idach Kubatay Lechavet. I know what could happen over here. Let's see, originally closed off A. And now A is going, okay, I used it for 2 hours. Now I'm going to yield and close off my cluster. So that allows B to which the Gemara says, Doesn't work. Halacha l'maisa, this works in one direction. So one side, one chutzner, you choose to close off and yield to the other. Omer, the gold shelf having shaving paid for the Shabbos. And I will say the same halacha would apply to a pile of straw in between two tchumin. So we'll say again, I have two tchums that overlap. You saw that pile of straw is in between them. Where's the mosquito? Okay, so why do you have to go ahead and for the street? Why would it tchum be any different ultimately again than two potatoes? So the tzricha Rabbi Akiva, most of the Rabbi Akiva, the Amar tchumin d'oraisa. We also remember again Rabbi Akiva holds that the din of tchum is a din d'oraisa, as opposed to everyone else who holds that tchum is d'Rabbanan. Rabbi Akiva holds that tchum is d'oraisa. Malkin, what would you have thought? Litzar Joma Asilech Rufe. So say I'm at a front that halacha l'maisa. If you have this straw pile that halacha l'maisa is between two tchumin, I would have thought, you know what? Don't let either member of either tchum take from the straw. Why not? Maybe there's a concern that will end up happening. If I'm in tchum A and Ruben's in tchum B, if we're both taking from the same pile, I may come to carry. Certain items ultimately again from my tchum to his tchum, and according to but that is Isser D'Oraisa. So I'm at a when Isser D'Oraisa comes about, we don't allow people to share a common straw pile. Kamashal that is Kamashal that even in the case of the straw pile, even between potatoes, ultimately both opportunities to use. So I should stop over here at the Mishnah. All right, we'll have a lot to do in the next session tomorrow. Okay. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us give a beautiful daf for us today. Today's daf is daf Hey 80. And we are picking up in Yerusha Mishnah on Tani Test. Almost 82 by thanking our sponsors for this morning. Thank our Soda sponsors. Yola and our tenant dedicated all the shooting instructions this month. As cars are tequila. Thank our Tafiyomi sponsors, Dr. and Mrs. Duran's for dedicating it. Shir this morning memory of Dr. Duran's father, Jackson Milton, Yaakov Meir, and Moshe Reed from Rafah, Yoga, and American South Dakota. The show will have our anonymous sponsors. The shooting this week is for the pushing for Rafael Yehudis, basketball, and giving for Akisa. People do it together with cold ladies. And also with that, let us begin. So we're at the Mishnah last today. And here we have a Mishnah, Ayin Testament days 79. Says the Mishnah. Kids have started in the mother. Most interesting is how do you make shikut involves? So how do you make a shikut? Remember again, we've seen so far here of Katzeros, woman, we'll even talk a little bit, dabble a little bit today in Eruv Havshilin. So now we're speaking of how do you make a shikut in Mavuas? Right? How do you make a shikut? It says the Mishnah, Kids have started in the mother. How do you go ahead and make a shikut in the mother? Mania, that's not obvious. The person goes ahead and leaves aside, puts aside, as they set it down, barrel of food. And a person says, this food is hereby given over to all of the members of the Muslim. Let's say we all live in a Muslim together, or whatever, we all live in our respective chatzeros and share the same Muslim. And then what happens? I go ahead and I bring a barrel of food. I say here, it's my barrel. I say this barrel of food should be for the entire chutzah, all the members of the chutzah. So it says, what's the halacha? Fine, so that work is mobile. The halacha is that in order for that to happen, I have to somehow transfer ownership to you. So how do I transfer ownership to you? The way to do this is by using another party who can acquire it on your behalf. So the Mishnah says you can use anyone you want to go ahead and be mizakir to a part on behalf. I did no bidat tolu. My children, people who are related to me, have the ability to go use by the Abdo, Shukasa, Ibrin, or ultimately again through your Jewish servants, Shashto, and through your wife. It just needs to be something in you to acquire foods on behalf of the other. Also, you can't use your minor children. You can't use your children who are canon. But the Abdo, the Shikosa canon, you also can't go ahead and use your non-Jewish servants. If they Shia does, Shia does. Ultimately, again, their hand is like your hand. So we'll say, so again, Halacha definition tells me, so a couple of them facts over here. Number one, I have the ability to go ahead and convey, I have the ability to bring a barrel of food, make it the sheep for the entire movement. What that requires, of course, of me is to somehow convey ownership of the food to the other members of the Mavui, which again I can do through a third party. And that third party can be related to me. They just have to be an adult with capacity. And they have to be Jewish. Adult is a Jewish adult with capacity, and that works. Says the Gemara. I'm ready to go. Publisher stupid with wolves. But the Buddha says it's true, but in order to acquire it on behalf of the other residents of the Chatzar, you have to go ahead and lift it up and tap it. Okay, well, this is a general halacha in acquisitions. The logic behind it is as follows: because if the barrel of food sits on in my property, so it hasn't really been acquired on behalf of anyone else. In order for it to be acquired on behalf of another party, so ultimately, again, the acquiring party has to lift it up, at least the tefach from my rishos. Says the Rabbi, so Rabbi comes along and says, the elders of Kompavisa, they said two things. What are the two things? One is what we just said. Namely the halacha of if you're acquiring the barrel of food on behalf of the other members of the Mavui, you have to lift up the food at least a tefach, the tefach. The other halacha they said is on the Kaddish, if you go ahead and you make Kiddush, and come Mollywood Love Yotza, if you drank a cheap bowl of the Kiddush while you're Yotze, the Imlav Lo Yotza, you're not Yotze. Most now that happens to be the halacha is codified in Shulchan Aruch. It's actually very important that when making Kiddush, it's not just enough to take a sip of the wine, but one has to drink the heat of the wine. You should not define this as the low revius, the majority of revius. So again, revius is 1.5 ounces, so the majority of that, although better to just drink a revius. So that the elders of Kompavisa also said the following halacha. The Amar Rabbi, the Amar Shmuel, Osim Medur Lachai b'Shabbos. You can make a fire for a woman who has given birth on Shabbos. Remember again, a woman who has given birth is considered to be in a state of sakhanas and mashos. And if halacha, when I say she's cold, not warmed up, you can go fire in order that she warms up. Savar Minah. So assume that the meaning of that is l'chai in the kololo, that only applies to women given, it doesn't apply to a stam cold. The mosag yishamim mosag kamalon. Furthermore, it only applies during winter, but not during summer. So the Gemara says, we have interestingly enough to know that in fact that's not that long as you can go ahead and eat the fire. And moves together sakaras nemashes, or even suck sakaras nemashes. When even a doubt, even a possibility of danger to life, compromise, you can make a fire at that. And the truth is, it's not a seasonal hava. In other words, that even if at the end of the day, it's the middle of the summer and it's 9 degrees outside, the person is still cannot warm up and you keep fire in order to go ahead and maintain their health. Allah is one of the Gemara goes on. Sorry. Therefore, again, Sabi the Kompavisa. The elders of Kompavisa said that if a person does blood letting, then it's signing. As a result, it's signing ability to down. The person becomes ill. He becomes ill to the point that he can't get his body temperature back up. Also, moment to go to the Shabbos. make from a bonfire Shabbos or whatever, a fire Shabbos. Even if it's the middle of the sun. So here you see the although the halacha itself was articulated, it's to make a fire for a woman who has given birth and cannot get her body temperature up. And in the winter, the concept applies to make a fire for a chola who is seriously ill, no matter what type of holy, even if it's from bloodletting, and no matter when this occurs. There's another halacha of elders of Pumbedisa. What is it? This is very interesting. Both say in general, how do you know that halacha l'maisa certain trees in Ashera? Let's say obviously, I guess historically they knew that certain trees were Ashera trees. But let's say you don't know absolute certainty that a tree is an Ashera tree, but you have your suspicions. So how would you know if a tree is an Ashera tree? So Amarav, Kol Shem Misharse Avodos Galil Shlomo. Well, in general, if you see a tree that the priests of Avodah Zarah are always watching over, that's a pretty good indication. I said, if you see that the Avodah Zarah priests are always watching over it, it's probably in a type of pay. Furthermore, again, if you tree, but ultimately, again, don't eat that fruit. All the Avodah Zarah are not eat the fruit of the tree. That might also be demonstrative of the fact that it's an Asherah tree. Shmuel says, "Because the Ani the Shita that they mitzvah the Shasul may be on the Chazal." Shmuel said, "What often happens if you have an Asherah tree that has dates, you'll often hear the Avodah Zarah saying, you know what, these are good dates to go ahead and send the baby to be that with the house of Avodah Zarah in order to go ahead and beer for our day." Okay, so this was just wisdom that if you see that the Ovdei Avodah Zarah are guarding and they don't eat the fruit, that you indicative of the fact that this is probably an Asherah tree. Always the Prophet Jesus said, the halacha follows. But what's the sense thing right now we're jumping back for just a moment. Going back to the thing of Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda said that halacha l'maisa. Again, let's remember again, just for each of we all use the same bubble, right? We live in our respective castelos. We all utilize the same bubble. I come along, I decide, you know what, I'm bringing the barrel of food, right? The shito is on me. Like I bring the barrel of food, I have to be exactly. I have to take ownership. So again, we can say no problem. Just use a third party to acquire it on behalf of the other residents of the Muslim, and they can use anyone who is a Jewish adult with capacity. No problem. Rabbi Huda said that in order to do that, what has to happen? The adult with capacity has to what? Has to lift the chavis, the barrel, off the ground by its hand. He said to Gemara Meisvei, is that true? Kate said and the Mavoi, let's say, how do you make a sheet in the Mavoi? What do? I bring a barrel. Of wine, or of oil, or of dates, or of dried dates. Usually we'll say the food actually doesn't matter at all, whatever it is. In Mishallah, and if the food is mine, then I will say, I have to convey ownership to everyone. Now, remember again, there are two ways you can make a sheet. If it happens that the barrel of food belongs to me, that's absolutely fine, very generous of me. I just have to go ahead and somehow convey ownership to Zakos. Then Mishallah had, they will say, what we did is we just collected, right? Everyone contributed, then what? Then Mishallah, in faith in the car, and I will say, now what this means is as follows. Doesn't mean that the food belongs to all of us. Let's say we happen to all own a barrel of wine in partnership. We all own a barrel of wine. So say nothing to do with shito. It was a business investment, right? We came across a very expensive, unique barrel of wine. We decided to all invest in the barrel of wine together. So all of us had a chilek in that. Once had a chilek, so now we say, okay, great. Let's just use it for the shito also. Well, you can do that, but Allah again, you have to inform, or you have to ask the other residents. And I was almost like, I can't act unilaterally with partnership wine to convert that into a Rashi, look at Rashi once more. Say, I have to ask all of you, does everyone want to use this barrel of wine for the shittos? Now, why? I'll tell you why. Because in order for shittos to work, what has to happen? We all have to be okay with each other. One another taking a barrel of wine. Let's say, in other words, the food collected for Shita Fubos, just like the food collected for Erev Hasidus, only works at what? Everyone is allowed to take it. But you know, we invested in a very, very unique stock of wine. What are they call it? All right, you know, when they do a production. Okay, production, whatever. So a unique production, right? A unique production of artists. So now halacha again, we're all so it only works if halacha lemaisa we're all okay with each other partaking of it. So therefore, again, if it's my barrel of food, I can do whatever I want. So if it's my barrel of food, I can convey ownership to each of you. But if we all own it jointly, then I must get to everyone in the chutzner in order to go ahead and use that barrel. So the Gemara says, "Magia min hakarka mashu." Now listen, here's the we're focusing on. And halacha l'maisa, again, the barrel. Let's again, it's my barrel. I want to convey ownership to all of you. Then someone else, a Jewish adult with capacity, the barrel up off the at least of your location. When everyone says, "I think I have to take Rabbi Yehuda," you say, "How much do you have to lift up the barrel? How much? How much? A tefach." Here the Bryce says, "Mashu." Who's going to can't speak for my mashu? What's my mashu? Now we become a tefach. That's the mashu. Mashu means a tefach. Good. So therefore, again, that indeed is halacha. That's the namely again, that when you're going ahead, if I own the barrel and I want to go to all of you, so again, a third party, a Jewish adult with capacity, ultimately again has to lift it up on behalf of the other members of the chutzner. We only need to lift it up. Beautiful. Itmar, Shitufim, and now we're going to get into this. So we're going to talk about three types of we'll call it irrigants. So this shimabot, which is spoken about. So remember, interact with zakos. Well, so this is actually very interesting. So the Rab says, in general, if I'm using my and I want to go ahead, all of you to utilize my to go ahead and make a shituf, I don't have to convey ownership. Shmuel Matzarach with zakos. Still, Eruvei Tchumen. Rab Matzarach with zakos. Rab says you have to convey ownership. Shmuel Amar Interact with zakos, but they don't have to convey ownership. So Vishlama, so we'll say, according to Shmuel, very simple. According to Shmuel, we'll say, it's not really a din in Svara. This is a din in Mishnayos. Hachatinan, v'achalotinan. We'll say it's very simple. According to Shmuel, the Mishnah says by shituf mugos that you have to convey ownership. The Mishnah does not say by eruv tchumen that I have to convey ownership. It just never says it. So I will say just to be clear, what does it mean to convey ownership for eruv tchumen? We'll say what this can mean is if I'm making an eruv tchumen on behalf of someone else. Let's say you ask me, you're running late on Erev Shabbos. You ask me to extend your quote by making eruv tchumen. I say no problem. I realize I don't have any of your food. I just put my own food and I make an eruv for you. So in order for by the way, and we know that's not funny. You make an eruv tchumen on behalf of someone else. The shayla is if I make an eruv tchumen on behalf of someone else and I use my food, do I have to convey ownership of my food to that other individual to work? So Shmuel says no. So interesting enough, Shmuel says you have ownership of food you use. But you don't have to do it. You learn to don't get caught up in the Torah. More just learning the science. The Mishnah by Shita said you have to convey ownership. The Mishnah by Irkun didn't say you have to convey ownership. Therefore, something that you don't have to. Al Rav, my timer. Those like buddies to Rav, that's what you have to say. Rav by Shita, you don't have to convey ownership. Yet by Irkun, you have to convey ownership. What's the Rav? Al Rav, my timer. Can I do? Rav will say, listen, it's not supposed to say so I'm going to do nice to be color to the okay, so I'll follow the camera. Take brush. Oh no, something very interesting. One point. daughter-in-law, Rothschild, went to the back house.
Is this your place? No.
He must have lost the back.
You hungry?
And what happened? When the was pretty much
I think I'll go get I had a bite right for it. Thank you.
her
Sure.
she was
That's my protege.
go to the back house to get home before time. Somehow finally got away from her. Started, and she was outside the room. What's the problem? She wants to come home for Saturday. So what happened? If you're below Kamosa, and her-in-law made it either, or the one made it either, Obama took it was made. Rabbi Kia, her mother-in-law made it either, her mother-in-law, I'm going to say, or Shabbos, but her daughter-in-law wasn't that. Realizes that the Mecca, so that's outside of this room, needs a native for daughter-in-law to come back. What happened? She bought my sister, Rabbi Kia, the ever something for Rabbi Kia, but also, Rabbi Kia said, sorry, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Over the weekend, we all see Pavloi. God, I'm so happy with everything. Why are you so happy with everything? On one hand, that sometimes us who have fun with the very incredible they made it more intense than alright. Let sometimes we say what we say to that and therefore it can be really naked. So he's talking about everything. What do you do? What do you do? Naked. We buy those. Then we ask about, let's analyze this. Why should that be a video of this? What was the problem? We buy those. Mostly of not we think those did something because we go mother of naked with her own food. And maybe she never conveyed ownership of the food to his mother. And that's what he was bothered by. He has been, to begin to make an irritate for someone with your with your food, you must convey ownership of the food in order to get a person. And that's what we're called here. Oh, Duma, we shall not live alone, and we can go to the diet. So maybe, but if he thought it didn't work, because maybe the mother-in-law really used the daughter-in-law's food. Maybe the reason it didn't work is because she used it without the daughter-in-law.
I think you're an innovator.
I'm sorry. Oh, so listen to this. See, this is quite fascinating. Remember, you say Duck Muslim Shalom Funnel, right? That is true. Zeros is true like two broken bottles. See, you can't do it for someone like that. Why? Because remember again, if you of mobility in one direction. Remember, as we've seen with every one direction, you lose in a different direction. So therefore, not that is now. We can make the argument for it. The girl wants to get home. Girls are supposed to be general idea in halacha. Halacha has to work. Halacha has to work in a framework. And a framework says that sometimes you do not look at every single individual case, own individual aspect. And look at a situation with fallacy, an originalist interpretation. Right? You have to go ahead and focus on how was the halacha structure, right? Well, how was the halacha structure? What's the meaning of halacha? So the meaning of halacha is Kumin is not an objective source. It's not. Since it is in this case, it's not. So you look at every single case. Look at the concept. So I'll say so that's the tension over here. We're trying to get into this also a lot. We'll touch on it a bit. I'm sorry. Maybe it didn't work because Rabbi did it without a concept. So one of them said, one of them is named Rabbi Yaakov. I heard that from Rabbi Yochanan that what happened in this story was as follows: You shall chamosa irva. Ultimately, again, it produced her own fruits. I'm sorry, and Rabbi Chia said the Arab wasn't good. Why? Mother-in-law never conveyed ownership of the food to her daughter-in-law. That's why it didn't work. Because in order for Arab to work, the person over whom the Arab is being made the owner of the food, the mother-in-law never conveyed ownership. And therefore, that's why it did not work. I wonder if the dear Rabbi Yaakov, it's fascinating. So Zera said to Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, great Rabbi Yaakov, literally again, son, or actually take out the break. The Bas Yaakov was saying, why isn't Rabbi Yaakov known by his father's name? Well, so look at Rashi. Relate to Bas Yaakov. His father wasn't a good festival, his student. For again, he's not mentioned. They'll say, what an incredible Muslim. Make sure that they start to live a life. There's not a chance we'll never be embarrassed to be known as our son. Like children will never be embarrassed to be Ben you. Right? It's an incredible Muslim. Someone says, Timatis Hassan, that's the Gemara says, when they got there, I'll get to the zeal, the summa, what's this here? So now, Roma told me about what happened in the spit. Right? So here you have Rabbi Chia saying the Arab
Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai,
Is it because the mother-in-law never conveyed ownership to her daughter, or because she made the Arab without her daughter-in-law's knowledge? And you can Arab on behalf of someone without your knowledge. So watch this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov, Bas Yaakov. So Rabbi Zera said, Rabbi Yaakov, Kimatis Hasa. When you go there, go make a detour in the store. Someone throws a place. Go ask Rabbi Yaakov about this story. Ask him why on the Alice 88 seconds wide. So the Gemara says, and he goes ahead and he finds Rabbi Yaakov and he says, Rabbi, what happened in this story? Is it because the mother-in-law made the Arab with her own food, never conveyed ownership to the daughter-in-law? Or is it because she never informed her of her intention?
What's up, babies? All right. What day is it? It's like the 12th day. On the 12th day, Kabbalah, my Rabbi gave to me
and she never conveyed ownership.
A bunch of reasons why. To the biggest pin. My history doesn't have to run.
Whether you make an Kumin.
No way, dog! I sneezed so fucking far. No way, fucking sneezed so far. Whoa, dog! I sneezed so far. That's gotta be like 10 feet, dog. I sneezed so hard that was fucking incredible. My saliva and opened an app, and I saw the saliva slide down. That was the most baller sneeze of all time, and perhaps one of the most famous. Really, Ed Dude is perhaps the most famous. All right, that was fucking unbelievable, dog. Like this, that bitch. I'm like, why am I moving? And then I see my sneeze. My sneeze actually opened an app. It opened the fucking browser fucking phone, dog. That was fucking unreal. All right, dog. I've been wanting to talk about this for hours. I can't believe I talked for an hour hour 2 days ago and 2 hours today. What is this? Day 12 of Kabbalistic study. On the 12th day of Allah, my Rabbi gave to me.
It's a pretty explicit thing. Yes, Eruv Tafshilin, you have the ownership. If you want to make an Eruv Tafshilin have others, you must convey ownership of
Shit that pertains to me. Really? Dog, I'm still in shock over this fucking sneeze. The Rebecca know it's gonna be like big dog. Are you? Are you? I'd be like, you ever see that? Ever hear that song by the Who? Who are you? Yeah, dog, I have to say that was one of the amazing fucking sneezes ever. I didn't. So I was so excited to talk about how I'm tired, and I've been up all night. That sneeze was so phenomenal, unbelievable. All right, well, let me say this. I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're gonna hear about them. Like what? I hate nebbishness. I hate it so much. I want Jews to be strong, confident, and nebbishness. It pisses me off more than anything. It makes me not want to be Jewish. Why? It's just like, why do I be around a bunch of weak, strong motherfuckers? And then we've got Israel, who are like the Sabra, and frankly, just quite rude to many people, and very mean to many. And it's like, oh, but once you get to know us, we're nice. Oh, nobody wants to get to know you, though. So there's that. I cannot believe that sneeze. Unbelievable. All right. I got a bunch of shit to read. So what are we learning in Kabbalah today, Rabbi? I'm frankly stuck, like really sad with Moses De Leon. I'm like stuck a little. Really? No, I'm still stuck. Some rabbits say, "Are you, Rabbi?" I'm gonna be like, "Baby, bitches are giving me head. I lose track of 42. Oh, this is giving me head." They'd be like, "Huh?" Just calm down. Perhaps I'm just being funny. Or perhaps I'm telling that the 42. Who knows? Two bitches are gonna be out of that. Fuck that. I can't keep track of the 40. I lose track of 42. Let me start keeping track of the beach situation. Anyway. So they would have an armoring city. Everything sucks. I'm just sad. Really motivated to learn Kabbalah, like better than anybody. Like, by day 10, I figured it all out. I've disproven Maimonides with his negative theology, and this whole is De Leon. I mean, we did it yesterday. There's a 1% chance any of that shit is true. But his wife is a more beautiful person. So here's the thing. I was doing some research, but just it's like AI. It's like it's not my friend, but it's like it's a tool that I use. And I was looking at it, and this thing's gonna like restart like 1,000 times, but I find it interesting that ChatGPT and Chabad.org, like the two websites. Not that I follow go to the most. ESPN is a huge one, but they're both CHA. All right. So should not in any way impact Eruv Chatzirus. So why is that I have to leave this I want to say I don't like that religion isn't perfect. I wish it were perfect. I wish there were like these laws that were easily followable and they had a perfect source and all kinds of stuff. So I asked, I don't know. I mean, I've been a member of Hasidic dynasties or and modern Orthodox and certainly academia and we at least contemplate some secular ideas and slung a lot of dick. What do you want me to do about confidence? But it's sexy still. Anyway, some members going to be like, Rabbi, I got a question. And be like, oh, she'd be like, Big Dog, think that you're actually going to go like, baby, Grand Canyon, drop of water started all that. And she'd be like, yeah, but it took like thousands of years. Like, and I'd be like, yeah, I got time, baby. And so long as I keep doing this, unless YouTube goes away today or in the future, but I meant even parts of it would be archived to some extent. But I mean, I've seen social media sites. They go down and all of your shit's gone. And so that could happen, but Google's a big company. I don't think it's going anywhere right now. So with that being said, if I do this for long enough, are you fucking serious? Why is this fucking shit not recorded? Okay. Anyway, there's a chance that this goes viral. And if it goes viral, people are going to look to me as a leader in a lot of different ways. And I'm okay with that. I don't really want it. I could have it my way. I would have liked to have a comfortable position, had a great company, worked there for 30 years, had a wife, perhaps children, and live comfortably, and just never have to worry about anything. And really, just be a funny, nice, funny person, and live my life. But let's just say I still can't do that. But I'm streaming my life. Anyway, what are we learning about Kabbalah today, Rabbi? I'm really saddened by it because anything I really want to get in, I know it's like the fruit of the poison tree. I have a major issue with Moshe De Leon. Major issue. And in my own way, I have an issue with Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Lubavitcher Rebbe and a lot of the Hasidic world because we want to. They put a lot of emphasis on Kabbalah, and it's like, dog. It's fixed. And then it all goes back to this one guy. There's 1% chance that he didn't forge all this shit. Well, that's sad. It really hurts my heart. Like I thought I was gonna like learn mystery schools and shit. And that isn't to say it didn't exist before Moses De Leon. It's like, and I have to pretend like I have Rebbe's here, and I would literally say to the Rebbe, if you were right here, I'd be like, dog, you had such a vision for the world. I admire it so much. And I like people who do. But I think some of your
remember again, at the entrance of a mavoi,
teaching
must put up a
may have an opportunity to be fun, but I don't blame you. You didn't have the internet, dog. I mean, it just went about when you died. And so I cannot blame you. And Rabbi Moshe Feining, you certainly didn't have it. And I love you, and I love people who I would do my whole life to you. I mean, I do to both of them. And Rabbi Victor Miller and Rabbi Soloveitchik and I very empathize with Rabbi Shimon Bar in that cave.
So interesting enough, maybe force someone to participate in a Koda.
And I don't know, there's this lady
The Mavoi is often as unsecure. The Lechi and the Koda close.
who I saw one time on Instagram from the 1980s. And I've made fun of her, but she had like yellow dishwashing gloves on, basically. I don't know, I call these bitches. They're like cannery gloves. But I've never heard anybody say that they want to start their own religion. And she said it. Now we kind of make fun of her. I don't want to start my own religion. I'm Jewish as any Jew has ever been. And I say to Chabad and the breast lovers and the Chernobyl lists and
I just want to point out that halacha l'maisa,
Satmars and everybody else.
A person's wife participates in the era.
I'm waiting.
It goes out saying that a wife can participate in the era of not to her husband's clients.
And I want Mashiach. I yearn for Mashiach.
The woman of the house has the ability.
I want somebody to make this world right. I want somebody to align the world, especially spiritually, but also politically, and legally, and all the other things. And I would say to them,
So again,
with going into like my whole life, I would look any of them in the eye and I would say to them, I feel that I love Judaism more than you do. And they could be like, well, I don't think it's true. And that's cool. But I will say to them that I feel I have sacrificed more for Judaism, some specific tenets of Judaism, than they ever will. And some people may consider me a religious fundamentalist. And I would say to the fucking kids in Brooklyn with just a little bit of a mustache here that the guys in Crown Heights who are fucking wearing tefillin all day, that my own way, I love Judaism.
On the other hand, must be at least a with, and remember again,
as much as I love my life. And if they really heard my story, if they recognize how much I hate the disorientation of Judaism and how much I yearn for unification, I would hope to listen to me. I would say to them, I don't know other people who have had to sacrifice their lives as I have for Jewish law, for the mitzvot, the
why? Because the lulav has a specific shears, size that it has to be. And I love anything coming from a Vodazara is assumed
pronouncements
interestingly enough
for how impassioned I am about Jews marrying Jews and my absolute just flat up hatred of intermarriage and
same idea. So now Baruch Hashem, we all join in the sheep, right? So we're all part of the same love. We're one big happy family. we have our sheep of bowls.
And
Get a barrel of food either that we
I would say
all
to the
together
kids in Crown
or
Heights
I own the food
and everywhere else.
but I convey ownership to all of you. So what's that look? This my hotel. So now what happens? Let's say
I'm someone who you only read about books, meaning like you read about a Rebbe who sacrifices everything in Eastern for some
now we don't know what
shtetl, and
I could add
I've done that in my own way.
and I can convey ownership of that food to everyone else in the Bible. I will say there is no need for me to.
I don't know what's going to happen with my life.
It's very interesting. So
I'm going to do everything I can to not
we
stream.
all join in a sheep of
Most important thing.
I
in my
already
life.
have. We're all part of the same sheep.
And one day,
the food diminished.
I'd love to
I want to add on more food.
have my
So
story
that
brought
mission
to
says I
life.
could add more food.
There are interesting parts of my life,
And there's no need
but
for
there are
disclosure.
really courageous,
Why is there no
amazing
need for
aspects of
disclosure?
life as well. I'm
Disclosure.
human.
Because we already talked about it. Or is what am I disclosing?
And
who cares? Who cares? As long as I'm willing to do it, care of it, convey ownership. Now, we already agreed. In the toast we'll say what happens if one moves into the culture.
I don't know. The youth of Judaism is really important to me, as it was to the Rabbi, and specifically Chabad. I mean, I was in a Chabad. I restored a Chabad shul, and I've davened in Chabad more times than I can count, and I more times, more than I can recall. And I remember this one time, this person who will become a rabbi, they're probably already a rabbi, but they're of this rabbinic dynasty, and I love their father in a lot of ways. Like I owe a major part of my life to some Chabadis. I call him a kid, but his
not a lot of people, very some of our residents, then what? All you need is the amount of a dry pig for every individual.
this person, he was
whether it's a lot of
it was after shul, after shoppers, and this kid,
so the time when you are first making the Erev. About the Shiori Erev, I will say once the Erev has been made, you do not need to very interesting. Once the Erev has been made, you don't have to keep up
putting
that level
tefillin
of
away,
food at all
and
times. Rather again, the Shiori Erev culture, as long as once you make it, then even if
at the time he didn't know who I was, I still doesn't know who I am really, but
you are good to go.
I was a new person to him, and
technically speaking, once you have a sheet of
he was
food,
putting tefillin bag,
sheet of technic covers,
and
that's one of the areas of it. Yet even
as
if you have
he had it like up on a like a railing, and he like basically zips the bag.
And therefore, if they never forget about
I don't think I was talking to him. I was talking to somebody else, and this tefillin and it did. It just fallen, and I grabbed it and in the eye and gave it to him, and it was like, I mean, it was a purely human thing, but it was like, it was very athletic. I've got to say that, but it was like he dropped something, and I caught it and gave it back to him. And
it was not set up as a case of whether sheet of diminish or not.
I've just never figured it out.
Of the old sheet
Anyway,
I could add on. I could add on totally.
I feel like in my own way, I can do that for all Chabad, all the Hasidic world.
Another type of
That basically,
even if I want to add on a second time, so we're now introducing the new food sheet. There's still no option of disclosure.
I just feel like I can help them, and I can help modern Orthodoxy. Now, to anything outside of that,
obligation of disclosure.
You need to become orthodox. It's as simple as that. There will not be. I would say this, and I think this would be. People would like celebrate in the streets if they heard this in Crown Heights. It is my goal in 100 years that there will be no reform and no conservatives. And if you want to consider this an active war on them, it's a peaceful absorption, not of their philosophies, but of their people. And I would say 300 years ago, lines didn't exist. 200 years ago, they barely, one barely. So it's not like they've been going that long.
There's no more food.
Anyway.
That even if there's
The thing is, I know if I could
as long as
unite
I'm replenishing with
the
same
Hasidic
type of
world, I
food,
could unite
obligation
all
of
of
disclosure.
Judaism.
By saying that possibility is
And
again, I'm going ahead and adding on a second type of food and color shiny. And I will say Allah myself. When there's no more food, Allah
and they can reject me too.
No more food,
And that's fine. If they do, I'll just
that's not an obligation of disclosure.
have like
But if the initial
years of my life talking to them and wanting the best for them. They don't have to accept what I say.
When you're replenishing with the same type of food, whether there's
But I do want them to know I love them.
or not,
I love everything about them.
when you're replenishing with a different type of
I wish they treated their women better.
is totally large and are replenishing with a new type of food, then
Deep down, they wish they treated their women
some
better
of
as
the
well.
original is left over, and I'm just both doing it with new foods, then there is no obligation of this.
And
We'll pick up the marriage for 2 days.
I was saying, I didn't write it. I asked AI a question. So we'll get into Kabbalah. We're going to learn today about Isaac Luria. But before we do so, I asked what I thought was a really great question. I feel like the Hasidic world, I've seen your eyes close doors. They laugh, they cry, they use the restroom. They're not divine. They're human. I don't fear them. I love them. And in the Orthodox world, I love them too. But they're, I mean, I've heard it myself. What do we do? What do we do in a situation like this? And this happens. And it'd be great pain. Like, I want to go through with this letter and destroy anybody who put into place this type of thing. But where you have someone who, to be extremely devout, pious, righteous, and for whatever reason, they're not able to make Aliyah. For whatever reason. Whether they can't afford it, or whether they get rejected for it, whatever. And then you have a situation where you have some schmuck in Israel, some who moves to the United States, finds some shiksa, they have children, and their child has Israeli rights. But under halakha, they're not Jewish, and I don't consider them Jewish. And I would say to Benjamin Netanyahu and any other prick in that fucking country that you need alignment. And I speak very critically of Israel on some policies. Somebody needs to. And one of the major policies is the religiosity. It's a secular country under the guise of a religious veil. And I know that I've met Israelis. I get it. There's a yearning that Israelis have to want to be religious, but they just don't want some of the bullshit. And I get that. And I'm going to cut off the bullshit. It's very difficult to be religious. And I understand that. And I feel like we can find a happy medium. We can align with modern orthodoxy and the Hasidic world and the secular world of Israel. And also, that person who's a child of Israeli need to convert, even though Israel may see them as an citizen. That's cool. But they may see them. I don't. Not until them keeping. We're going to consider the bare minimum mitzvot and Jewish life. I'm not saying that they have to go hog wild or whatever the phrase is, pardon me, for eating whatever. But you can't throw out thousands of years of tradition because some guy, some schmuck, saw some shiksa, and now they have a shanda. So what do? We just have to make sure it just like they just have to become religious. I'm not saying that they have to become rabbis, but they have to become religious to some extent. And it's really fun to be religious. You ask any religious person, it's really fun to be religious when you, in some ways, some elements are terrible, and I want to get rid of those. But we cannot have a society where there is not any alignment on what is a Jew. It needs to be clear, and I'm going to ensure of it. And I mean, it's you can follow your lineage back to the Bible through your mother, her mother, and her mother matrilineally, or you had a kosher conversion. And many of the conversions I've seen, sure, even the gold standard ones are not. They're very political. And I know the base standards that have done that. And I've looked at these, and I even think those people need conversions again. Because I've seen the gold standard conversion, and if the gold standard conversion, the way that it's portrayed, the way that I know that it takes place, it's not good enough. Maybe we need something better with a diamond conversion, rather. All right, so what are we saying here? Well, I'm tired, and so I'm just talking. But people would want to know, okay, what do we have to convert to? Somebody in Israel is going to be like, okay, this asshole who's sitting on camera and filling, who is saying that we have to do all the mitzvot and stuff, is just doing the absolute bare minimum of anything that we've ever seen. And they could be living a much more kosher life, and here they're over here saying that they've done this and this and this. That's not righteous. I would say, under the circumstances in which they have been exposed. This is as righteous as I can. And if we switch spots, you wouldn't be. I would hope that you do your best, but I don't bet you would be doing what. I don't. Maybe you would be, but it didn't mean about streaming my life. What the streams are going to do, it's going to give me a lot of variety, and it'll give me the platform to be like, if I the streams, I'd still feel this way before the stream. And it's not just Jews. All of them need a shepherd, someone to. I mean, I say shepherd. Have you ever seen? I've done it before, and I've shown it before. But drone shepherd.
And it's incomplete. You can go ahead and use that for the however, if you have a very small it is whole, then you can go ahead and
we need like someone to guide us. And I'm doing everything I can. And if you don't want to listen to what I say, that's cool. When Mashiach's here, I'll let him judge me. Or, if they want. And I can tell you this. I have in my writings published to other rabbis that I want my grandson to be Mashiach. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? I think that'd be really cool. I think it's a riddle, and I've talked about this previously. But without getting into all that right now, so I asked, like, I know that if I can 770 Eastern Parkway, what I have to say, that what I have to say is good for this world. Everything else is cake by the ocean, which would be an Israeli tradition. Like, I have so much to spread, but I know if I don't have 770 behind me, I could give a shit about whatever street the Be'ash is going to be on, and whatever, I mean, King's Highway, I could give a shit about Rothschild Boulevard and Tel Aviv. None of that matters. The only thing that matters to me is 770 Eastern Parkway. And so for a sheet of revolves, you can go ahead and if I don't have 770 Eastern Parkway, and you can go ahead and use whatever you want. Again, for the chutzner, you have to go ahead and use bread. So the Gemara says, my life. Who is the opinion who says you can only use bread and nothing else? That's Rabbi Yeshua. Right? That's Rabbi Yeshua's spells in our Mishnah. The kahani, bakol. And yet it says bakol. Not be complete.
Can you make an eruv with anything? Or is it eruv only used with bread?
All right. So, a question that I had: how could you make Judaism into a religion that pleases both the Hasidic world and the modern Orthodox world, and academics? Like, how could you have respect for things from a spiritual standpoint, but also want it to be historically accurate? Right? Is it not? Now, I know, like that. Whatever your feelings are on the Rabbi and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and any academic of ever, Jews want an answer to that question. How could you combine at least Orthodox? The other stuff, they can come in, but they're going to have to convert to our ways. And I don't understand why it's not considered. I get it, it's a political move, but for other religions, it would be considered a conversion. So I don't understand why we don't consider. We call it Baltashu, but my opinion,
Everyone's contributing bread.
and everybody's gonna have to convert. And if you are Shomer Shabbat and Shomer Nagia and live a kosher life, you don't have to change anything. I just want people to be you, and that should be what 770 wants to hear. Then you're wrong. So my question, I think it's good, and AI, who knows, but it says it's a great question. This is actually the tension at the heart of modern Jewish life. You're basically asking, can Judaism be spiritually serious and intellectually honest without either side feeling betrayed? I think the answer is yes, but only if you redesign the framework, not the beliefs themselves. And I think, okay, everybody should be open to this. And with that said, the core move, meaning separate meaning from mechanism. Most fights in Judaism come from confusing two different questions. What does this mean? Spiritual, existential, moral truth. How did this happen historically? Who wrote it? When? Under what conditions? You can respect both without them to agree. Sidot often treats meaning as proof of mechanism.
What happens if you have a loaf? Okay, so you don't have.
I don't know if it's a browser thing that I have, but I'm gonna maybe explore a different browser because this thing doesn't load the way that I want. I think it. I don't want to blame anybody erroneously, but
what happens if you take a loaf? Forgot to remove your challah from the dough. So what do you do?
I'm very tired.
You still take it. You just take it off the loaf. Now I had a loaf that was whole, and then I took off the challah. By the way, how much do you have to remove the challah? Very small amount. Very small amount. So let's say I have a loaf that was whole, but I removed the amount for challah, or I removed.
So the core move: separate meaning from mechanism. Most fights in Judaism come from confusing two different questions. What does this mean? Spiritual, existential, moral truth. How did this happen historically? Who wrote it? When? Under what conditions? You can respect without forcing them to agree. The Sidot often treats meaning as proof of mechanism. Academics treat mechanism as replacing meaning. Modern orthodoxy gets stuck trying to fuse them. The solution, they don't have to fuse. Principle 1. Torah is the meaning, not dictation. Instead of God literally dictated every word at Sinai, you shift to God is the ultimate source of meaning, obligation, and sacred direction, mediated through human history. This does a few things. Hasidim keep Dekum, Kedusha, mystical depth. Academics can thus text develop redactions. Modern Orthodox Jews don't have college classes. This already exists implicitly in Rambam, negative theology, Rav Kook, historical undefined will, Hasidic ideas of Torah emerging through Zadok. You're not inventing something, you're making it explicit. Principle 2, revelation is an event, not a transcript. Sinai becomes a collect encounter with the founding trial moment, the birth of obligation and covenant, not a stenographer moment. Hasidim get cognitive significance, souls hearing according to their level. Academics get no need linguistics. Modern Orthodox gets a covenant that still binds even if the text crystallized over time. Think Sinai, the moment Israel became commanded. Torah is the ongoing record of how that command was understood. Principle 3, halakha is binding of commitment. Now, instead of saying halakha is binding in year Y, you say halakha is binding because the Jewish people accepted it and lived it as divine. This is huge. Hasidim already live this emotionally. And I've lived amongst you. You do. Academics understand legal evolution. We do. Modern Orthodox Jews stop needing apologetics gymnastics, and it's true. I've lived in all of these worlds, and I still do. It's similar to common law, constitutional interpretation, Rav Soloveitchik's covenantal community. Authority comes from lived reality, not archaeology. Principle 4, myth is not a lie. This is critical. You teach openly. Myth is a sacred narrative that shapes reality. It's not fake, it's not childish, it's not journalism. Creation, Exodus, even parts of Genesis are true in what they teach about God, power, justice, freedom, not required to be history textbooks. The Siddur already reads Torah symbolically. Academia already reads it as literature. You just stop pretending one side is here. Principle of Kabbalah as phenomena, not physics. Instead of claiming these are literal of the universe, you frame Kabbalah as a map of human divine experience, a symbolic consciousness, ethics, and law. Hasidim keep avot, emotional depth, sacred imagination. Academics keep comparative mysticism, historical development. He has to pretend Sephirot are subatomic particles. Principle Sephirot are subatomic particles. Principle 6, truth has layer, one axis. You teach kids and adults that Judaism has multiple truth registers: historical truth, legal, psychological truth, mystical truth, moral truth. A thing can be false on one register and profoundly true on another. This is the biggest missing educational piece right now. What this religion would look like practically. So study halls at Yeshiva, Rashi next to source criticism, Zohar next to Geroshim Scholam, Rambam next to neuroscience, no panic, no harem energy. Shul life. Halakha is still observed, and that's very important. Davening is still intense. No sermons pretending archaeology doesn't exist. God language. Less God said X, more God calls, demands, draws, obligates. Very Hasidic, very Rambam, very honest. Look, I've lived in the Hasidic world, and I think this would fly. Those who say it wouldn't, you're not as fundamental as I am. And I can give you real, actual, not how much you daven or what your I can give you real ways that I have been more fundamental in my Jewish beliefs than you have. It's as simple as that. And unless you can match me, and you have the same record that I do, then you need to recognize that there are some people out there who are more fundamental than you are. And if you want to call me whatever you want to call me, a fundamentalist, fine. But you will find no more Jewish fundamentalists than you will find than I am. Who would hate this? Let's be real. Fundamentalists, because certainty feels safer. I'm the fundamentalist, and I feel safe. And anyone who doesn't, you're lying to yourself. Some academics, because obligation scares them. It's fun. It is. It is nice if you have a place to go on Shabbat and you have families that are growing and you have the spiritual life and not so much the obsessive compulsive disorder like world that can occur will become extremely devout. But a very relaxing, comfortable learning community. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I would tell the fundamentalists, I'm more fundamental than you are, and I have the record to show it. You show me your record you show me your record, mine, and we'll let the jury, and I will win 100 times out of 100 times. And for the academics, you're not having this discussion publicly. I don't see you having it. I don't see you trying to not just speak to those in a classroom, but to try to speak to the entire Jewish community. I don't see you doing that. So in my own way, I'm a fundamentalist academic, and I think that two worlds, I think what we just read can be, will be welcome. And for anyone who says they don't want it, that's fine. You will die out. It's as simple as that. No one will want to be a part of whatever you're creating.
Do you have shleimin or lechem mishnah? So Shlomo Zalman Paskin says a very simple thing. He said,
and I don't think I think that fundamentalists, if I went to 770 right now and I said, look,
but if you lift it up, and what happens?
We are going to respect Shabbat. We're going to make the world. We're going to make it so that you can go to McDonald's and make every kosher. We'll have kosher McDonald's in the United States, and you don't have to look at a hechsher. You're going to be able to trust all the food that you have, and we're going to make it. Perhaps we'll genetically modify things so that they become kosher, and you'll be able to have kosher bacon, not just beef bacon, but kosher bacon, because we can genetically modify an organism to be able to chew its cud and have split hooves. We're going to use science to make the world more religious. I think that people will with open ears, and those that don't, well, not everybody's going to think this is cool as fuck.
Use rice bread, but you can't use millet bread. Apparently, millet bread was considered to be very
and
superior. So you can't go ahead and
those in 770. When I say 770, I Hasidic world.
Lentil bread. You even use lentil bread.
You will have
that so that you can use lentil bread.
Be rewarded for your righteousness.
There was this lentil bread that they had in the time of Marshall.
And
they threw it to the dogs.
For those of you who are modern Orthodox and trying to balance, those two words, you will be rewarded as well. You will be seen as people who were living a Torah true life before it became cool. Again, now, just one moment, because this device keeps shutting off on me. A multi-grain, look here actually just a moment. The shining in Hava, meaning Harbe Hayu, Robin Boss, that he's bad I love has said Gabi Haskell, but Attack for eating of Siv, Lechem Anoshim or Soto. I don't love Lechem. That's actually very interesting. The bread that apparently is eating the dog and kind of swung, the dog didn't eat. And bread that was made of multiple grains. So apparently, again, the act of making bread. And for those of you who are like, would you believe what that guy's saying? Yeah, most of it. And I think he believes most of it too. But I can also say to him, look, I have lived in I mean, I would say to 770, just how many of you have lived in multiple Jewish communities? No, like you're born in Crown Heights, you die in Crown Heights. Maybe you visit some, but have you paid dues in multiple? Have you gotten to know the rabbi? Have you eaten at their houses? Have you seen them perform? Have you been to their classes, their drasha? Have you done that? If you have, great. But not all. Some of you live in an area and you've just, that's all you know. And I'm telling you, if you travel enough, even a few less than a mile, go to one shul that is Orthodox, and they will tell you one thing. You go to another shul that is Orthodox, and they will tell you another thing. It's very confusing. And then they say, don't shul shop. What do you expect me to do? I'm going to go to the one that fits my needs. I envision a world where everybody says the same thing.
But once you begin to mix in other types of grains, that's the moment that the quality of the bread is fundamentally compromised. So the Gemara's Papa Omar.
So with that being said,
not only that, but Yechezkel went ahead and
shul life halakha is still observed, davening still intense, no sermons, archaeology doesn't exist. God language, less God said X, more God calls to manage, draws, obligate. Very Hasidic, very Rambam, very honest. Who would hate this? Let's be real. Fundamentalists. Nobody's a bigger fundamentalist than I am. Look at my record. Look at my record in defending Judaism. Because certainty feels safer. Some academics, because obligation scares them. What's having dinner with your family? What's so bad about ensuring that you're helping to create a people, a diverse people that thrive in society? What's wrong with that? But most Jews, now this, when I read this, I was like, I had to talk on this. But most Jews are exhausted from pretending. And I know that goes everything from 770 to Harvard Yard. And all right, one sentence summary of this. Judaism survives when it treats spiritual meaning as sacred, his honesty as non-threatening, refuses to confuse the two. And I would say
also spoke to the beauty of the shape. The beauty of the shape. So apparently barley bread, which was an inferior loaf, was also
and I've said this at Jewish tables, at Shabbat tables.
So we know already that
I am a
certainly again
Rambam Homer, even though I have to try.
Definitely the idea of using bread. And if you're going to use bread, then halacha l'maisa in the ideal sense.
Even though we were able to recently be able to use logic to be able to prove that Rambam not agree with the statement God exists. That's fine. I know I'm still an advocate in many of the things Ram stated. And I'm here. I'm just waiting for this computer to restart. And I've had these better than some shuls, and as I've said previously, I have forgotten more about Judaism than I perhaps even remember. But the 13 principles, belief in God's existence, that there exists a creator who brings all into being and sustains it. God's absolute unity. God is one in a non-physical, non-composite way. God's incorporeality. God has no body, no physical form. God's eternity. God has no beginning or end. God alone is to be worshipped. No intermediaries forces are to be worshipped. Truth of prophecy. Human beings can receive true divine communication. Now, what about that one? Who knows how to communicate with people? And anybody that they know, I would be very cautious of them. Like, for instance, there's a tradition. Judaism does not believe that the age of the prophets continued after the fall of Megdash in 70 CE. That's a tradition. But yet, we think that, under traditional orthodoxy, we think that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was spoken to by God, leave in the 12th year. So how does that work? That was after the fall of the temple. Well, I have ideas of how that could have worked, but I don't know, and I don't think anybody really truthfully knows. And anybody who says that they do, again, I would be cautious of them.
So what happens? What's the issue over here? So now watch this. I go ahead, I go to Ruben. Proactive. I start to be proactive. I go to Ruben. I say, Ruben, I know the camera's going to come to you. You're going to buy a barrel of wine for the sheep. Here's my $10 for the sheep. Sure enough,
and
Ruben brings his barrel of wine and makes the sheep with revolves. Most of them are going to be so beforehand. So again, let's say Ruben decides.
Anyone who feels that they know anything about God, I would be cautious of them as well. We're gonna look this one up though. Truth of prophecy. Human beings can receive true divine communication. What does that mean? We'll talk about it. Prophecy of Moses is unique. Moshe's prophecy surpasses all others in clarity and authority. Wouldn't that be okay? I can look at that. Fine. The origin of the Torah. The Torah we have is from God. Torah min Hashemayim. We can play with that. Immutability of the Torah. The Torah will not be changed or erased. I'm okay with that. We can play with them. There are word games we can play. That's what any rabbi can do. That's what any lawyer can do. We can play some games with that. There are opportunities for interpretation. Divine knowledge of human actions. God knows human deeds and thoughts. Reward and punishment. God rewards obedience and punishes transgression. Okay. Coming of Mashiach. Belief in the eventual arrival of Mashiach, even if delayed. I'm waiting just as much as anybody else is. Resurrection of the dead. The dead will ultimately be resurrected. And I'm cool with that. I look forward to that. I call it revivification of the dead. This list is Rambam's invention. Earlier Judaism did not have a fixed creed. Many great rabbis disagreed with parts or the idea of creeds entirely. Rambam, the Hasdai, Kreskas, Rabbi Yosef Albo. The poetic versions, Ani, Mamim, Yigdal, are much later and more literal than Rambam's own philosophical intent. One key tension relevant to the earlier question. Rambam defined these philosophically, stripped mythology, meant them minimally. Popular Judaism reads literally and mythically. The gap is why people feel cognitive dissonance today. The one-sentence summary, the 13 principles of Rambam's attempt to stabilize Jewish belief, influential but not the original or only way Judaism understood faith. Okay. But I'm saying that, like, I believe this.
If I give money to my friend who's not the
this is the Judaism that I believe.
He's not the baker. I say, here's $10, get me a portion of the Eruv. That works fine.
and my own way. If you believe something else, I don't know if that's Judaism. It might be, but I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Okay. But the key phrase that I said, if you remember anything from this bitch and moan session, or whatever you want to consider this, is most Jews are exhausted from pretending. Start. Like, what is this shit?
Here's $10. Here's $10. What am I doing? I'm looking to purchase.
Is this shit working?
What am I not?
This is the worst.
I'm not relying on the
Come on.
The relationship I'm entering into with the shopkeeper.
Is this shit working?
Commercial relationship. Is it transactional?
All right, here we go. So then I asked.
Sell me something.
Well, I had some questions about the Shabbat bride. Does anything about the Sabbath bride come into play before Moshe Dayan? Short answer is yes, but not in the fully personified erotic Sabbath bride form you get after Moshe Dayan, the Zohar. Before him, you see clear proto-ideas that later become the Shabbat. Here's a clean historical layering. Shabbat is sanctified, not feminine. In the Bible, Shabbat is holy. Exodus 31. Shabbat is covenantal, ot high. Shabbat is, but not a bride, not a queen. No romance imagery. So the raw holiness is there, but zero personification. Rabbinic period, Talmud, Shabbat is a person, barely. This is where things start moving. Shabbat as a presence. Shabbat is treated like an honored guest. You welcome it. You prepare for it. Key text, Shabbat 119.8. Rabbis dress specifically clean and go out to greet Shabbat. Rabbi Hanina would say, come, let us go out and greet Shabbat the queen. Important. Queen, not bride. Honorific, not erotic. No sphero, no sexual union. Still, this is the first crack in the door. Midrash, Shabbat wants a partner. This is huge. Genesis, Rabbah 11:8. Shabbat complains, every day has a partner. I have none. God replies, Israel will be your partner. This is proto-marital language. Shabbat as feminine, Israel as counterpart, covenant framed relationally. But again, symbolic, national, not mystical. This is the seed, not the tree. Early Piyot, pre-Zohar, emotional, still not erotic. Some early liturgical hints at Shabbat as beloved, Shabbat is joy, Shabbat is radiant. But no Shekinah, Tiferet, no cosmic repair via sex, no divine eroticism. So emotionally rich, but still pre-Kabbalah. Well, Moshe Leon, the Zohar, the real shift. This is the revolution. The Zohar introduces Shabbat is Shekinah. She is feminine, exiled yearning, Friday night, sexual reunion, mitzvot plus marital sex, katukon, Israel that arouses union. This is not just poetry, it's a metaphysical system. Nothing like this exists exclusively before the Zohar. V'chad Dodi is later affirms this. Just to be clear, V'chad Dodi is 16th century Sfat, based fully on Zoharic Kabbalah, popularizes the bride imagery for the mass. So if someone claims that Shabbat bride is ancient straight from Sinai, simply no, conceptually grows organically but late. Bottom line, very precise. For Moshe de Leon, Shabbat is holy, Shabbat is queen, I guess, feminine hymns, no erotic mysticism, cosmic sexual union. With the Zohar, Shabbat becomes a bride in a full metaphysical sexual cosmic sense. One sentence verdict. The Shabbat bride is not an ancient doctrine, but a medieval mystical crystallization of rabbinic metaphors.
Let's go back for just a moment.
Okay, so then I have questions about Mashiach. I think we all do.
How do I acquire anything? I never did
so
they both say again. Commerce 101.
What is Mashiach supposed to do when he gets here? Good question, and I'll answer this clearly historically and without hype, because what Mashiach gets widely over.
How could it be that
There are overlapping models in Judaism: classic rabbinic, philosophical, Rambam, and mystical, Kabbalistic. If you don't separate them, everything fused. The classical job description, Midrash. At a minimum, Mashiach is expected to be a human from the line of David, check. Not divine, not supernatural by default, definite check. Restore Jewish political sovereignty, check. A functioning Jewish self-rule in the law of Israel, check. Temple, check. Or at least restore sacrificial worship, check. Details debated. Gather the exiles, check. Jews return to Israel, ends the long Galatian, check. Restore Torah observance, check. Courts and Hedron and halakhic clarity. Key source: Sanhedrin 97 and 99, Barako. No miracles required, no end of nature, no instant you do. Rambam model, most important for historically Judaism. Rambam deliberately strips Mashiach of matter. According to Rambam, Mishnah Torah Code Malakim 11:12, Mashiach will fight the wars of God, meaning political, legal, defensive wars, no cosmic battles, restore Jewish law, bring peace, and say to anybody who has been claimed as a perhaps a Lubavitch Rabbi, perhaps Jacob Frank, perhaps Shabbatai, anybody. Build the Beit HaMikdash. Did you rebuild the Beit HaMikdash? But be a Mashiach for your age. Like, you could be a really important spirit for your age. Some of those ones, I said, other ones might be just garbage. Who knows? But the person who's Mashiach is a person who rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash. That's a big thing. I don't know who that is. But I'm waiting for him. And if he wants to hear my plan, I'll give it to him. You can have a plan for it. Nobody's saying that you can't. All right. Mashiach will fight the wars of God, meaning political, legal, defensive wars, not cosmic battles. Build the Beit HaMikdash, restore Jewish law, bring peace and stability. What Rambam explicitly denies: Mashiach performing miracles, changing nature, future being semi-divine. I think the Messianic era will involve. This is huge and often ignored. What changes after Mashiach arrives? According to Rambam, the world runs normally, still work, eat, die. The difference is political freedom and peace. Jews can finally focus on Torah without persecution. The only difference between now and the days of Mashiach is subjugation to kingdoms. Mystical Kabbalistic later development. This is where things get cosmic. Mashiach is said to unite male and female aspects of the dome, heal the Shekhinah, complete tikkun, trigger resurrection and transformation of reality. Historically, late Zoharic and Sfat Kabbalah, symbolic, not halakhic requirements, not binding beliefs. Important. Hasidic treats this existentially, academics treat it mythically. Rambam ignores it entirely. What Mashiach is not supposed to do, despite popular belief, Mashiach does not have to, end free will, make everyone religious instantly, judge souls, abolish science, be recognized immediately, bring heaven to earth overnight. Although it leads to my teaching, I'll just say this. There's something like when Mashiach comes, everybody in the world will know. There won't be like, is this? It'll be like, if this ain't him, then this motherfucker's not coming. So we're all waiting. Bring heaven to earth overnight. Judaism is extremely conservative here. Practical checklist. Rambam's test. Rambam gives a test. If a Davidic king starts restoring Torah, sovereignty, and the temple, it's a presumed Mashiach. If he completes it, he's confirmed Mashiach. If he fails, not Mashiach, just a righteous king. No apocalypse, no embarrassment. What would you say about the Rebbe? For those who are messianics. Look, I've asked your rabbis bluntly, was the Rebbe Mashiach, and they say they don't know. Now, many will say yes, he was behind closed doors, and I've had those things as well. Others will not. Others will say it's fundamentalism. I think that the Rebbe could have been Mashiach in his day. Like, that's okay. Maybe not seen as the Mashiach, but a Mashiach. Unless the Rabbi rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, we're still waiting. but that doesn't mean that you're wrong. Messianics, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I mean, in my own way, I've wanted to be a Messianic. But until the Mikdash is rebuilt, and I would love if we could like revivify the Rebbe, and we want to make him Mashiach. That's cool, but the person who revivifies him is going to be really powerful too. All right. So when is Mashiach first discussed? Short answer: earlier than most people think, and stages. There's no single Mashiach chapter early on that emerges, then crystallizes, then explodes. Here's the clean historical timeline. Torah, 5 books, no Mashiach figure. This surprises people. The Torah never mentions Mashiach as an end-time redeemer, a future Davidic savior, a messianic age led by a specific person. What does exist? Promises of national return, blessing, curse, exile, restoration. God acting directly, not via a messianic king. Even Deuteronomy 30 talk about return and renewal. No human redeemer figure. No Mashiach yet. Elderly prophets, 8th to 7th century before Common Era. Davidic hope appears. This is the first real stage. Key text: Isaiah 11, a shoot from the stump of Jesse. 5, ruler from Bethlehem. 23, righteous David. Important. These are political kings written during monarchy crisis. Not end of time apocalyptic figures. No resurrection. No cosmic. Mashiach here is an ideal through exilic and post prophets expectation intensifies. After the destruction, Ezekiel 34:37, my servant David. 2nd Isaiah, redemption without a named king. Zechariah, hints of priest king imagery. Now restoration becomes more dramatic. Hope becomes looking. Still no technical term Mashiach. Second Temple period, 5th century BCE to the 1st century. Messianism dies. This is where things get King Mashiach, priest Mashiach, Mashiach. Sometimes Mashiach's Qumran, Sortic literature, Daniel, Enoch. Important, not unified, optical and cosmic, responding rule. This is when Mashiach becomes a category, not a single idea. Rabbinic Judaism, 1st through 6th Common Era, Mashiach becomes central. Now it stabilizes. Talmud discusses lineage, signs, timing, and warns against calculating it. Failures and false messiahs. Still, no dogma yet. Plenty of disagreement. Mashiach is human, not divine. Rambam, 12th century Mashiach is codified. This is a turning point. Rambam defines Mashiach legally, removes supernaturalism, makes belief in Mashiach a principle of faith, frames it politically and halakhically. From here on, Mashiach is standardized. Kabbalah, 13th to 16th century, Mashiach becomes cosmic. Later additions: Tikkun, Shekinah, sexual cosmic repair, medical physical drama, metaphysical drama, powerful but historically late. Bottom line, very precise. No Mashiach in the Torah. First clear messianic king, early prophets, Isaiah and Micah. Full messianism, Second Temple period, codified Mashiach, Rambam, mythical Mashiach, Kabbalah. One sentence summary. Mashiach begins as political hope in the prophets and only later becomes the cosmic redeemer people imagine. And then we went through the principles of faith. Shalosha, Asar, Ikar. All right. Now let's learn about Isaac Luria. Who is he? Some douche. All right, here we go. Isaac Ashkenazi, around 1534 to July 25th, 1527, as in the last or whatever, generally like a date, a second date of a death, July 20, 1570, commonly known in Jewish religious circles as Ha'ari HaKadosh, or Arizal, was a leading rabbi and Jewish mystic in the community of Sfat in the Galilee region of Ottoman Syria, now Israel. He is considered the father of contemporary Kabbalah, his teachings being referred to as Luriatic Kabbalah. So we're going to read this Okay, so the Lurianic Kabbalah is a school of Kabbalah named after Isaac Luria, 1534 to 1572, the Jewish rabbi who developed it. Lurianic Kabbalah gave a seminal new account of Kabbalistic thought and its followers synthesized with and read into the earlier Kabbalah of the Zohar and had disseminated in medieval circles. Lurianic Kabbalah describes new doctrines of the origins of creation and the concepts of Olam HaTohu, the world of Tohu, the Olam HaTikkun, the world of Tikkun rectification, which represents two archetypal spiritual states of being and consciousness. These concepts derive from Isaac Luria's interpretation of the mythical speculations on references in the Zohar. The main popularizer of Luria's ideas was Rabbi Chaim ben Joseph Vital of Calabria, who claimed to be the official interpreter of the Lurianic system, though some disputed this claim. Together, the compiled teachings by Luria's scroll after his death are metaphorically called Kitvei Ari, writings of the Ari, all differed on some core interpretations in the early generations. Previous interpretations of the Zohar had culminated in the rationally influenced scheme of Moses ben Jacob Cordovero in Tzvat immediately before Luria's arrival. Both Cordovero's and Luria's systems gave Kabbalah a theological systemization of rival and earlier elements of medieval Jewish philosophy. Under the name of the mystical Renaissance in 16th century Tzvat, Lurianism became the near universal mainstream Jewish theology in the early modern era, both in scholarly circles and in the popular imagination. The Lurianic scheme regarded its followers as harmonious with and successfully more advanced than Cordoverian, mostly displaced it, becoming the foundation of subsequent developments in Jari. The Zohar was interpreted in terms, and later esoteric Kabbalists expanded mystical theory within the Lurianic system. The late Hasidic and Mennonic movements diverged over implications of Lurianic and its social role in popular mysticism. The Sabbatean mystical tradition would also derive its source from Lurianic messianism, but had a different understanding of the Kabbalistic interdependence of mysticism with Halakha Jewish observance. Where the messianic aim remained only peripheral in the later scheme of Cordovero, the more comprehensive theoretical scheme and mid-practices of Luria explain messianism as its central dynamic, incorporating the full diversity of previous Kabbalistic concepts as outcomes of its processes. Luria conceptualized the inner dimension of divine exile and redemption. The Lurianic mythos brought deeper Kabbalistic notions to the fore. Theodicy, primordial origin of evil, and exile of the Shekinah, divine presence, eschatological redemption, the cosmic role of each individual, and the historical affairs of Israel, symbolism of sexuality and the supernal divine manifestations and the unconscious dynamics of the soul. Luria gave esoteric theosophical articulations to the most fundamental and theologically daring questions of existence. Kabbalist views. Religious Kabbalists see the deeper comprehensiveness of Lurianic theory being due to the description and exploration of aspects of divinity rooted in the Ein Sof that transcended the revealed, rationally apprehended mysticism described by Cordovero. The system of medieval Kabbalah becomes incorporated as part of the wider dynamic, where Cordovero described the spheral divine attributes and the first spiritual realms preceded by Kadmon, unfolding sequentially out of the Ein Sof. Luria probed the rational origin of these five worlds within the infinite. This revealed new doctrines of primordialism, contraction, and severa, shattering and reconfiguration of the Sifro. In Kabbalah, what proceeded or more deeply in order is also reflected within the inner dimensions of subsequent creation, so that Luria was able to explain messianism, divine aspects, and reincarnation. Kabbalistic beliefs that remain unsystematized beforehand. Cordovero and medieval attempts at Kabbalistic systemization approach medieval Jewish philosophy, approach Kabbalistic theory through the rationally conceived paradigm of Ishtal-Shelu, essential evolution of spiritual levels between the infinite and finite, the vessels and frames of each spiritual world. Luria Kabbalah as dynamic process of Hitabshut, movement of higher souls, lower vessels, the inner sections of each spiritual world, within any level whose origin trans level in which they are enclosed. The spiritual paradigm of creation is transformed into dynamical, interactional process in divinity. Divine manifestations enclosed within each other and are subject to exile and redemption. The concept of Hidlabshut, enclosement, implies a radical shift of focus in considering the nature of creation. According to this, the chief dynamic of creation is not evolutionary, but rather interactional. Higher strata of reality are enclosing themselves within strata, like the soul within a body, thereby using every element of action with an inner force sends its own position within the universal hierarchy. Lab shoot is very much a biological dynamic, accounting for the life force which resides within creation. Hishtal-Shelu, on the other hand, is a physical one concerned with the condensed energy of matter, spiritual vessels, rather than life force of the soul. Due to its deeper moral internal paradigm, the new doctrines Luria introduce explain Kabbalistic teachings and passages in the Zohar that remain superficially understood and externally described before. Seemingly unrelated concepts become unified as part of a comprehensive deeper picture. Kabbalistic systemizers before Luria, culminating with Cordero, were influenced by Rambam's philosophical guide in their quest to decipher the Zohar intellectually and unify Eastern wisdom with Jewish philosophy. And Kabbalah embodies the neshama, understanding mental level of the soul. The teachings of learning to the soul that go beyond mental limitations. Though in intellectual terms, it remains a revealed supra-rational doctrine, giving a sense of being beyond intellectual gravity. This corresponds to the soul level of Haya, described as touching, not touching apprehension. Academic view. In the academic study of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem fully expressed mythologizing of Judaism and a uniquely paradoxically messianic mysticism. As mysticism phenomenologically usually involves withdrawal from community. In more recent academia, Idol, which has challenged Solomon's historical influence in Lurianism, seeing it as an evolving development within the inherent factors of Jewish mysticism by itself. In his monograph, Position of the Soul, Healer of the Cosmos, Isaac Luria and his Kabbalistic Fellowship, Stanford University Press, 2003, Lawrence Fine explores the world of Isaac Luria from the point of view of lived experience of Luria and his disciples. Influence Sabbatean mystical heresies. Lurianic Kabbalah has been accused by some of being the cause of the spread of Sabbatean Messiah Shabbatai Z 1626 to 1676 and Jacob Frank 1726 to 1791 and their Kabbalistically based heresies. The 16th century mystical renaissance of Sfat, led by Moshe Cordovero, Joseph Caro, and Isaac Luria, made Kabbalistic study a popular goal of Jewish students, to some extent competing for attention with Talmudic study. while also capturing the hold of public imagination. Shabbatianism emerged in this atmosphere, coupled with oppressions of exile, alongside genuine traditional mystic circles. Where Isaac Luria's scheme emphasized the democratic role of every person in redeeming the fallen sparks of holiness, allocating the Messiah only a conclusive arrival in the process. Shabbatized prophet Nathan of Gaza interpreted the messianic role as pivotal in reclaiming those sparks lost in impurity. And after he apostatized to Islam, became necessary, as well as faith in his antinomian actions. Jacob Frank claimed to be a reincarnation of Shazvi, sent to reclaim sparks through the most anarchist actions of his followers, claiming the break Torah is claiming the breaking of the in his emerged messianic era was now its fulfillment. The opposite of the messianic necessity of halakhic devotion by Luria and the Kabbalists. Instead of the elite 16th century fought expulsion from Spain, they sensed a personal national identity expressed through their mystical renaissance, ascetic, structured, devoted brotherhood, adherence to normative practice, influence ritual practice and prayer meditation. Kabbalistic art of divine names in Ari synagogue. You're just looking at the picture. Traditional Lurianic prayer method involved esoteric Kavanot meditations on specific divine letter permutations related to each prayer.
But there's a difference between paying for something that you're obligated to pay because you got something in return versus going ahead and paying some type of premium. So it's like interest, I will say, is I'm paying for
Lurianic Kabbalah remained the leading school of mysticism in Judaism and is an important influence on Hasidism and Sephardic Kabbalists. In fact, only a minority of today's Jewish mystics belong to other branches of thought in Zoharic mysticism. Some Jewish Kabbalists have said that the followers of Shabbatai Zvi strongly avoided teachings of Lurianic Kabbalah because his system disproved their notions. On the other hand, the Shabbatians did use Lurianic concepts of sparks trapped in impurity and pure souls being mixed with the impure to justify some of the antinomian actions. Luria introduced his mystic system into religious observance. Every commandment had a particular mystic meaning. The Shabbat, with all its ceremonies, looked upon as the embodiment of the divinity in temporal life, but every ceremony performed on that day was considered to have an influence on the superior world. Every word and syllable of the prescribed prayers contained hidden names of God upon which one should meditate devoutly while reciting. New mystical ceremonies were ordained and codified under the name Shulchan Aruch Hari, the code of law of the Ari. In addition, one of the few writings of Luria himself comprises 3 Shabbat table hymns and mystical allusions. From the third meal's hymn, your princes of the palace who yearn to behold the splendor of Zer Anpin, be present at this meal at which the king leaves his print. Exult, rejoice in this gathering together with the angels and all the supernal beings. Now, at this most propitious time, when there is no sadness, I herewith invite the Ancient of Days at this and impurity will be utterly removed. Keeping with the custom of engaging in all-night Torah study on the festival of Shavuot, Luria arranged a special service for the night vigil of Shavuot, the Tikkun Leil Shavuot, rectification for Shavuot night. It is commonly recited in synagogue with Kaddish if the Tikkun is studied in a group of 10. Afterwards, Hasidim immerse in a mikveh before dawn. Modern Jewish spirituality and descending wide recognition among Jews today. Orthodox as well as Reform, Reconstructionists, and members of other Jewish groups frequently acknowledge the moral obligation to repair the world. Tikkun Olam. Upon Luria's teaching that sharp divinity remain contained in flawed materialization and that ritual ethics deeds by the righteous help to release this energy. The mystical theology of the Ari does not exercise the same level of everywhere. However, communities where Luria's thoughts hold many German and modern Orthodox groups carrying forward Spanish and Portuguese. A sizable segment of Balaldi Yemenite Jews see Dordaim and other groups that follow a form of Torah based more on classical authorities like Maimonides, Rambam, and the Geonim. With its rational 1970, the 19th century Haskalah movement, and the critical study of Judaism dismissed Kabbalah. In the 20th century, Gershom Scholem initiated the academic study of Jewish mysticism, utilizing historical methodology, but reacting against what he saw as its exclusively rationalist dogma. Rather, he identified Jewish mysticism as the vital undercurrent of Jewish thought, periodically renewing Judaism with new mystical or messianic impetus. The 20th century academic respect of Kabbalah, as well as wider interest in spirituality, bolster a renewed Kabbalistic interest from non-Orthodox Jewish denominations in the 20th century. This is often expressed through the form of Hasidic incorporation of Kabbalah, embodied in Neo-Hasidism and Jewish renewal. Contemporary traditional Lurianism. And then they show a mikvah of Isaiah on the hillside below, in the Galilee, led by a cold spring.
And Shimon says, ladies, not as than I am a mess. Whatever, that's the case. So what's that halacha? Neither of them are Nazir.
Study of the Kitvei writings of Isaac Luria's disciples continues mostly today among traditional form Kabbalistic circles and in sections of the Hasidic movement. Mekubalim, Oriental Sephardic Kabbalists, follow the tradition of Chabbatal and the mystical legacy of the Rashash, 1720 to 1776, considered by Kabbalists to the reincarnation of the Ari, see themselves as direct heirs to and the continuity with Luria's teachings and meditative scheme. Both sides of the Hasidic Mitnagdic schism from the 18th century upheld the theological worldview of Lurianic Kabbalah. It is a misconception to see the rabbinic opposition of Hasidic Judaism, at least in its formative origin, as deriving from adherence to rational medieval Jewish philosophical method. The leader of the rabbinic Mitnagdic opposite mystical Hasidic revival, the Vilna Gaon, 1720 to 1797, was intimately involved in Kabbalah, following Lurianic theory, and produced Kabbalistically focused writing himself, while criticizing medieval Jewish rationalism. His disciple Chaim Volozhin, the main theoretician of Mitnagdic Judaism, differed from Hasidism over practical interpretation of the Lurianic zone. For all intents, Mitnagdic Judaism followed a transcendent stress in Tzimtzum, while Hasidism stressed the immanence of God. This theoretical difference led Hasidism to popular mystical focus beyond elitist restrictions, while it underpinned the Mitnagdic focus on Talmudic non-mysticism for all but the elite, with a new theoretical emphasis on Talmudic Torah study in the Lithuanian yeshiva movement. The largest scale Jewish development based on Lurianic teaching was Hasidism, though it adopted Kabbalah to its own thought. Joseph Don described the Hasidic Mitnagdic schism as a battle between two conceptions of Lurianic Kabbalah. Elite Kabbalah was essentially loyal to Lurianic teaching and practice, while Hasidism introduced new popularized ideas such as the centrality of divine immanence and devekut to all Jewish activity, and the social mystical role of Tzaddik Hasidic. Literal and non-literal interpretation of Tzimtzum. In the decades after Luria and in the early 18th century, different opinions formed among Kabbalists over the meaning of Zimzum, the divine self-withdrawal. Should it be taken literally or symbolically? Emmanuel Harichi, Yosha Lavav, 1737, took Zimzum literally, while Joseph Ergas, Shomer Amunim, 1736, and Abraham Herrera held Zimzum was to be understood metaphorically. Hasidic and Mitnagdic views of Zimzum. The issue of the Zimzum underpinned the new publication of mysticism embodied in 18th century Hasidism. Its central doctrine of almost panentheistic divine immanence, shaping daily fervor, emphasized the most non-literal stress of Zimzum. The systematic articulation of this Hasidic approach by Schneur Zalman of Leidi, in the second section of Tanya, outlines a monistic illusionism of creation from the upper divine unity perspective. Schneur Zalman, the Zom only affected a parent of the Or Ein Sof, the Ein Sof present, and the world nullified into its source. Only from the lordly divine unity perspective, Zom gives the illusion of draw. In truth, I have not changed. Malachi 3:6. As interpreting the Zimzum with any literal tendency would be ascribing false corporeality to God. Norman Lamb describes Gnostic interpretations of this. To Chaim Volson, the theoretician, the Mitnagdic opposition to Hasidism, the illusion of creation is true, but does not lead to panentheism, as Mitnagdic theology emphasized. Divine transcendence, where Hasidism emphasized immanence. As it is, the initial general impression of Lurianic Kabbalah is one of transcendence, implied by the notion of Zimzum. Rather, to Hasidic thought, especially in its Chabad systemization, and the Atmas divine essence is expressed only in finitude, emphasizing Hasidic immanence. Norman Lamb sees both thinkers as subtle and sophisticated. The Mitnagdim disagreed with panentheism in the early opposition of the Mitnagdic leader, the Vilna Gaon, seen as heretical. Chaim Volson, the leading pupil of the Vilna Gaon, was at the same time both more moderate, seeking to end the conflict, and most theologically principled in his opposition to the Hasidic interpretation. He opposed panentheism as both theology and practice, as its mystical spiritualization of Judaism displaced traditional Talmudic learning, as was liable to inspire Nomian blurring of Halacha Jewish observance structures in quest mysticism for the conqueror. As Norman Lamb summarizes to Schneur Zalman of Hasidism, God relates as a reality through his immanence, divine immanence. The human perspective is pluralistic, allowing mystical popularization in the real world while safeguarding God. Divine transcendence, divine perspective, monistic, nullifying creation into illusion. To Chaim Volson, the Mitnagdism, God creates. To Chaim Volson and Mitnagdism, God relates to the world as it is through his transcendence. Divine immanence, the way God looks at physical creation, is monistic, nullifying it into illusion. Divine transcendence, the way man perceives and relates to divinity, is pluralistic, allowing creation to exist on its own terms. In this way, both thinkers and spiritual paths affirm a non-literal interpretation of the Zimzum, but Hasidic spirituality focuses on the nearness of God with Mitnagdic spirituality, while Mitnagdic spirituality focuses on the remoteness of God. They then configure their religious practice around the theological difference. Hasidism placing devotedness fervor as its central practice. Nogdism further an intellectual Talmudic Torah study as its supreme religious entity. Fuck. If you ask me, why did you just read? I have no fucking clue. Don't ask me. I have no fucking clue. Let's just get this fucking guy. Okay, here we go. So Isaac Luria, who read about this? Fuck. Anyway, so his title, Ha'ari Hakadosh Arizal. He was born in 1534, Yerushalayim, Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire. He died July 25th, 1572, age 37 to 38. So pretty young. 5th of Av, 553-32. Anno Mundi, Livriat Ha'ol, in the year of our Lord. Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire. He died in Sfat. So he was born in Jerusalem, died in Sfat. He's buried at Old Cemetery of Sfat. While his direct literary contribution to the Kabbalistic school was extremely minute, he only wrote a few poems. His spiritual fame led to their veneration and the acceptance of his authority. The works of the disciples compiled his oral teachings into writing. Every custom of Luria was scrutinized, and many were accepted even against previous practice. Luria died at Sfat on July 25th, 1572, and is buried at the Sfat Old Jewish Cemetery. The Ari Ashkenazi Synagogue, also located in Sfat, was built in memory of Luria during the late 16th century. Early life. Luria was born in 1532 in Jerusalem, in what is now the old youth courtyard to an Ashkenazi father and Solomon, to an Ashkenazi father Solomon and a Sephardic mother. Oh, inner. Do you consider that inner something? All right, marriage. Yeah, while still a child, Luria lost his father. It's at least mixed traditions. While still a child, Luria lost his father and was raised by an uncle, Mordecai Francis Multizam, tax farmer from Cairo in Ottoman Egypt. His uncle placed him under the best Jewish teachers, including the leading rabbi scholar David ben Solomon ibn Abi Zimra. Luria showed himself a diligent student of rabbinical literature, and under the guidance of another uncle, Batzalzel Ashkenazi, best known as the author of the Gathered Method, he became proficient in that branch of Jewish learning. At the age of 15, he married a cousin, the daughter of Mordecai Francis, and being amply provided for financially, he was able to continue his studies. Around the age of 22, he became engrossed in the study of the Zohar, a significant work of the Kabbalah that had recently been printed for the first time, and adopted the life of a recluse. Retreating from the banks of the Nile for 7 years, he secluded himself in an isolated cottage, giving himself up entirely to meditation. He visited his family only on Shabbat, but even at home, he would not utter a word, even to his wife. Teachings. In 1569, Luria moved back to Jerusalem Sanjak, and after a short sojourn there, where his new Kabbalistic system seemed to have met with little success, he settled in the Safed in the Sfat Sanjak. Sfat in the Galilee had become a center of Kabbalistic studies over the previous decades by Moshe ben Jacob Cordovero. There's evidence that Luria also regarded Cordovero as a teacher. Joseph Sambari, an Egyptian chronicler, testified that Cordovero was the Ari's teacher for a short time. Luria probably arrived in early 1570, and Cordovero died on June 27th that year, the 23rd day of Tammuz. Bereft of their most prominent authority and teacher, the community looked for new guidance, and Luria helped fill Cordovero's former role. Soon, classes of disciples, not to whom he expounded elementary Kabbalah and initiates, who became the repositories of secret teaching and intentions of prayer. The most renowned of these initiates was Chaim ben Joseph, who, according to his masters, possessed a soul that Adam's sin had not. With him, Luria visited the grave of Shimon Bar Yochai and those of other eminent teachers. It is said that these graves were unmarked, even though the mystical guidance, even through the mystical guidance given by Elijah, each grave was recognized. But through the mystical guidance given by Elijah, each grave was recognized. Lurie's Kabbalistic circle gradually widened and became a separate congregation, which the mystic doctrines were supreme, influencing all religious ceremonies. On Shabbat, Lurie dressed himself in white and wore a foretold garment, letters of the Tetragrammaton. Many Jews who had been exiled from Spain, following the expulsion of Jews from Spain, believed were in the time trial. They were in the time of trial would precede the appearance of Mashiach in Galilee. Those who moved to Damascus Islet in anticipation of this event found a deal of comfort in Luria's teachings due to the theme of exile. Although he did not write down his teachings, they were published by followers, and by 1650 his ideas were known by Jews throughout Europe. Luria delivered his legacy without ever writing down his, with a few exceptions, including Kabbalistic poems and rabbinical Aramaic for the Shabbat table. The foremost advocate of his Kabbalistic system was Vital, who collected all the disciples and left numerous works produced from these notes, the important of which was the Etz Chaim, Tree of Life, in 8 volumes below. Originally, it's related only in manuscript copies. Each of Luria's books had to pledge under pain of excommunication not to allow any copy to be made for a foreign country, so that for a time all the manuscripts remained in Ottoman Syria. Eventually, one was brought to Europe and was published at Zoikev in 1772 by Isaac Setnow. In this work, both the theoretical and the devotional meditative teachings of Lurianic Kabbalah based on the Zohar are elaborated upon. Zimzum was one of Luria's most important ideas and stressed in his lectures. His disciples, some of them were Chaim ben Joseph Vital, Israel Sarub, Samuel ben Isaac de Ogeda, Joseph ibn Tabu. This shit sucks. Alright, are you done? We'll learn about Cardinal, whatever the Yo, dog, didn't the rabbis say that, like, prophecy ended at the fall of the second temple? But then how did Mon Bar Yochai talk to God when God told him to leave the cave? Like, isn't that a contradiction? A good question, and you're not wild. This does look like a contradiction on the surface. The key is that Judaism makes sharp distinctions between different kinds of God creation. Once you separate those, I'll break it down. I'll break it cleanly and historically. What does prophecy end in position? Formal prophecy, the kind Moshe, Isaiah, Jeremiah had, ended either with the last prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, Persian period, or at least at the latest by the early Second Temple, long before the destruction, 70 CE. This is stated explicitly in the Talmud, Yoma 9b, Sanhedrin 11a. Fuck this shit. This is stated explicitly in the Talmud. Okay. So when rabbis say prophecy ended, they mean no more prophets, no more prophet of Jewish people, no more new Torah or divine revelation. That's the claim. Then how did Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the Rashbi, here's the critical distinction. No prophecy, not prophecy does not mean no divine communication at all. Judaism recognizes several lower tiers of divine interaction after prophecy ended. The main categories: Ruach HaKodesh, holy inspiration, not prophecy, no national message, personal or mystical insight, can include visions, inner voices, symbolic communication, Talmudic and medieval consensus. Ruach HaKodesh continued after prophecy ended. This is explicitly stated in multiple sources. Bot called heavenly voice, a non-prophetic voice, often appears in the Talmud, famously not halakhically authoritative. Lo Bashamayim. Bot called communication, but intentionally downgraded. Mystical experience, what Rashi has. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is not portrayed as a prophet in the biblical sense. What he experiences in the cave is described as extreme asceticism, Torah immersion, mystical union, Ruach HaKodesh level awareness. So when tradition, God told him to leave the cave, that does not mean a prophetic command like Moshe, a new revelation, a public message. It means something closer to an inner divine prompting, a mystical signal, a spiritual awareness that decree ended. Think intuition on steroids. It's not prophecy. What this is, why this is not a contradiction rabbinically, because the rabbis are consistent on the point. Nevuah, prophecy, had ended. Ruach HaKodesh continued. Bat Kol continued. Mystical experience continued. The law had ended. Rashbi stays firmly below the prophetic. How academics read this important from a historical critical perspective. Rashbi's stories were developed later, especially in Zoharic mystical circles. God told them is literary language, not a transcript. Even alchemists who think the Zohar is medieval will say this reflects how later mystics imagined divine intimacy without breaking the rabbinic rule that prophecy ended. So even historically it was internally consistent. Bottom line, tight answer, no contradiction. Judaism says prophecy ended, but divine inspiration did not. Rashbi was a mystic, not a prophet. His experience is not the same as Moshe at Sinai. If Rashbi had said, "Thus says God, here's a new commandment," that would be a contradiction. He never does.
And everyone likes her. Who's everyone like her? Any adult with capacity has the ability to make their own food and cannot be included in the era of a husband master. I mean, the husband for the wife, right? Or master again for the servant.
Okay, we're gonna read this and we're done. This sucks. Moshe ben Cordovero. Moshe Jacob Cordovero. Ben Jacob Cordovero. 1522 to 1570, was a central figure in the historical domain of Kabbalah, leader of the mystical Ottoman Empire in 16th century, located in the modern state of Israel. He by the acronym Moses ben Jacob Cordovero. He was born 1522. He died in 70, so he's about 838. Spot Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Empire. This is where the other guy, Luria, he was died as well because he was born in Jerusalem. Ottoman Jew of Solomon, the sister of Solomon. His children Gedaliah. Notable works: Partis Ramonium or Yakar, Tomar or Nirav, Elima, Rabbi, patient Rabbi, Kabbalist. I would love somebody to be, hey, what do you do for a living? I'm a Kabbalist. A Kabbalist? What the fuck are you doing today? Like, you're a plumber? After the medieval flourishing of Kabbalah, centered on the Zohar, attempts were made to give complete intellectual system to its theology, such as by Meir ben Ezekiel ibn Gabbai, influenced by the earlier success of Jewish philosophy in articulating a rational study of Jewish thought. Cordovero produced the first full integration of the previous different schools of Kabbalistic interpretation. While he was mystic inspired by the open imagery of the Zohar, Cordoverian Kabbalah applies the conceptual framework of emanating cause and effect from infinite and the finite in systematizing Kabbalah, and the method of philosophical style discourse he held most effective in describing a process that reflects sequential logic and coherence. His encyclopedic became a central stage in the development of Kabbalah. Immediately after him in Tzfat, Isaac Luria articulated a subsequent system of Kabbalistic theology, with new supra-rational doctrines recasting previous Kabbalistic thought. While Lurianism displaced the Cordoverian scheme and became predominant in Judaism, its followers read Cordoverian works in harmony with their teachings. where to them Lurianism described the world of rectification, Cordovero described the pre-rectification world. Both articulations of the 16th century mystical renaissance in Zvat gave Kabbalah an intellectual prominence to rival medieval Jewish rationalism, whose social influence on Judaism had waned after the expulsion of Jews from
Only
Spain.
if she doesn't object, but she creates her own Eruv. So again, she is not part of her husband's Eruv. But Mishnah, Kami Shira, will say, how much is the shear? How much is the shear ultimately again?
Okay, early life. The name Cordovero indicates that his family originated from Cordoba, Spain. Okay, that's where Rambam is from. And perhaps fled from there during the expulsion of 1492, ensuing from the Spanish Inquisition. His Hebrew signature, however, Piero, struck just a long-lasting residence in Portugal. Moses was either born or in Sfat in the land of Israel. Why does it say that? The city that was soon to be famed as the center of Kabbalah and mystical creativity. Although not involved in mystical studies until his 20th year, he soon gained a reputation as the extraordinary genius and prolific writer. Besides his knowledge of Kabbalah, he was a Talmudic scholar, man of commentary in Jewish philosophy, who was respected in these fields. Contrary to popular belief, however, he was not one of the rabbis who received a special smicha ordination from Jacob Barab in 1538 alongside Joseph Caro, Cordovero's teacher of Halakha. Moshe ben Joseph di Trani, Yosef Sagis, and Moshe Alshich. As a whole, Cordovero's contribution of posterity were in speculative and performative Kabbalah. However, during his lifetime, he was the renowned head of the yeshiva for Portuguese immigrants in scholarship. According to his testimony in the introduction of Curtis Ramonium, Orchard of Pomegranates, in 1542, at the age of 20, Moses heard a heavenly voice urging him to study Kabbalah with his brother-in-law, Shlomo Alkabetz, composer of the mystical song Dodi. He was thus initiated into the mysteries of the Zohar. The young Moses not only mastered the text, but also decided to organize the Kabbalistic themes leading to his day and present them in an organized fashion. This led to the composition of his first book, Pardes Ramonium, which was compiled in 1548 and secured his reputation as a brilliant Kabbalist thinker. The Pardes, as is known, was a systematization of Kabbalistic thought up to that time, and featured the author's attempt at reconciling early schools with conceptual teaching of the Zohar, demonstrate an essential unity and self-consistent philosophical basis of Kabbalah. His second work, magnum opus entitled Precious Light, or Yakar, was a 16-volume commentary on the Zoharic literature in its entirety, and a work to which the Ramak had devoted most of his life. Some other books for which he is known are the Tomer Devorah, Palm Tree of Deborah, in which he utilizes Kabbalistic concepts of the Sefirot to illuminate a system of morals and ethics, or Nirav, a justification of an insistence upon the importance of Kabbalah study, and an introduction to the methods explicated in Pardes Ramonium. Aima Rabbi, a highly abstract treatise on Kabbalistic concerns revolving around the Godhead and its relationship to the Sefirot, and Sefer Garut, a short and intimate composition which features the highly devotional slant of Cordovero, as well as asceticism and religious piety. Certain parts of Cordovero's works are still manuscripts, whereas the existing writings that he had many other compositions that he either intended to write had written, but which were lost. This is around 1550. He founded a Kabbalah academy in Spot, the Damascus Ottoman Empire, which was led for approximately 20 years until his death. He is buried in the old cemetery of Spot. His disciples included Eliyahu de Vidas, author of the Reshit Chachma, Beginning of Wisdom, and Chal, who later became a recorder and disseminator of the Tikkuria. Cordovero was survived by a wife, the sister of some Alcabets, who remains unknown, and by his son Gedaliah, 1625. Gedaliah was the impetus behind the publication of some of Cordovero's books in Venice between 1584 and 1587. Gedaliah was buried in Jerusalem in the Damascus Islet, where he had spent most of his adult life after returning from Venice. Succession of Kabbalistic interpretation after Ramah. According to tradition, Isaac Luria, known by the acronym Ari or Aritzel, arrived in Spot on the exact day of the funeral of Moshe Cordovero in 1670. When he joined in the funeral procession, he realized that only he saw a pillar of fire following the Ramach's presence. The Zohar describes this spiritual revelation as a sign to the individual who sees it that he is meant to inherit the succession of leadership from the departed person. However, as Luria had been instructed to find the chosen disciple in Spot, Chaim Vital revealed his new teachings to, he avoided accepting Kabbalistic leadership until 6 months later, when Rabbi Chaim Vital approached him. Ari only lived for 2 years after this, until 1572, but in those 4 months he revolutionized the conceptual system of Kabbalah with his new doctrines and philosophical system. The two schools of Cordoveran and Lurianic Kabbalah give two alternative accounts and insist of the complexity of Kabbalah until then, their interpretation of the Zohar. After the public dissemination of the Zohar in medieval times, various attempts were made to give a complete intellectual system of theology to its different schools and interpretations, influenced by the earlier rational success of Jewish philosophy, especially the work of Rambam. In producing a systemic intellectual articulation of Judaism, the Ramak achieved the first accepted systemization of Kabbalah, followed by its rational categorization and study. Subsequent followers of the Ari saw their teachings as harmonious with and a deeper interpretation of the Zohar and the Ramak systems, but the new system of Isaac Luria revealed completely new doctrines, as well as the descriptions of the earlier ideas of Kabbalah. In time, Lurianic Kabbalah emerged as the dominant system. However, the works of the Ramak are still highly esteemed and widely studied as well.
You overturn it, and you're going to diminish the height of the walls. Remember again, that cluster that has easier access to the top of the wall is granted that area.
Among the Ramak's most visible books, Perdes Ramonium and Orchard Dance, Ramak's first book, an encyclopedic synthesis of the main trends of Kabbalistic thought with numerous diagrams, which secured his reputation as a mystic genius. Or Yakar, A Precious Light, a magnum opus of some 16 volumes in its extant manuscript form, which have occupied Ramak throughout his adult life. A classic commentary on the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, and the Zoharic literary offshoots. Its publication ended around 2000 in Jerusalem, some 22 in certain parts such as Tefillah Moshe and Shur Korma were published as separate works. Tamar Devorah, the Palm Deborah, Tamar Devorah, the Palm Tree of Deborah, popular work of Musar literature based on Kabbalistic. It was translated into English by Louis Jacobs in 1960 and by Rabbi Moshe Miller in 1993. The first chapter was translated with an extensive commentary by Henry Abramson. 2014. That's my boy. That's my boy. Good on you, big dog. Okay. Eileen, Rabbi, of which 2/3 is still unpublished. We'll publish that shit. Or Rob, a pleasant light, or perhaps a mixed light or a darkened light. An annotated English edition was produced by Ira Robinson, 1994. Sefer Gerushin, the Book of Banishments, a disclosure of Vermont's fellowship and their devotional piety to Galilean outskirts of Svat. Highly informative text concerning devotional piety and the landscape as the mediator between heaven and earth. Dog, we are. All right, you learn anything today? You're fine. You're fine. Fuck yourself.
Remember, there were two residents here, really few people. There were people who lived on the huts area. Then there was a structure. There were people who potentially opened up to the huts. There were people who opened in our U.S. upper story. So we assume that when the Mishnah says anything that's above 10 tefachim goes to the extreme list, anything below 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Chatzar. What my mir passes, top of paid down Bnei Aliyah. So we'll say that actually mir passes literally means people who live in a domicile that opens right onto the mir passes. Rather, we assume that means people who live in the upper story. My Karula my passes, and I will say, so why do we call them? They're Bnei Aliyah. Like if they live in the upper story, why do we call them the name mir passes? So the Gemara says, the Kasanki the mir passes. Because the way they access everything, ultimately again is through this terrace. Is through this mir passes. Almost, what do you see from here? Call Rozesha b'Shulshul, Rozesha b'Shulshul. Nostin also Rozesha b'Shulshul. Now watch this. This is very interesting. So what does the Mishnah say? You have people who live in the Chutz area, people who live in an upper story. So how do we decide which part of the Chutz belongs to who? Anything above 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Aliyah, or we call them mir passes. Anything below 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Chatzar. So what does that tell you? So imagine the problem. Imagine you have a pillar that's higher than 10 tefachim. The Bnei Chatzar, how do they use that? Zrika, you're throwing. How do they use that? Shulshul. Anything above tefachim goes to the Bnei Aliyah. Tells you that any area there's some access to Zrika and other access to Shulshul. We give it ultimately again to the ones who can utilize it.
Dude, that sneeze? That sneeze was unfucking believable.
Called a Zeb Shulshul with a Zeb Zrika. Those two also Shulshul. They're both any kind of travel area.
That sneeze.
Some could access. Ultimately, again, through lowering and others.
That sneeze was unbelievable. Oh. Dude, that sneeze. Dude. 10 feet. And then that was fucking unbelievable. If I ever have to take a shit, it's hopefully my shit don't stink.
Therefore, by definition, downward use is always considered to be a greater
Dog.
use than
that shit. That shit was unbelievable. Oh.
Unfortunately, someone who goes in a downward direction in life, that's have to go well. That requires
dog. That shit was fucking believable. I can't wait till Twitter says I'm banned. Just waiting for the day. Oh. Yeah. Oh.
more than 10 tefachim.
This is
Who does that belong to?
this.
So we thought, who was
This is letters.
we thought Mirpesas meant the people in the Aliyah, the people in the upper story. And therefore, what it's saying is the people in the Mirpesas could access this area through lowering the shul. The people in the Chutzar have to access it through Zrika. And you see that whenever one group has ability through shul, you give it to the group who has the ability to access it through shul. Proof to Shmuel. To which the one says, no. When we say B'nai Mirpesas, and Mirpesas literally means the people who live on the terrace. Now, their domicile opens right up into the terrace. Oh, so listen now, watch this. If that's the case, then when it says above 10 tefachim goes to the B'nai Mirpesas, why is that the Mosai? Because you saw in yesterday's daf, those individuals pretty much have the ability to access an area above 10 tefachim straight away. That's called Echad B'Pesach, the Echad B'Sviga. Echad B'Pesach means one has complete ease of use. There's no lowering, there's no throwing. Pretty much, again, it's we call it lateral usage. Lateral usage means I don't have to go up, I don't have to go down. I can just directly access the area. Therefore, if you have something that is above 10 tefachim, the B'nai Mirpesas could go ahead and we'll call it engage or utilize it in a form of lateral usage. The lowering, going rowing, they could. That's why and above 10 tefachim, the B'nai Mirpesas get B'nai Chatzor. So the Gemara also Mirpesas. So therefore the Gemara explains that you misunderstood Mirpesas. You thought that Mirpesas meant B'nai Aliyah, people in the story, and you thought they're talking about area. Therefore, that the B'nai used through Shulshul, B'nai Chatzor used through Rika, and yet you're saying that we awarded to the B'nai Aliyah, and you were using it as a proof to Shmuel. That's whenever you have two groups who access an area, one through Srika, through Shulshul, they give the group who uses it through Shulshul, which the one says, no, that is the incorrect interpretation. Mirpesas literally means the people living on the Mirpesas. Therefore, when they access the area above 10 tefachim, that's called access the Pesach, lateral usage. No going up, no going down, usage straight away. That's why we awarded that. If that's the case, look at the end of the Mishnah. Pachos become the Chotzer. It's less than 10 tefachim one. You give it to the Chotzer. Amai. Leba Pesach. Leba Pesach. We'll say that's the case and it's less than tefachim. In Halacha, let's say again, both the Chotzer as well as the Mirpesas both have, which the Gemara says, nice, you're right. What does it mean, Mailacha? What is Ushnei and Asur? That are both what it means actually is that if the area in question is tefachim, there is ease of use by both the and the Chotzer, in which case it will be Asur to both. Talking now in the Stavro, this would appear to be clearly the funny sequel. If you look at the end of the Mishnah, the background we're in, when is this both of their naked distinction about areas above 10 tefachim or below 10 tefachim, and if they belong to the Chazar or the Mirpesas, the Slucha. That's only if the areas in question are close to the Chazar or close to the Mirpesas. Above the Flaga, that's but Allah if the area in question is far away from the Mirpesas, you all good tefachim the Chazar. Even if something is above 10 tefachim, it belongs to the Chazar. So must be very important. Must remember again, the Mishnah, when it discusses what areas belong to the Chazar, what areas belong to the Mirpesas, discusses above 10 tefachim belongs to the Mirpesas. Below 10 tefachim belongs to the Chazar. But when is that true? When the areas in question are close to the Mirpesas. But if the areas in question are not close to the Mirpesas, then even if it's above 10 tefachim, it's still of the Chazar. My Chazar, what does that mean? Means the Chazar, the Shari, it belongs to the Chazar and it's permitted. Amai, why should that be? So there's a right. Or either it shows above the Mirpesas and Chazar. Elamai Chazar, Aflu Chazar. What does it mean when it says that it belongs to the Chazar, even to the Chazar? Meaning not only does it belong to the Mirpesas, but it all belongs to the Chazar. Ushneihan Asur. And therefore, halacha lamais again, both will be asur. The Gemara says, "Hachana." So to over here, my asur. What does it mean that it depends talking, but it's close to the Chazar? After Ushnei Asur, even is usable by the Chazar, and halacha lamais said, and therefore it is different. We'll say we did not remember again. We were trying to bring a proof to Shmuel. Let's take a step back. We're focused the entirety of today's daf is the area for shulshul, lowering. One area, one chutzner access is the area to zrika, throwing. Who is considered to have ease of use and therefore who has rights? I've said zrika, shulshul, same. Neither is considered to have ease of use more than the other. And if Rabbi say again, if they join in an eruv, become an eruv, then they can both use the area. If they don't join in an eruv, then what? And Allah neither of them can use the area. Shmuel says no. When one is zrika, one is shulshul, we give it to the area shulshul. Why? Because again, lowering is instead of ease of use. Lowering is ease of use, and therefore Allah says one of them. We tried to bring this case with Shmuel, didn't work out. Next, it's not. Interesting case. Chulias habor b'hasela. So what chulias habor means, you have an area that is the edge of the pit. Chulia is the edge of the pit. And I will say, to understand, when you want to say chulias habor, what it is, in order to have a pit, you have a pit. So where would you place the dirt that you displace from the pit? You would build like a lick, or lick is the word of. Yeah, thank you. An embankment around the pit. Thank you. An embankment around the pit. That's called chulias habor. So we'll say, so again, obviously that's higher than the rest of the ground area. So chulias habor b'hasela, shein gavon hasela. So we'll say if you have the embankment of the pit, or a rock for that matter, that's more than 10 tefachim high. We'll say still the same case of the chutzner merpesas. So what happens? So if it's more than 10 tefachim high, the merpesas, and we'll say it's considered to be the domain of the merpesas. Which again, that's the thought we keep saying. Pakos mikan, if halacha might say it is less than 10 tefachim high, then the chutzner. Ultimately, again, it belongs to the chutzner. Omer Rapuna, Ma'osen Abdarim B'Merpesas. So the Gemara says, Rapuna says, that Allah we give everything ultimately again to those who go ahead and dwell within the Merpesas. So remember again, so Rapuna's understanding, just what Rapuna's clarifying over here, that Allah when we see in Merpesas, remember as we saw in the previous case, sometimes you might think that Merpesas means what? B'nei that it means to the people who live in the upper story. No. Merpesas literally means the people who live on the Merpesas. Their apartments, their homes open directly onto the Merpesas. So again, therefore, I have two groups. People live in the Chazar, people quote unquote live in the Merpesas. So a very simple 12. The top of the bit, the top of the rock that are more than 10 tefachim high, those are considered to be the domains of the merpesas. Anything above 10 tefachim is the domain of the merpesas. Below 10 tefachim is the domain ultimately again of the chutzner. So the Gemara says, "Ina sela." So I understand how you can have the top of a pit, the top of a rock that's more than 10 tefachim high. So you have a rock that's tall, right? That's called more than 10 tefachim. But bar, my economy, I will say, what is the case of bar? What is the case of bar? I will say, look at actually just a moment. Tinach sela, the Habi live name Pesach Kipesach, Sha'al Gabab, Habi Kashmish Bigay, the Gabab Shaval Hani. I see the case of the rock, right? If you have a rock that's more than 10 tefachim high, so we'll say, so why is that considered to be the domain of the Merpesas? Because we'll say the Merpesas could utilize what's called Pesach, usage, right? High, and they use the top of the problem. But I don't understand the case of the bar. Now, what's problematic with the bar? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ela bar, Shemamalin Heinenu, Tashmishaso Bishul, Afilu Nubis, Shemakar Yosef. Remember again, what part of it is usually the usual part of the bit, right? It's the whole. So therefore, even for the name of Pesach, how are you utilizing the bit? You're lowering something into it. So I'm going to say, so the Gemara saying over here is like this. The Mishnah brings a rock and the pit together. If the rock is more than 10 tefachim high, it is just of the Merpesah. If the embankment of the pit more than 10 tefachim high, it belongs to the Merpesah. But why? The rock I am there, because the usage of rock ultimately again is the top of the pit. But a pit, when you use for its embankment, used in the pit is the cavity. The cavity of the pit is what's used. So if that's the case, suppose that the only name of Merpesah we're able to use if the pit is how, you're lowering something down. It says over here. Afilu Me'erbet Sharin Mikardisa Dom Shlamida, Go Mechachas Hashisha Vizvika, Shini Cholu Lamalo Sela Inkim Darkim, Lili Lamalo Minapolis. Well, since this appeared to be a piece of Shmuel, because watch this, I'm going to say, if you have a pit, and the embankment is going to 10 fucking high. So the B'nai Merpah says, how do they use the pit? How? Lowering, right? Through Shilshul. The B'nai Chatzer, how do they use the pit? Through Zvika. Because the assumption is if they have like a bucket or something, they have to throw it over the embankment in order to get it into the cavity. So this is a case of Echad B'Shilshul, Echad B'Zrika, and yet what does the Mishnah say? We award the use of the pit ultimately to the Merpah, which is a proof plus statement that when you have usage of one area with Zrika, usage of one Chati with Zrika, or one Rishos with Zrika, one Rishul, we give it to the one with Shulshul. The Gemara says. So you can see, just so you can see this picture, it's picture 278. So the Gemara says, actually, I'm 279. This is it over here. You can see. So ultimately, again, it's the sit over here. So remember, again, that upper area to the area to the right behind the railings, that's your Merpah. And the way they're going to act, we're lowering the bucket. The bucket to the right is Tedapek. That's the B'nai. To the left, I'm sorry, is the B'nai Chatzer. And there, so you see over here that halacha l'maisa, while you're going ahead, you are lowering it down. So we'll see. You see, we award it to the one who uses it through Shulshul. It's a proof to Shmuel, which the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Huda Hakabar Mileh Mayim Askina. What are we dealing with? We're dealing with a pit which is filled with water. Picture 280. They're going to say, what's success? Now, what does that mean? Filled with water. Why does that matter at all? So look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, oh, let's say, watch this. Because it's filled with water, therefore, again, B'nai Aliyah use it. It's considered to be the lateral usage. In other words, you only use the pit to show us how if there's not the cavity of the pit, or the water, or that which is in the pit is already all the way to water. Then halal ma'isa for the B'nai Merpah is considered to be lateral usage. For the B'nai Chatzer, it's considered to be what? Only usable through what? Through Zrika. Everyone agrees that when one Rishos has quote-unquote lateral usage, which just means direct usage, and the other one has either Zrika or Shulshul, everyone agrees that the one with lateral usage, what we call Pesach, is the one who is awarded to the Rishos. Therefore, the Gemara says, this is not a raya to Shmuel. For 1 second, says the Gemara, aren't we concerned that the pit is going to become diminished? It's going to draw water. Over time, the pit is going to become diminished. Doesn't that cause a problem? So I will say, because remember again, it's very nice if you're awarding usage of the pit right now when it's filled with water to the Merpah. Because for right now,
that was the greatest news I think ever.
The Chutz, it's Svika usage. When everybody keeps drawing water, the water level is going to go down. And at some point in time, it's going to be Shulshul for the Merpah and Svika for the Chutz. What are you going to do in that case? To which the Gemara says, it's very interesting. The Gemara says, since when it's full, it's permitted to the living in process, therefore once it diminishes, it's still going to remain water for them. I don't understand what that means. It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. Say that since it has a propensity to be diminished, the water level is going to inevitably go down and everybody's drawing from it. So why don't you say, since another water is going to go down, there should be us now, even the water level is flush with the top of the pit. So which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi, what's the case here? We're talking about a pit which is filled with fruits. Say, Rabbi will say again, it's the same answer, but it's not water. In other words, Rabbi will say, so the usage, because it's filled, let's take a step back. The reason we brought up the bar case is we assumed, the Gemara assumed that the bar case was going to be a proof to the principle of Shmuel. Shmuel says, right, Echad b'Zrika, Echad b'Shulshul. Who do we give it to? Shulshul. Give it to Shulshul, right? So what do we do? Gemara says that's why we brought the case. No. It's not a case. It's echad. Not all uses for the water. Filled with water, the water goes down. Yeah, not water. It's filled with fruit. And that's for the minute process. It's used as a lateral usage for the custom. Which was, I understand. Don't run into the same time. Over Shabbos, what's going to happen? You're going to have to and the fish is going to be diminished. So right now it's very nice. Right now it's half of the Pesach of the Zuta. So you have to take lateral usage. You have time. The food level is going to go down. And what do you do? You can't do this shit. What's the other thing? The fish is the other fish. What's a kava? It's on five produce. Five produce is can't do this. I don't know what I say now. Great. We haven't gotten to this yet, but and I love the night, so again, you cannot go ahead and move it on top. Because on this side, therefore, this says that we award the kids to the hashtag. That's because for the hashtag, you think that the kids is the best laterally. We're not concerned.
You are here. How you guys feeling tonight?
Therefore,
This is El Tony, brought to you by Netflix, ladies and gentlemen, where this upcoming Monday, January 12th, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, airs only streaming on Netflix, so we won't be on YouTube next week. We are only on Netflix. How cool is that? How about one more time for the best stand band in the land, Carlos Osarolo, Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Matt Mueling on guitar tonight, playing a Matt Mueling signature guitar from John Page Guitars. That's John Deeds on the keys. And believe it or not, that is the real D Madness live in the flesh. The Kill Tony Band single Pandemonium out now on Spotify and everywhere where music is played. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible.
to be correct.
We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping into tours, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Great Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every week. This is one of those episodes where truly two of my friends in the world are tonight's panel. Austin Zone, make some fucking noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis.
However, again, at that bar, when you look at giving the money for us, maybe I would say that even in the case of the bar, that the money was the and I'm concerned about what happens in the case of the bar, where it's when I case of the bar,
Here, Shane Gillis.
Hold on, I gotta see this.
Financial Field, aka Eagles motherfucking football stadium, July 17th.
You have members of the Chutzner, members of the Aliyah, right? Two groups of residents. Some will live in the Chutzner, some will live in the Aliyah. And what happens? We'll say they did not make the joint group. So what's the halacha? We'll define between these scholars to translate the word. Members of the Chutzner, they get to use the lower temple. The Anshi Aliyah, the Shashim Bashar Ha'ayom, and the Anshi Aliyah, they use upper temple.
Finally can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like that raspy. I like your sense of voice. How was your
We were in Spokane, Oklahoma. Now shout out the crowds. Shout out to Tacoma Comedy Club. Shout out to Spokane. Just real quick, I get to go to Appleton Friday, Saturday. I get to go to Appleton before. Sure have in Wisconsin. And there's Wisconsin's great. Appleton in January. Well, Appleton in January is it's a good time to go. Yeah, so it's nice to call us the morning so everyone's gonna know you're there. So here's the thing about Spokane and Beaumont. That weather is great, but that weather is it'll weigh on you a little bit. Just cloudy and just always cloudy. And rainy. I mean, it's vitamin D. Yeah. It's all the shades of off-white. Right, everyone's gray there. They're gray. Yeah. There's other tattoos. Right. There are 2 black people in the entire bottom half. We saw homeless people. There's one dude who was so messed up. It looked like he was trying to put his arm back into his sleeve. I've never seen it like that. Like, he didn't want to get out because I'm not getting out of the car. I don't like it big. That guy looks like he'll bite you. It's fair. It was nuts. But you're going for me, you did. Well, you want to go get something else and just get milk. I want to wait with the car because they might break in the car. You don't want to die from Starbucks. That shit is just crowds or something out there. This time of year, there's not a ton to do. There's not a ton to do. They're all inside. The crowds are amazing. People are amazing.
This is picture 21. There's still make a picture of the bottom plane. It's a map on the outside. Ultimately, again, the upper plane is the map on the outside. This is again, it's a map on the outside.
He decided to like this, and the crowd was just sitting there watching. It was really weird. I've counted down for the past 20 years. I will say that it started at 2 minutes. I took video of it. I was like, what's happening? He said, I just hear someone go, Jeff. The guy's like this. Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Died right in his chair. Died right in his chair. So he just kind of keels over and bring him to people. And he's not there. When he's sitting down, he's completely out. And I thought he had just died. He looked at it, and I can't find a pulse. I dropped the mic and I'm checking this is all so I get down. He's in the front row. This is the third time this happened.
And again, Rod says, when one area
it's a good question. I do know CPR.
They both have the same access.
The problem is,
they will ask for
I did that too. Now, there was a guy who was in our skin.
It happened to the guy
We
that
thought
came and they said
more
he was
difficult
bored to death watching Ryan.
the area that can actually
so bored that he passed
so
out.
support Rod.
I said my comedy, sometimes my comedy's so overwhelming, guys. And because people were scared. And the woman was crying because she thought he was dead. Like 50. Yeah. I had Tacoma 45. I mean, it's Spokane 45. It can be 45 to go 55. Because you're not getting negative D. So he was. Then they died. And then I remember this was taken care of. They put him aside. They came to the fire and then I carried on with the show. So they all started back together.
Ryan comedy with the lights on. It was awkward.
This counter was still on.
That was scary though. I mean, I just heard chairs ruffling, so I thought maybe a fight was happening, so I ran out the green room. And Brian's already sprung into the crowd. This guy, did you put the pillow under it? Someone put a pillow under it.
And I pulled this chair out. I was a real help. Look, I may as well, but that's all mouth to mouth. I said, oh, dude, I'm good away. I thought about that. So are you supposed to, didn't you tell me you're supposed to do chest compression? Mouth to mouth doesn't necessary. Keep somebody alive.
What's crazy too is like, cause I'm behind and I'm just watching these people in the back. They go, he's dead. And I'm like, what the fuck do you know? And then they go, some guy goes, yeah, this happens all the time here. Apparently, it just happened to, Lynch at the same club.
Sing
And
that.
so,
Like,
so,
yeah, but he seemed like he was alright. He knew where he was, and then he had a weak pulse, but his blood sugar was fine. And, you know me, I don't know if you know I'm a doctor, so I'll do shit like this. I'll be like, I go, I think electrolytes, things electrolytes are probably off. Fuck, do I know?
Are you coming back to life in
I
a
can run electrolyte above you. Yeah, Dr. Brian over here. Let's get over that.
you consoled the wife. You were cool about it.
This is picture
Yeah,
282.
it is what it is.
Great
I
show.
would say I died like
Great.
a much bigger show.
I really didn't.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this
Let's
is
get
gonna be
going
sad.
terraces.
This is gonna be sad.
Two terraces extend above the
Just go press it.
One is
So interesting how
above
he just ties a flag on a couch.
one is on top of it. They are diagonal
This is
from
terrible. I can't let this happen.
they are
Guys,
diagonal from
and then you put warnings on the
Yeah,
wrist.
but
You're gonna come.
Seguir
We
through
need a
to
different figure.
the
It's a
Ayona,
death tool.
uno
Yeah, you got it.
went ahead and they made a
And so you know the age of Ryan's
in the background. And how you can use Spanish when looking at the
She checks out.
We'll say to yours.
I was a little busy this weekend because I was on. I can say now, but I was on the Maduro. I can say it now. Oh, he went into Venezuela. Yeah, I went into that. Some liberal
So there you are
libs
not
said
even
about
allowed
that.
to
I know. They speak it's weird in Venezuela. Did you see the protests inside of New York? And people in Venezuela beat them up. They're like, what the fuck am I doing? Good.
It's actually really funny. Like, I have a bunch of friends from South Florida that are actually born in Venezuela that like came here through like a pickup truck. And then like you watch their story, like you'll see like a white girl's Instagram story, and like I can't believe this is happening. These poor Venezuelans, and then you go to the next story, and it's Venezuelans fucking partying in Miami right now.
Yeah, and in Venezuela, they came out to the street to celebrate. It's so weird. I can't believe they arrested his wife. She was in glasses, and she was just like, imagine having Delta Force just 2 in the morning. You'd be like, oh, gee. The best part, he was like, come and give me good luck. John was like, oh, buddy, did you have nothing to do? Hold on. You'll get him. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're down to party. Did you tell this goes? Because you got Iranians, you got Chinese delegates there, you got Russians, you're working on a whole oil deal. Like, what? With Biden, you could, but Trump's just like, now, what happens after? Like, hopefully we can, the transition of power thing. But did you see that video where it's just like, you're going, come on, get me, cowards. And you just have this chuckles.
in the upper
Like,
to the left, more distrust.
This is so
Now let's have a look at that.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United
That's because
States,
of the days to flow through the mountains. The Indians are going to flow. They're literally not on top of each other. And again, so
He's a stunning. There's one where it's like, I'm looking at this America shit, you know. Like, what do you mean about it? The fuck are you talking about? No, it's all good. All happening here.
My favorite part is Maduro's dressed like 11 from Stranger Things when they captured him. He thinks he's gonna save Hawkins.
He's 95 versus starter jack. You dress like 11. It's gonna be like that. He just walks on the street and thinks finale dressed like that. He's Reebok. He's like, right now, Trump says what Albany thinks. Like, he just says to keep it. And I hope that the President of Colombia, there was gentlemen surgeons.
Why do they ask because you do that both right in the they both have rights if they make a joint statement, Shalom al Yisrael. But if they don't make a joint statement, then what? And what does that show you? What does that show you? What does that show you? Take a look back at picture 282. The lower left gustera. How does the lower left gustera use? How do they use it?
No, I bet it is an ape. I bet they're showing psycho.
They have to throw their bucket. Remember again, we'll say, when we say throw loud down to the throw. But what does throw mean? Upward motion. But here, they really would have. Right, folks, you get this throw your bucket, ultimately get this upright up until the upper lip starts down into the cavity.
If I was the president of Colombia, there's a lot of these people out
How
there.
does the upper gustera utilize the lip?
How?
How?
He doesn't want the smoke. It's like, what are you doing? He's like, if this happens to me, my people will be out in the streets.
Now, Shmuel was correct.
But don't fuck with the bear, please.
Who should be
We don't need to
awarded
be
this
cornered
in
in
the
the
streets on Shabbos? Right,
That was
social one.
awesome.
Right, ultimately again, the upper gustera, which is the gustera that has
So
the
Maduro's going to get a new, we're going to put a new president.
Yeah, what
there
does the
will
minister
either
say?
that or
The
I
minister
think
says
they
that our
could
license
also
says,
say to the
vice
president,
president,
they can say, here's how it's going to go. You are not selling oil at a discount, etc. to
and not
the Russians, the Chinese,
the Gemara says,
and the Iranians.
Control.
This is our spirit. This is our resources. Checks and balances. Civilian-led government. Hugo Chavez decided to nationalize everything. He decided to become he was a used to be a war soldier, became the president, then literally like a soldier. He was a soul slave. He's not a fucking. He doesn't understand economics. And he ran that country into the ground. And then Maduro became a drug hub.
when they want
Became
to fill up their bucket
everything.
with water, how do they do it? How do they do it?
And yeah, as well as to do with drugs, though. Way
From
more
the
to do
Lord
with
just
drugs. Yeah,
What do they do? What do they? They woke up. They woke us and they see that. Therefore, what's the case? One uses it. Now, Mammoth had two kilos, 2 areas. At all. That's why they each other until they go ahead. Romy bike. So that's what you don't have to say this, but you say it nevertheless. Romy bike. Because it goes without saying that's what. It goes without saying Romy bike. Romy bike actually says, Lomar, the female oil would be so much.
No threat? Okay. Let me ask you this. Which one of these places can claim to have the